Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome from The Hague. I'm Donna Farazan, and I am honored to be your Master of Ceremonies for today and tomorrow's NATO Public Forum from The Hague plenary program. We are coming to you live from the heart of the NATO Summit venue right here in The Hague, where in just a short while, leaders from across the alliance will gather for 2 days as part of the summit of heads of state and government, an important moment for transatlantic unity and global security. Alongside this historic gathering, we will soon be opening the official plenary program of the NATO Public Forum, NATO's flagship public event that brings together voices from government, civil society, industry, media, and youth to engage in open dialogue on the NATO Summit agenda. Now, there's a lot happening over the next 2 days, and as the summit gets underway and leaders begin to arrive, we will also be welcoming our in-person guests to this space as we launch the public forum. This year, we're doing things a little differently. In addition to our main stage conversations you'll see here, we're introducing a dynamic TV-style studio show that will set the tone for each day, with live commentary, expert analysis, and engaging discussions. These segments, airing before and after the plenary sessions and during breaks, are designed to unpack key moments and offer valuable context around developments at both the forum and the summit itself. And leading us through this exciting new format, I am so pleased to announce it will be my brilliant new friend from the Netherlands, the wonderful host, Ikenna Azwike. Hi, Ikenna.
Good morning, Donna. What an introduction. Oh my goodness. Thank you.
I'm so happy to see you, and I know you will be at the helm of so much going on. What do you have for us over there?
Yes, well, you're absolutely right. You've already said a lot. We're here to kick off over here, and it's a big first day of school energy. But I guess, okay, what is Studio Bravo? Well, while Studio Alpha handles the main program, think suits, scripts, perhaps choreographed handshakes, here in Bravo we're doing things a little differently, like you said, TV talk show style. So deep dives with high-level experts, a little bit more context and reflection on what gets talked about on your stage.
So we're a little bit of the buttoned up and you're a little bit of the buttoned down.
Yeah, if you like, if you like.
Well, I know it's going to be engaging overall, and I'm so excited to start our program as well as yours. Thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.
You're very welcome. Thanks very much, Donna.
All right.
Right, so good morning. Yes, everyone. Welcome to this first ever session here at Studio Bravo, the NATO Summit. In a bit more detail, what is Studio Bravo? Well, think of it like a pop-up talk show, but with fewer celebrity breakups and significantly more geopolitics. My name is Ikenna Azwike, and it's my pleasure to be your host over the next couple of days. Now, as I alluded to in my conversation with Donna just now, our opening show is all about the why. Why are we gathered here? Why now? And why does resilience, be it political, economic, even psychological, matter when it comes to improving our security? To help unpack all of that, we have some wonderful, knowledgeable people at the desk just behind me. So let's go meet them. Lovely. Thank you for that spontaneous round of applause, audience. We didn't rehearse anything. Minister, you and your team must have had a lot of sleepless nights, drunk a lot of coffee, caffeine, in the run-up to this. How does it feel now that the curtain's up and the day's finally here?
Well, I'm glad you had some makeup here to make sure that we looked a bit appropriate. No, these are anxious days, but at the same time, we've been preparing for this for over a year, and we've rehearsed all the scenarios, we've done all the repetitions, so actually everyone's eager to get started.
Yeah. Before we continue, let me introduce everyone who's at the table here, because we've got yourself, Minister of Justice and Security of the Netherlands, Mr. David van Weel. We've got from the Geopolitics and Security Studies Center in Lithuania, also a host of past NATO summits, Linas Kojala. We have from the Atlantic Council's Europe Center in the US, Rachel Rizzo. Welcome. And the director of the Atlantic Association in the Netherlands, Anna van Zoest. Okay, right, before we get even further into it, we've got a short video which I think captures a little bit of just what's gone into organizing this, frankly, colossal event.
Het is echt een mega-operatie.
Het wordt wel de grootste logistieke operatie van Nederland genoemd.
We hebben geleerd van Litouwen, 2 jaar geleden de top, van afgelopen jaar in Washington. Wat waren daar de ervaringen?
Het oog van de wereld kijkt naar Den Haag.
Ongeveer 6000 deelnemers, heel veel hoogwaardigheidsbekleders uit alle lidstaten. Nou, de beveiliging die daarbij komt kijken, de mobiliteit.
Meer dan de helft van de hele Nederlandse politie is ingezet. We kunnen niet groter dan dit.
Ja, we hebben een aantal bijzondere klanten, om het zo maar te zeggen, die gewoon een hoger veiligheidsrisico lopen. Welk hotel zet je ze neer? Wat kunnen we wel accommoderen, wat kan er niet?
En wij zijn echt verantwoordelijk voor de veiligheid en alle facetten daaromheen. Dus wij werken heel veel samen met andere partners, Koninklijke Marechaussee, met Defensie.
Omdat de situatie in de wereld echt is veranderd, geopolitiek, betekent het dat er risico's wel hier en daar wat toegenomen zijn. Er zitten ook risico's op cybergebied. Dat vraagt ook extra aandacht en extra specialisme.
Wij weten dat Russen de afgelopen 2 jaar zo'n 190 sabotage en desinformatie en cyberaanvallen hebben uitgevoerd op ons Europees grondgebied.
Het is maar een paar dagen, maar er zit heel veel voorwerk in. En tegelijkertijd levert Nederland ook veel op.
Het belang van de NAVO-top groeit met de dag.
Ik heb een spuughekel aan bouwhekken met zwarte zeilen erin. Een beetje transparantie, zak 5 in.
Ja, ik denk dat het voor Den Haag een hele mooie gelegenheid is, hè? Stad voor vrede en recht. Ja, ik vind het mooi dat we deze mogelijkheid hebben als land zijnde dan, zeg maar, dat we dit soort dingen kunnen organiseren. Zeker weten.
Now, that definitely gives us a little bit of a taste of what's gone into organising this. One of the speakers mentioned there, though, the situation in the world is changing. We've all seen that, rapidly, so fluid, even the last, let's say, 72 hours in particular. Were there moments, I mean, that obviously has an impact on the summit. Were there moments you had concerns, David?
Well, I've had many concerns over the past year, but what we did was basically look at all the potential risks that we run. So whether they're state actor based, whether they're terrorists, whether they're activists or extremists, cyber attacks, you name it. We had over 40 scenarios that we took into account. So the recent events that unfolded fell within the picture that the bar that we set for security here at the summit.
Yeah.
So nothing extra needed to be done. I think you're probably in one of the safest spaces in the world right now, especially here in The Hague, or when you land at Schiphol Airport. But we need to be alert.
Yeah. I mean, you can't, scenario planning is of course essential, but you can't plan for everything. And it makes me wonder, I mean, this morning, there were news reports about trains being, there are no more trains running between Amsterdam and The Hague because cables have been cut. I mean, is it too cynical to think that, that could be a sabotage?
No, that could be a sabotage. That's one of the things that we're looking into. And then the question is, well, who was behind it? That can be activist group, it can be state actor-led, it can be any kind. The main thing we're trying to do now is make sure that those cables get repaired and that we get the traffic flowing, because in combination with the summit where we close down highways and people rely on public transport a lot more, of course this is an extra nuisance and an extra challenge, but
yeah.
We'll fix it.
And despite all the challenges, the expense, the logistical challenges, Linas, what's the value of face-to-face gatherings like this?
First of all, kudos to the organizers. You age quickly during the process. It's a difficult one, but also very enriching one.
Yeah.
So I think we cannot replace direct contact with people, direct conversations, and the public forum really adds up to the main summit because it extends the audience of the decisions being made at NATO. It directs connection with the audiences in various countries at NATO and outside of NATO, and because we need to explain those decisions. Those decisions are usually difficult. They involve spending more money on defense. They involve, building up resilience. They involve understanding of the changing geopolitical environment. So in order for us to be kind of fully ready for all of the scenarios, we have to involve the academia, the think tanks, but also a regular citizen of a NATO country.
Yeah.
So I think NATO Public Forum really plays that role.
Yeah, but I mean, Rachel, you've been involved in public forums before. We could do this on Zoom, couldn't we?
I mean, sure, you could do it on Zoom, but I think it would be pretty uninspiring. I don't remember the last time I was truly inspired by a Zoom call. It's been quite some time. But no, I think that what you said is correct. There's no replacing in-person conversations and the spontaneity and sort of serendipity that comes from those conversations. In-person, face-to-face meetings, I think, show the sort of cohesion that not just would-be adversaries are looking for, but that citizens are looking for as well. Of course, that cohesion has been difficult over the last few years, just given this new U.S. president and sort of how he feels about the alliance, but I'm heartened by the high-level statements that have come from people like Marco Rubio and the U.S. Ambassador to NATO about the U.S. commitment to NATO, and hopefully that's something that we can highlight and show over the next few days.
Okay, but let's build on that a little bit. What do you think is at stake at this summit, bearing in mind the context you just sketched out?
Well, I mean, one thing that we talk about is, societal cohesion and resilience. There's a reason that societal cohesion is so important, because when there are cracks and fissures within that, it's easily exploitable, and our would-be adversaries, I think, look for that. And so what's at stake now, I mean, last year in Washington was the 75th anniversary of NATO. It was a huge summit. We were meeting in Washington where the Washington Treaty was signed 75 years prior. And I think that the stakes have only grown over the last year. There are, this is almost a cliche phrase, but we're living in unprecedented geopolitical times. But I think that's true. I mean, even just given what's happened over the last couple of weeks and certainly the last few days. But I think showing that cohesion, coming away from the summit with the agreement to increase defense spending for the Europeans, I mean, these are things that are on the line, but it will also affect how Europe is able to defend itself for decades to come.
Okay, so cohesion, increased defense spending, kind of a unity Europe-wide. Anna, that says a lot already, but what would make this summit a success from your point of view?
This summit is very much about security and what is needed to stay safe in Europe, in North America. That's what we're going to talk about. It's also very much about Europe giving a very clear signal to the United States that it's ready to step up. So it's also very much about transatlantic relations, about the transatlantic bond, and ultimately these are decisions about war, about peace, about money. Decisions that will affect millions of people, and we really need to build a bridge between what's discussed here and what people in their home countries experience from day to day. And that's what we're doing with the public forum.
Is the bottom line, though, just money at the end of the day? Is that really what's going to do this? Is it the 5%? As soon as you hit that, then everyone's going to be, the Americans are going to be happy?
Well, in all honesty, I think what's going to happen and be decided today and tomorrow is incredibly important, but the hard work is still to come. Because as we move into fall and into the next years, governments will have to translate those decisions into actual actions in NATO countries. And that's where governments, but also citizens and voters will have to make up their minds.
Okay. Bearing in mind everything we've heard about the summit goals and what would make it a success, Linus, from your point of view, you were involved in the organization of the Vilnius Summit, NATO Summit in 2023. as well as a public forum. What did you learn from hosting that we should keep in mind today?
Well, these summits are of existential importance for countries such as Lithuania, but others as well. I'll tell you a short personal anecdote. I was walking on a street in Vilnius just a couple of months ago, and I comment on international affairs for many years, so people recognize me sometimes. And a woman approached me, and I don't know the woman at all. She was well-dressed, very smart, and she asked me a question. Is your daughter still in Lithuania? Which was not related to my family. It was related to my perception of security of the country and whether I'm kind of asking my family to leave already because the Russians are approaching. Because the Zapad exercises will take place in September, because Russia is always threatening.
Zapad exercises?
Yeah, that's the exercises that take place every 2 years by Russia and Belarus, and they are obviously always involve scenarios of possibly attacking some neighboring countries, and usually those neighboring countries are the Baltic ones.
Right.
So, and you know, just a couple of days ago, Putin said that where the Russian soldier steps on, that's Russia. So that's basically the threat we are facing. So I see the summits as, you know, a continuous process of making us more resilient and deterring the threat, which is obviously an increasing in size to some extent. So we have to be ready. And I think NATO's strength lies at deterrence. It was able to deter various threats for many, many years, except 9/11. NATO's Article 5 was never invoked, which is a great success story. And I hope this summit will build on this legacy and continue to make NATO even stronger.
And do you mind if I ask, is your daughter still in? I think we all want to know. You put it out there.
Well, hopefully I'll have to send my message to my wife. But yes, we don't plan on leaving, because I think that's also a part of the psychological operation, you know, launched by Russia to scare people, to make them less keen on investing in their own countries, spending their time there. So I think we have to be resilient in that regard as well. Obviously, look at the reality on the ground, but also not to get overly anxious just because of some threats coming from the east.
Yeah. Okay, well, some threats is putting it mildly, but yeah.
And politically correct.
Thank you very and politically correct, yes. Anna, the Atlantic Commission was involved in the organisation of this NATO event and the public forum. What's that process been like for you?
So the Netherlands Atlantic Association is working very closely with NATO and the Dutch government and colleagues from the Klingendahl Institute, the Hague Center for Strategic Studies, to other think tanks here in The Hague on shaping the program that you'll see unfold today and tomorrow. We're hugely excited because we're really trying to turn this summit inside out, to have the leaders come to the stage and explain why decisions have been taken and what it means for all of us. But we've also tried to use the wealth of knowledge and experience amongst participants and put those leading voices on NATO and the transatlantic bond, put them around the table, make sure that they have a chance to comment and to analyze. So you'll see leaders explaining the decisions top down, but also all of us here around this table with you, Ikenna, discussing and analyzing what these decisions are going to mean for us.
Yeah, and I said Atlantic Commission, I meant Atlantic Association, of course, thanks. How does this particular edition differ from previous ones? Have you been to a previous public forum?
I have indeed, and I am sitting here with great respect for my Lithuanian and American colleagues who have worked very, very hard on previous summits and previous editions of NATO public forums. So they know the massive puzzle that we have to lay with people arriving at different times and scripts and table settings. And it's a huge logistical exercise, but it's also very much about fleshing out what decisions really need to be explained and given the stage. What is this summit really about, and what do people want to hear more about, and making sure that we design a program that's both informative but also interesting enough for people to follow at home.
And in terms of the difference between, I mean, Rachel, this is the first time I've been at the public forum. For me, I mean, the level of security is extremely high. Is that normal? Is this is it more heightened now, would you say?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is, for any of us who have been to previous public forums, I mean, you've never seen so many policemen and women in such a small area.
Military.
I mean, absolutely. This is, like you said, Minister, this is probably one of the safest places in the world you could be right now. And it was the same for Washington. You know, I've been in Washington for almost 12 years now, so you get used to seeing security, and you know what that's like, and you live around it and amongst it. But when you have not even just 32 world leaders, but more than that, with the leaders of the Indo-Pacific countries coming as well, when you have all of them descending on Washington, it's a very small city. In just a matter of a couple of days, you see the nature of the city really change. And for people that aren't involved in the public forum or aren't involved in foreign policy and national security, it can be a little bit unnerving, because you're walking down the street and you're walking by, you know, Humvees and armored vehicles and tanks. I haven't seen any here, but I'm sure they're around. And so the effort that goes into that, just making sure that it goes off without a hitch. I mean, that's just what you see in front. Everything that's going on behind the scenes, like you were mentioning, it's like a duck on a pond. Everything looks like it's fine, but underneath the feet are going really quickly. So just making sure that everyone gets there on time and plans it well.
I'm disappointed we haven't seen any heavily armed or armor-plated bicycles. That would have been.
Yeah, well, next time.
Next time. There's always room.
Everyone's taking notes for the next summit.
Anna, you want to?
Yeah, I just wanted to pitch in, because I think, you know, we all realize how much this summit also asks from a country and a city, and people having to deal with traffic disruptions. And, you know, I saw the gentleman on the video complaining about these big sort of gates that are being put up. And I think that makes it even more important to really try to bridge that divide between what's happening on the international stage and the big sort of decision making that we don't really get to see, or only in part, and making sure that's somehow disclosed for a wider audience.
Yeah. And talking about decision-making, you know, I saw one newspaper headline that framed this summit as 32 countries involved, although it's actually 45, but nevertheless, 32 countries involved, but only one man matters. What do you think? Anna, I suspect that man might be one of your countrymen. What do you think about?
My countrymen? I mean, it's true. As I mentioned before, I mean, I think that what these NATO summits have turned into is sort of a how do we keep the United States, how do we keep one man, Donald Trump, what I like to say, engaged rather than enraged. But at this point, we have watched this movie 5 times. We know how Trump feels about NATO. We know what he's said about the Europeans. But we also know what other members of the administration have said about NATO. And so my hope is that NATO tells its story and Europeans tell their story, because it's a good story to tell. There were 8 members of the alliance that were spending the target of 2% of GDP on defense when Biden entered office. By the time he left office, that number had jumped to 23. That is a great story for NATO to tell to Donald Trump. And I think that there is a worry amongst some in Europe that if Europe does more, the United States will do less. Well, if this administration is planning on doing less anyways, which I think it perhaps will be, then Europe does need to do more. I am of the mind, though, that Europe doing more will actually keep the Americans more engaged. And so let's see how these conversations turn out over the next couple of days. I think there might be some other distractions that are, you know, going on, but that might actually be a good thing for NATO.
Okay. Yeah. And about those conversations, it's obviously super important how those conversations are perceived. Anna, you talked about the general public already. I'm wondering, Minister, again, given the global situation, instability, seems to be a new unraveling every 24 hours. What should people at home, the people on the stream watching this, what should they understand about our collective security?
Well, I think people are starting to understand. I entered the Royal Dutch Navy in 1994, and every month you saw a frigate being scrapped and the port emptying up, and defense was seen as something for professionals. in conflicts far away from home. And nothing to do with life here in the Netherlands, far away from the front line. I used to joke up until a few years ago that if you blocked people from paying by bank card in one supermarket in Amsterdam, you would have a national crisis. I mention Amsterdam for a specific reason, coming from Rotterdam. But this was the kind of resilience that we were in. We didn't believe in war anymore, and that's why we stopped investing in it. I think people really understand now, having seen the full-scale invasion in Ukraine, having seen how Russia acts, having seen all the attacks and sabotage that we're already seeing, that defense matters, that security is something that without security, all the rest doesn't matter anymore. But you need security as a base.
Do you think they really feel the need to bring that sense of collective security into their homes, though? I feel people read it and we see it and you're worried about it, you're anxious. But what can people themselves and families do to prepare for rougher times?
That's a good question. We need a sort of a cultural change. And especially in a country that's been far away from the eastern border, that's hard to do. And I see myself as a guinea pig. So I started when I came into office with sitting in talk shows and talking about the need to have a 48-hour emergency package. So that when something happens, it doesn't have to be a war, it can be floods, it can be electricity blackouts, that people can take care of themselves because the government might not be there. And in the beginning, people were laughing at that. And you would have one hand going up if somebody asked if they would survive for 48 hours. Now we're nearing the 40% of people that have prepared themselves for 72 hours or longer. We see that municipalities are looking at emergency gathering points, at shelters, at having emergency stocks in the house. Companies are looking at their supply chains. So yeah, I do think that we're slowly waking up that this is reality and we need to prepare.
And you mentioned the Eastern Front, Linas, in Lithuania, what's it like there? How ready is the public there? Do they have 72-hour go bags?
Well, we still have work to do. Obviously, our defense spending is going up. Next year, it's going to be 5.25% of GDP, so that's obviously a very high number. And that involves a lot of spending.
Civil readiness as well, though?
Yeah, civil readiness as well, because we've had this issue for many years. I mean, the issue of Russia being our neighbor, meaning that we have to be, agile in reacting to any circumstances. So hybrid threats are not something that we have been facing since 2014 or 2022. We've been facing that since 1990 when Lithuania regained its independence. So people are, I think, more resilient on the NATO's eastern flank than some living in the western part of Europe. But I think there is still more work to do because in the end, I think people need to understand that the state would need their qualities in case of any potential threat. Qualities that the people are best at doing. For instance, if you're a doctor, you can contribute by being a medical professional at the time of any threat. If you are an engineer, you can add up to this. So it's not also only about talking about who's going to be on the front lines defending our own countries with guns and military means. There are other ways of contributing to countries' defense, and I think this kind of mentality has to shift because otherwise we face this threat of being attacked and then feeling that we have to leave.
So what do you do? What do you do personally then?
Well, of course, you have to have a backpack ready, just in case.
What's in there?
Well, some stuff, I'm not going to be revealing, the secrets.
Pokemon cards?
Well, you need to have some hobbies, even at the time of any threat. But basically, you have to have a plan B in order to make the plan A work. So whenever you are ready, you have all the things that you are may need at any particular situation. I think you are feeling much more relaxed and prepared. And that level of preparedness makes you feel less anxious. And that involves not only military issues.
Yeah, but I really want to get into this because this is something very real for people. They're wondering, okay, how far does this have to go? We've all seen Netflix dramas about how to flee a situation, but the minister sketched out things that are in place or starting to get in place from local councils. What would the process be? I mean, there's some sort of alarm signal that goes out to the general public. People grab backpacks, people go, where do they go? What's in those backpacks and what should they be prepared for?
Can I give you a small example? We had a big blackout in Portugal and Spain just a little while ago. And what you saw is that having 12 hours without power already creates panic and anxiousness. And all of a sudden, the small candles, the vaccine candles, went for 60 euros a piece.
Yeah.
There's always someone that makes money off these kind of
especially in the Netherlands.
things. But that's the kind of things you need to prepare for. No electricity. What do? How do you cook?
Buy a paper map.
Do you have
Right,
a barbecue?
Yeah.
If it's winter and it's cold and your central heating is off, how are you going to keep warm? Those are it's very elementary. I think most people will survive for 72 hours with what they have in their house. But it's the process, as you said, thinking about it, feeling prepared. That creates the real resilience, and that's a great deterrence as well.
Yeah. And the same question to Linus then. What do you do at home with your family and your 3 kids and your partner?
So I have a gas barbecue, so that's my backup for cooking. And the rest of the neighborhood is welcome, by the way. You can also make it
a general
bonding.
We've got a general invitation.
We have stocks of food that we can use that don't always require water to cook in, because that can be scarce in times. We have loads of water that we can live off. We have a fireplace to keep warm. We have a radio that works on batteries. Battery packs for your phone, because your phone will be empty after 12 hours. And what do you do then? How do you keep in touch? So it's not rocket science. But you might need it at some point in time.
Yeah.
And cash.
Cash.
Yeah, that's my tip. I mean, in times when the banks are out of order, when you can't pay electronically, people still see cash as a mechanism by which to buy goods and transfer goods.
Yeah, even in Rotterdam.
Even in Rotterdam.
I've been carried cash for like 9 years.
Yeah, but this is an issue.
No.
Most people don't carry cash.
Yeah, I wanted to add one thing to what you were saying. And this goes back to your point that you made earlier about why it's so important to connect these questions with the general public. Hearing you talk about preparedness in Lithuania, it's a totally foreign concept to me because I'm American and because we are surrounded by 2 massive oceans. And the idea of an imminent threat is not something that we live with. And we're very lucky in that sense. And so the conversation that you were having earlier about meeting in person or having Americans go to places like Poland or the Baltic states and seeing what that actually feels like. I was a couple years ago with the German Marshall Fund, another think tank in Washington, and we went to Latvia and Lithuania for the NATO Summit. And you have conversations with people and you really feel, you really get a sense of what that is like living very close to a potential threat and how imminent that could be.
And how do you feel? How do you get that sense? Just the language used, the urgency?
The urgency, just the square mileage. These are small countries. The United States is massive. I mean, there's obviously people in the United States that are like preppers and have hundreds of cans of, corn or, canned foods ready for anything. But this is a concept of like being ready for anything that I don't think most people understand or live with. And so hearing people talk about that and seeing it firsthand, I think is a good thing for everyone. And this is, I think, a job for NATO as well, to talk about this and share these kinds of things with the general public, because that's where support ultimately comes from.
Yeah, the general
especially when
public.
it comes to defense spending.
Yeah.
I love the word prepper, by the way. I think we should put that in our pocket and run with it.
And
We also
from out
learned
west,
that
we love
Linus has
peppers.
a map on paper. I don't know if that came across, but I thought that was a really good addition. No, and I think this is exactly why gatherings like the NATO Public Forum and all the meetings that are taking place today and tomorrow are so incredibly important. And not only talking amongst each other, but talking about what we're talking about towards audiences that are just in that outer ring, but that are interested. And I think part of building resilience and building resilient societies is building knowledge and awareness amongst the public at large and making sure that that conversation about security and about NATO is being had not only here, but also in schools, at work, on the street. And that's very much what we're trying to do.
There will be people watching this thinking, this is scaremongering, this is playing into the hands of, say, the political hawks out there, the defense industry. We should be putting money into different initiatives that promote peace and collaboration and understanding and cultural sensitivity.
Yeah, let me first state, and I think it's important, that NATO's toolbox is mainly politically is a military toolbox. Yeah. So the conversation at NATO is often about the hard side of power. But it's very important that we keep on looking across the whole spectrum and that we also discuss anything that's in the diplomatic toolbox and that concerns sort of development aid. I mean, when it's about security, it's the whole spectrum that counts. But here at NATO, we're very much on the hard end of that spectrum. Having said that, the decisions that will be taken at this summit will affect us all. For the Netherlands, about 19 billion euros would have to be freed up to ultimately reach that 5%, building on today's GDP. So let's see what that's like in a few years. That's gonna have to come from somewhere. So having at least some slight understanding of what's at stake, I think is really a responsibility of all of us.
And you'd like to see more public discussions, I suppose, about collective security and people really getting more.
Absolutely, and you don't need to like NATO, but I think we do all have a responsibility to have a sort of general sense of awareness of the situation that we find ourselves in.
In terms of the public's resilience, is that something you keep track of, let's say, in Lithuania? How do you do that?
Well, obviously, you have the opinion polling data, but I'm not sure whether you can trust it, because when you ask a question, if you would leave the country in case of attack, well, that's hypothetical. I think we have to work on the structure in order for people to understand their role in country's defense at the time of an attack. So you have to know where you would need to be at any particular time. And if you know the place, that could be Riflemen's Union, that could be the military, that could be the closest hospital, that could be some volunteering experience that you would engage in. There are varieties of needs at the time of threat. So I think for people, most importantly, they need to have the information. They need to have the level of readiness that would make them feel much more calmer than any sort of panic or provocative behavior that could be inspiring to behave without any rational thinking. Yeah. But I would like to also emphasize, talking about warmongering, we have to recognize that even prior to what you, Rachel, mentioned, in 2014, NATO's spending was way below 2%. The average was way below. Like, we had 3 or 4 countries spending 2%. So NATO was not increasing its defensive capabilities. They were going down for many years. Unfortunately, that did not stop Russia from taking over Crimea, starting the war in Ukraine, and obviously launching the full-scale invasion in 2022. So now we are spending money in order to deter. We're not going to a war, hopefully. That's not what the Baltics would want. Nobody in NATO would like to go to war with Russia. We would like to avoid it. And deterrence, again, works well. That's the principle that's been the basis of NATO alliance. And I hope that it's going to work fine in the future as well. So that's why it was a bit puzzling for me yesterday, and also reading some media headlines, that we are kind of increasing the defense spending in order to please President Trump. No, we agreed on NATO regional plans in Vilnius and then in Washington, D.C., in order to be capable of defending in case of an attack. And in order to fulfill those plans, we have to have the necessary capabilities. And currently we have a huge gap in most of European countries because of the underspending on defense, again, for decades prior to 2014 and 2022. So we have to fill those gaps by spending more and by being ready for any eventuality. Then maybe in the future we could also decrease the defense spending because the geopolitical circumstances would change. But that's not because of President Trump. If he makes us do it, that's great, but that's for our own sake, for our own security, the European security.
Yeah. Did you want to?
Yeah, but just to say that it does help that President Trump actually puts the knife to our throats and says that we have to pay up. And I say that as a politician in a country that's not bordering on Russia, and where it is sometimes harder to convince the public that security needs attention and it needs huge investments. So I was there at the summit in 2017, which was basically the start of the ramping up of our defense spending. And I'm happy that we agreed, also my parliament, with a large majority in favor of the 5%. But these are big steps, and I don't think we could have made them as quickly as we have now without the persistence of President Trump. So whatever people might have on commentaries, I think that he's doing our own security a favor by pushing us to invest more.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone, though, is completely on board with how we're getting to that 5%. I mean, let's think about Spain. This is not just a small, this is a large European economy saying, you know, that 5% is unreasonable and counterproductive even. That's the language that they used. So what's your take on that? And Anna?
Well, I think it underlines that this requires very tough decision making, and not only for Spain, for I think 32 NATO allied states, which will have to turn these decisions into practice. And as I said earlier, we're not even there yet. We're just taking the decision and deciding together that this is what's needed exactly to ramp up NATO's own defense plans. That's really why we're doing this. So this is going to be tough. I think it's important that countries find a way out, and so they did. So that's a good sign. We have a signal of unity if all goes well tomorrow at the NATO North Atlantic Council. But it just shows how painful these decisions are, and I think there's no way of making them any prettier than they are. I think it's important to underline the necessity of them. But this requires something from politicians and from citizens and voters. So.
Yeah. And does it also say something about, I mean, just pushback on the way these like the 5% has been kind of as an ultimatum presented to some countries? I mean, you use the phrase, you know, put a knife to the throat of Europe and said, yeah, you've got to do this. I mean, could that have been achieved, you know, in a more diplomatic way, do you think? Or was that the only option, realistically, given the lack of defence spending over the last...
You know, political leaders have to show leadership, make the necessary decisions on behalf of their societies. So in that regard, I think there is a broad agreement that we have to increase the defense spending. The number is not out of the blue. It's related, again, to real defensive capabilities that need to be built up in the next couple of years in order, again, to deter. And that works fine. This year, I think all of the NATO member states, that was said by General Secretary Rutte, are going to be at 2%. This is a huge achievement already. We've agreed on that in 2014. It took more than a decade for all of the countries to catch up to this. So it takes a while, but unfortunately, we are on borrowed time. Ukraine bought us some time by defending against Russia so successfully and by obviously deterring any attacks on NATO countries. But again, we're on borrowed time. We cannot spend it more on, you know, internal deliberations on whether we should do this or that. Again, we have a clear plan and we have to now fulfill it. And President Trump played a major role in this. And we have to recognize the fact that without President Trump, Spain, you've mentioned maybe Italy and maybe some other countries.
Belgium's also shown some reductions.
Exactly. Yeah. So maybe they wouldn't be at 2% this year. I have my doubts whether that would be the case without an additional push from the US, which was also the case with President Biden and President Trump during his first term and President Bush and others. But maybe this kind of environment and the rhetoric coming from President Trump made it more, you know, realistic at this moment of time.
And Rachel, from a US perspective, how is this, what's playing out here in Europe? How is that received and perceived in the US? I mean, is it even on their radar? Like the general member of the public, let's say?
I think, you know, we say general member of the public, I don't think that they are lying awake at night wondering what Spain is spending on defense. But I do think that the way that Donald Trump, both in the run-up to this presidency and his previous presidency, talked about security, talked about Europe, I think made Europe and European security something that Americans understood better, but not maybe in the best way. Because the way that they looked at Europe now, at least what they were hearing, was that these were a bunch of free riders who were free riding off of America's security guarantee. Now remember, Trump is not the first person to say this. This is old news at this point. This goes back decades. But I think part of the reason that we have found ourselves where we are today is because America has been the ultimate guarantor of Europe's security, certainly since the end of the Cold War. And I always say that I think Joe Biden was America's last transatlantic president. Not because I think that this president even, or future presidents, will abandon Europe, but Europe will not orient the U.S. president's foreign policy in the way that it has in the past ever again. I'm confident of that. I'm also confident that this administration stands by its Article 5 agreements, but I'm also confident that after we finish the Global Force Posture Review and after we finish the National Defense Strategy, we will orient troops away from Europe, and Europe has to be ready for that. And I think Europe is preparing for that in the best way that they can.
And just briefly, before we focus back on Summit and a little bit of a look ahead, I get a sense that when you hear Rachel talking about the perception in the US being that there's potentially a lot of free riders over here, piggybacking the security that the US offers, do we, to an extent, does NATO or the government over here, European governments, do we need to also be worried about US public perception of
well, there's only so much that we can do to influence U.S. public perception. That's mainly up to the U.S. administration to work on that perception. But what we can do is show how vital it is in a more multipolarized world that you have friends. And Europe is the U.S.'s best friend, I would still say, economically, where we have the largest economic ties between our two continents, on values, where we share the democratic values that we've upheld for the past 75 years. And now we will also become militarily more useful partners. And so I think we need to balance that out. And then I would say it is totally in the US interest to keep NATO as it is.
Yeah, it was that, but in particular, that last point, I don't get that something that's missing from the media narrative at any rate seems to be the benefit to the US of this NATO alliance. The fact that foreign policy here is often crafted almost entirely in the shadow of US foreign policy. So I feel like that's a message that could be ramped up.
Well, thanks for the advice.
We're ramping it up. No, but I mean, how do you agree?
No, I agree. I think we've been working in stovepipes. So on the economical side, we've been in a competition mode. On the military side, we've been absent on the US side and relying totally on the US. On values, we've been aligned. But those things now all need to even out. So it's one package. You need to be on the same page in economic, in trade, in a military cooperation, in the values that you want to project outside of your own territory. And that's what friends do. And we can no longer work from those in different silos. I think that's where we need to get.
All right. OK, we're moving towards the tail end of the talk show. I'd like to talk a little bit about the outcomes that we hope for. Anna, you've already sketched out a few of them together with you, Rachel. Linus, what other topics, apart from defence spending, are likely to be addressed at this over the next couple of days?
Well, obviously, I hope that Ukraine is going to be a focus because President Zelensky is coming and hopefully he's going to have a chance to meet some of the leaders, including the US president. We have to have a plan on how to support Ukraine in the foreseeable future because, as I've mentioned before, Ukraine is successful in defending itself. We know that Russia took less than 1% of Ukrainian territory over the last 18 months or so, which means that they don't have a strategic advantage and they are not, going to take all of Ukraine in the future unless we kind of take a step back. And hopefully Europe is going to pitch in because maybe the levels of US support are going to dwindle. And we've seen some examples of that in terms of financial support. The military support is raining down as well. But then Europe has to step up and provide because we have a great ally now. Ukraine is fighting on our behalf. We don't need to send our soldiers to the front lines to tackle the threat. Ukrainians are doing that themselves. They're also increasing their industrial capacity, building as many drones as any other country wouldn't be able to. So we have to look at the future of European security where Ukraine is going to play an essential role. So what I'm going to be looking at is the atmosphere. And hopefully the atmosphere, the handshakes, the face expressions are going to be positive vis-a-vis Ukraine, because that could lead to some lasting decisions.
And in concrete terms, though, what's the minimum you want agreed to help Ukraine at this summit?
Well, I think that's not going to happen, but I think each country should contribute at least 0.25% of their GDP to Ukrainian defensive effort and the survival of the state. 0.25. That's not a lot. That's not a lot, but unfortunately...
You'd like to see that across the board?
Across the board, but unfortunately the current average is way lower than that. And you can clearly see that countries that are closer to Ukraine and Russia geographically contribute more than those that are a little bit further away, which is in some ways natural, but I think we have to take continent security as a whole. It's not like we can talk about Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Southern Europe. It's Europe, European security. And obviously, if NATO's eastern flank is threatened, everybody would feel the consequences, as we do with the war raging in Ukraine at the moment.
Mr. Van Wil, what would do you think about that hope for?
Well, I think we're doing pretty well on the support to Ukraine, although we're not an Eastern European ally, but we are continuing to contribute also in real capabilities when it comes down to Panzer howitzers, F-16s.
Are we at that 0.25?
Yeah, I think we're above the 0.25. I just heard the Norwegian Minister of Defense, they're at 1.6%. They're bordering Russia, but they haven't been in a security mindset as we've seen. So I think there are bright spots. I do agree that Ukraine is fighting our fight and that we need to help them in that fight. Yeah, hopefully something will come out. I'm happy that President Zelensky is already here in The Hague. He arrived late last night. He will be addressing Parliament here. He will be attending the dinner tonight at the palace close by.
But he's not on the programme at the summit.
No, but that's not too strange. If there's only one session, then it's not strange to have a session that's allies only. I mean, normally you have multiple formats, and then you have one with Ukraine and Georgia, as we had in the past. That's the one that President Trump disrupted in 2017. Or you have one with the Indo-Pacific partners, one with the EU. Now there's only one session, and then it's not unreasonable to have a session only with the members of the club.
Okay. Rachel, your thoughts on what else should be discussed at this summit?
Well, I understand that there's probably frustration both on behalf of Zelensky and Europeans that he's not wrapped into the discussions in a more official kind of way. But I actually think that's a good thing for him, because I don't see a scenario where having Zelensky sitting at a table next to Trump or with Trump at the table goes well. I just don't see it. I think Ukraine's future depends on how Europe decides to step up to the plate. I don't see the United States backing away completely, but it's not in our hands anymore. Certainly not the way that it was during Biden's administration. And this is why I think I was partially so frustrated by the outcomes of the summit last year, because in the communique, I think it was in the communique, it certainly was talked about a lot, that Ukraine's bridge to NATO was short and well lit. I don't think that's true. It's long and it's dark. And so that future is dependent upon what Europe decides to do now. And so having those conversations on the side without the United States, I actually think is a better outcome for the future of Ukraine
but that
and
said,
Europe
the communique last time around was very detailed. It was long and it set out steps.
Yeah, but
and the
symbolic
soundings now are that it's going to be kind of on the back of a postage stamp.
Sure. I mean, the hard work, no matter what is included in a communique, the hard work starts when you go back to the Capitol. And the hard work starts when you go back to NATO headquarters. And you really decide how are we going to reach 3.5% on hard security and 1.5% on these sort of like tangential security issues. It's good to show unity around a table, but the second that these communiques come out, especially the second that Europeans sign on to 5%, you are giving the Trump administration and potentially another future Republican administration a cudgel with which to hit you with. And so you better be ready to not just put pen to paper, but figure out where these costs are going to come from and where this defense spending is going to come from. Because as we know, it's these taglines that I really don't like. This is not the best way to measure the value of an ally, in my opinion, but it's what we've come up with and it's the best we can do as of now. So you better be ready to answer these hard questions, I think.
Yeah. I think it's also important to underline that this summit is about burden sharing, so how we shoulder the burden together, but also about burden shifting. And how Europe will need to prepare for a future where NATO leans more on European capabilities, on European stuff, on European troops. And that process has already started, but will need to be given a real push to ultimately guarantee the survival of this important system that we've built together.
And is there anything else you'd like to see on the like discussed here, or a particular outcome?
Yeah, so I think, like many, I would have liked to have seen more Ukraine on the agenda. But I think the way in which the stage is now given to Mr. Zelensky and various other ministers is a clever way of showing how important and how vitally existential Ukraine is to our security.
Yeah. And as someone who's been there before, you've been on the inside of this the security bubble and the public forum. What actually gets discussed? I mean, we've talked about what we want. What actually gets discussed in those in the meeting rooms and in the corridors? And you've already talked about how important body language is. And what should we be looking out for, and what will get discussed?
So many things, and I think the organizers have already made a big accomplishment, because the coffee is great, and coffee really matters. I mean, this is not a joke, because most of the conversations take place outside of the TV studios, outside of the stage, because that's where you build up the relationship. And I think this kind of, every NATO summit is in essence a confidence building measure. We have to talk, we have to make decisions, but we have to also recognize one another as friends and partners. So that's why I hope that the atmosphere, again, the face expressions, the hand gestures are going to be positive, because that's going to be sending a very serious message, maybe to some extent even a more serious one than the final declaration to the political elite, but also to the societies about the state of NATO as an alliance. Because there's always this doubt whether NATO could survive, right? There was always this discussion whether NATO is obsolete or not. And I think we have to reaffirm the importance of the alliance in every way possible. And those small things really do matter. And I hope that some of the issues are going to be not necessarily resolved, but at least kind of put aside, including, discussions about NATO countries not being in the best relationship with one another for some reason related to big islands or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, and bearing in mind how important mood is, Rachel, President Trump is on his way. He seems to be on a high, at least judging by his Truth Social posts. What do you expect from him here over the next couple of days?
I actually think it's going to be a good summit. I know there's a lot of trepidation about what he might do, what he might say. But again, in his mind, in his administration, it's been a successful week for them. Getting Europeans to sign on to 5% is seen as a success as well. And so, barring any snafu, which I don't think will happen, I think it's pretty well choreographed at this point. I think we should expect a much smoother summit than we've seen from him in the past.
You've got to have trepidation as well on a personal.
Of course. Absolutely. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But as I said before, we've seen this movie a few times now. Okay, Europeans know how to deal with
Trump. In that movie, what's the nightmare scenario that we want to watch out for?
I mean, the nightmare scenario is that there's some off-the-cuff comment about the U.S. not standing by its Article 5 agreements or pulling troops out soon. I mean, those are the things that I think are tough for people to deal with. But those aren't things that I'm expecting to happen. We should expect maybe some jabs or some side comments, as we always hear from him. But again, Macron, Meloni, Merz also. These people all know how to deal with the president at this point. This has become a well-choreographed back and forth, and so it's less up for grabs, I think. So I'm not as worried as I was in the past.
Yeah?
Fully agree.
Fully agree.
No, I think we have a working understanding with President Trump and most European allies, and I think we're in a good place, actually.
Yeah. So, in the blue sky scenario, ideal scenario is he says something like, "Let's make NATO great again." And maybe he even brings a new hat. Maybe he brings a new hat.
A blue one.
Would love that.
That would be great. Yeah. And your final hope, Anna. I mean, you wanted to make this public forum super transparent for everyone, give people a feel of what goes on behind the scenes. When the live stream ends and the snacks run out, what's the one message that you hope really sticks with people?
Well, let's hope the coffee machine keeps on working until we're all done. No, I think whatever happens, and I'm glad the level of confidence on the other side of the table is quite high. Whatever happens, I think it's important that we keep our heads cool and that we keep on explaining and analysing what's happening, so we can all place this summit into a bigger context also as we move into the difficult decision-making that will come in autumn.
And I've one final plea, if I might make it, that I hope that during the next summit, that me and my colleagues that are responsible for this civilian resilience side are also part of the conversations. So as we conclude that security is not only hard defense, but also soft defense, and also preventing hybrid or sabotage attacks, I think that needs a place at the table in our collective security organization that NATO is.
Why doesn't it have a place at the table now?
We never meet. I got together a core group of Baltics and Nordics ministers that have this responsibility. It's different in every country. In Sweden, you have a Minister of Civil Defense. In Lithuania, I think it's a Minister of the Interior. Yes. So there's all different players. And we don't naturally meet on this topic because it's new. And that's what we need to work on. And I think NATO is a great place to gather and talk about these topics.
And what would it look like to have that fully embedded here at NATO? Like a dedicated panel or...
No, really being part, like the Ministers of Defense gather on a periodic timetable. The Ministers of Foreign Affairs do. So should we on the resilience side, because we're part of the same package.
Yeah. Okay, well, listen, thank you very much. We can hear the music, and we all know what that means at the Oscars. It means the same thing here as well. We have to wrap up. Thank you all for your insights, and back home, thank you for joining us here. You can join us again at 12:40 Dutch time for a show devoted to the hot topic of defense spending. In the meantime, that's it from us here at Studio Bravo, because it's now time for the official opening of NATO Public Forum 2025. So let's hand back to Donna in Studio Alpha.
Wow, look at this crowd. Welcome to the plenary stage here at the NATO Public Forum. To those of you entering in the room right now, thank you so much for being here today. And a warm welcome to our global audience tuning in online. I'm Donna Farazan. I am your Master of Ceremonies for today and tomorrow's plenary program here at the NATO Public Forum, and it is a true honor to be here with you all today. We are now ready to officially kick off the day here at the NATO Public Forum, NATO's flagship public event taking place alongside the summit of heads of state and government. We are joined by an incredible audience. As you can see, over 500 of you are in the room right now, and thousands watching from across the world. To officially open today's proceedings, it is my great honor to welcome the Secretary General of NATO. He will be joined in conversation with Benedikt Franke, Vice Chairman and CEO of the Munich Security Conference. Take it away. Welcome.
That's the hot seat for you.
Very good.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for joining us, not only here in the room, but as you've heard, the many people in large numbers online across the alliance. Goedemorgen to all. As somebody who knows a little about events, people say, can I just start by congratulating the Public Diplomacy Division and the 3 Dutch partners for putting together quite a show. What a great public forum. I just hope all of you forget how smooth it was to get in here until you come to Munich in February. So to start us off this morning, we are honored to have the Secretary General with us. We know this is probably the busiest day of the year, so thank you for taking 30 minutes out of your busy schedule. And it's particularly brave of you because other SGs that have sat down with me in the recent past have, hopefully temporarily, ended up as finance ministers in Norway.
Yeah.
Now desperately trying to find the money that you are calling for.
Yeah.
May this destiny be spared for you.
Norway, which has some money. Yeah.
So let me tell you all how this is going to work the next 27 minutes and 20 seconds. I came prepared with many really clever and really hard questions. Yes, and I don't have to because your staff has just told me that a week ago you asked citizens across the alliance to hand in questions. Yeah. Luckily for me, they're actually better than my own. Unluckily for you, they're actually harder. So I will warm you up with 2 questions before we get to the tough cookies. And then we'll try to get through as many as we can in the remaining minutes. So, Secretary General, you have taken the take your work home approach to a totally new level. How does it feel to host your first ever summit here in your hometown, The Hague?
I feel so proud that it is in my hometown, and some Dutch journalists think that this was very well prepared. In 2022, when we started with NATO to have this lobby, to have the summit, this was at the Madrid summit, to have the NATO summit in The Hague, we thought about the 75th in 2024. But the US basically said, well, no, never. That will go to Washington. You can get the one after in 2025. Okay, also fine. But I was not able to plan for a summit and elections and for me become a Secretary General all at the same time. So, yes, I'm a brilliant planner, but not so good. But it feels really great to host a summit here in The Hague. Now, not me personally. It is now, of course, Dick Schoof doing it, the new Prime Minister. But I'm really proud. I live in this city. I was born in this city. I was raised in this city. I love the city, so it's very special.
Perfect. So central to the summit is, and that is also very clever, the Hague investment plan, branding wherever one looks, as agreed by the defense ministers a little earlier this month. Talk us through the plan. Why is it important and what does it mean for the alliance?
Yeah, this is really important. And let me just highlight what happened yesterday. Germany announcing that Germany wants to reach the 3.5% of core defense spending, and therefore the overall 5%, not in 2035. They want to reach it in 2029. Sweden announced last week they want to reach in the coming years the 3.5%. Norway, under the wise leadership of course, Jonas Støre, the Prime Minister, but also with the help of the Finance Minister, one Jens Stoltenberg, we know him very well, will reach the 3.5% and therefore the 5% in the coming years. So these are the first announcements now coming in. We know that countries like Poland and Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Finland, they are very close, already over the threshold, and many others will follow. So, and why is this important? Because we know that Russia is reconstituting itself at a pace, at a speed which is really staggering and frightening. And so we have to stand ready. If we don't, we cannot defend ourselves in 3 to 5 years from now. Today they know if they try anything, our reaction will be devastating. But we have to make sure that in 3 to 5 years they won't try. So if we want to prevent war, spend more, peace through strength, we can put every label on it, but they are all true. So this is really historic.
Perfect. And I mean, we keep talking about defense spending. We also keep talking about the defense industry. And we've been talking about the defense industry for ages. What's different this time?
What's different this time is that it is serious and that the defense industry now finally knows what we need. So in the past, when I came in October and we had a big meeting in November with the CEOs of the big defense industry companies in this beautiful residence in Brussels, they told me, yeah, Mark, but we need 10-year contracts. I told them, we can't, because in the US you have a yearly cycle, in Europe you will have election-to-election cycles, forget about 10-year contracts. But now what we have is the spending plans. We know the money is there. Take Germany again. They will more or less double their money spent on defense compared between 2021 and 2029. So that is from about 70 billion to about 150 billion. This is just one country in NATO doing this. So we know the money is there, and because we have finalized the NATO defense planning process, where Pierre Fondier, who is sitting here as the Allied Commander Transformation, but of course also the International Staff at Headquarters, with all the allies, has worked very hard on this to assess what are the capabilities each of the allies need to deliver if Russia or anyone else would attack us. From there, we came to the conclusion that we needed this 3.5% core defense spending, so the industry now knows this. What we are seeing at the moment is that finally, but this can still be done at a more rapid pace, they are putting in the extra production lines, the extra shifts, but again, more needs to happen. We will have an industry forum later today. I'm constantly in contact with the defense industry, so I'm hopeful we will get there. But the Russians are really doing this. I mean, you know this figure. I think it is for them the 152 ammunition. They are producing in 3 months what the whole of NATO is producing in a year. And they are 25 times smaller as an economy than the overall NATO economy. So this is not sustainable long term. So we have to ramp that up. And you might say, yeah, but you also need drones and AI. Absolutely. We will do all that. Yes, exactly. I was seeing it here. No, but we will absolutely do all that. But every general is telling me, and please not yes, that I'm right, that still when it comes to warfare, the base is stockpiles of ammunition. And yes, then we also need, of course, the drones and the AI and all the new technology.
You feel warmed up now?
Yes.
So we'll go to the questions.
Oh, this was the easy. Yeah. This was the easy part.
So I think you'll see them back on the screen here. We'll try to get through as many of them as possible. The first one is from José Pereira from Portugal. With the US strikes on Iran's nuclear sites, alongside the Israel-Iran war, the Hamas-Israel conflict, the Ukraine-Russia war, how can NATO defend its allies?
NATO can defend its allies by two things. One is a deal. A deal we struck in 1949 when NATO was established that an attack on one will be an attack on all. But not just that. That's important. That's the Article 5. But what we have in NATO is the structures, the command structures, the intelligence structures, everything in place to back that up. So it's not just that I will tell you, I will come to your rescue if you get attacked. And we will see then when it happens how I will do that. We have everything in place, everything arranged, everything organized to make sure that we can do that. So NATO was not established only to fight the Russians if they would attack us. They are our most immediate long-term threats, immediate and long-term. But we also see China reconstituting itself. We see what China, North Korea and Iran are doing in supporting the war effort of Russia, the unprovoked war against Ukraine. So this is very serious business. Iran providing the drones technology to Russia and the drones themselves. And we see the impact they are having now in Ukrainian cities every day, killing innocent people. So this is all interconnected. So what we need to do is to make sure that we have the plans, the people, the money in place, and then we can protect our 32 allies.
Perfect. You just mentioned people in place. Emmanuel Jacob from Belgium has asked how to translate increased defense spending in additional troop numbers, including better recruitment practices and retention policies.
Very good question, Emmanuel. And this is happening as we speak in most NATO allied countries. I know from my own country that the State Secretary here in this country is working on this day and night, how to make sure that you have actually the people in place to make it happen. You will see some countries moving to general conscription, other countries are taking different views on this. Of course, this is for each ally to decide how they will do this when it comes to the HR policies, but everything is geared to make sure that we have the troop numbers. We heard from Germany, again, sorry that I come back to that example.
I like that.
Yeah, and I know, and it's not to slime with you, but...
but it's working.
It's working. You're really very kind. But they need, in the short term, about an extra, is it 60,000 troops? And longer term, it will be even more. So that means that you need a recruitment process in place, you need to have the salary structures in place, the money, etc., etc. But of course, that's there now. Because if you spend not 70 billion, but 150 billion in the case of Germany on defense, then the money is there also to improve the salaries you pay to your men and women in uniform.
So, Jean Cotalem from the United States of America says, polling shows that European publics remain deeply reluctant to paying these costs that you've just mentioned of higher defense spending. Are we at risk of a NATO-SATO gap?
No, I would not agree with Sien on this, because when you look at the latest opinion polling done in NATO, you see that many people, and it is getting to really high numbers, are supporting the fact that yes, there is a direct threat from Russia, that yes, if we do not invest now, we are really at risk that the Russians might try something against NATO territory in 3, 5 or 7 years. And therefore there is large-scale support. I see it in my own country. I've seen the polling data this morning in NRC newspaper in this country saying that there is now a majority of population really supporting the extra money spent on defense, because this is the great thing about democracies. You cannot fool people. So the people living in this country and all other NATO allies, they know that there is a change. That we are not living in happy land after the Berlin Wall came down. We are living in much more dangerous times, and there are enemies, adversaries who might want to attack us. And we have to make sure that we defend our beautiful way of life and systems and our values.
See, in Munich we loved the elephant in the room, as you know from your many times there. There is, a lot being said about our enemies, adversaries, rivals, but there also seem to be a few doubts about our friends. And let me pull up the next question. Maria Elena Guzman from the United Kingdom and Spain. How do you assess the reliability of the United States as a NATO ally? And what steps can NATO take to maintain unity and trust within the alliance?
Yeah, this question I got many times, particularly since January. And basically were two questions. Question number one was, Mark, is the US still with us? Yes, they are. You might want to turn on your television when Emmanuel Macron is visiting the Oval Office, when Keir Starmer is visiting the Oval Office, when Giorgia Meloni is... Hey, by the way, when I was visiting, you might want to see that footage. There is total commitment by the US President and the US senior leadership to NATO. However, it comes with an expectation. And the expectation is that we will finally deal with this huge pebble in the shoe, this huge irritant, which is that we are not spending enough as Europeans and Canadians. And they want us to equalize with what the US is spending. And when it comes to this famous 5%, the US is basically there. When you look at what they spend on core, but also on all the defense and security-related investments. But they want to equalize what they're spending with us. And for us, of course, the main argument is not to equalize. Yes, that is important because it is fair. But the real reason to do this, the first reason to do this, is the Russia threat. So these things come together. And then the second question was, okay, so the US will stay with us. They are committed to Article 5. We believe you, Mark. But hey, then they might pull down the troop numbers in Europe without making pre-announcements. And Sakir, our most senior commander in NATO, might be a European, a Brit or a German leading the military side of the alliance. There are many reasons why it is an American, because America is delivering all these enablers to NATO, also in Europe. So you want a US senior general to lead the military alliance on the military side. I said, well, okay, I don't think it will happen. And hey, guess what? The new Supreme Allied Commander has been announced. And last time I checked his passport, it was US. So that didn't happen. So my message to my European colleagues is stop worrying so much. Start to make sure that you get the investment plans done, that you get industrial base up and running, that the support for Ukraine remains at a high level. Luckily, it is still today. I mean, this is what you should work on. And stop running around being worried about the US. They are with us.
Okay. There are definitely other places we need to be worried about. Next elephant in the room, Ukraine. Let me combine two questions. Here from the Netherlands, Vitja Kolbeck says, with global attention shifting to the Middle East, how is NATO ensuring that Ukraine remains a priority? And later on, we have a question from Misha Ayev from Ukraine. How close are we to the solution of the Ukrainian conflict? And let me add a third bit to that question. We were fortunate enough to have the Ukrainian foreign minister with us yesterday at dinner at this wonderful Klingendahl Institute. And
Andrei Sibia was there.
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
So, and he said that his great hope for the summit, obviously, is that the president gets some face time, but also that there will be concrete commitments to Ukraine. So, what can you already say? How close are we to the solution? Will there be concrete commitments? And will the Middle East shift have a negative impact?
If we would not be able to deal with, yes, the Middle East, which is very big and commanding all the headlines, and Ukraine at the same time, we should not in the business of politics and military at all. If you can only deal with one issue at a time, that will be, then let other people take over. So I think we're all in this room and listening in, and the senior politicians and military people are able to deal with two issues at the same time. I don't think that's too much to ask. And by the way, we can, and the evidence is there, because at this moment, the Europeans and the Canadians have pledged for this year 35 billion in military support to Ukraine. Last year it was just over 50 billion for the full year. Now before we reach half year, it is already at 35 billion. And there are even others saying it is already close to 40 billion. The numbers I can now commit to are over 35. But I hope, of course, that the one saying it's close to 40 is right. But at least it is over 35. So that is fantastic news. And that means that the support for Ukraine is still at a level even higher than it was last year. And we also see a shift of the burden from the US more to the Canadians and the Europeans, which I think is fair, that we take a bigger share of this burden as Europeans and Canadians from the United States. When it comes to peace, I cannot predict when it will happen. I want to commend President Trump for breaking the deadlock. When he came in office, he started dialogue with President Putin, and I always thought that was crucial. And there's only one leader who could break the deadlock originally, and that had to be the American president because he is the most powerful leader in the world and leading 25% of world GDP and the mightiest and most powerful military in the world. So him doing that, breaking that deadlock, was very important. But this doesn't mean that we are now getting to a deal immediately. It will take time. But it helps, and in the meantime we have to make sure that Ukraine has everything to stay in the fight, that Ukraine is in the strongest possible position when real talks would start. So I'm not talking about these talks which this Russian historian is now leading, going back to 1,000 years ago, and then who was responsible for whatever in Istanbul now twice. And this is not serious business, and I was very proud of the Ukrainians that they sent the senior team there with the foreign minister, the defense minister, the chief of staff, so they took this serious. But clearly Russia was not serious, but hopefully serious talks will start in the near future. And then we have to make sure that whatever the long-term ceasefire or the peace deal on Ukraine will be, that it is lasting, that it is durable, that Vladimirovich Putin will never ever again try to catch 1 square kilometer, or for the Americans 1 square mile of Ukrainian territory.
Let me add. Yes, I think that deserves a round of applause. Let me add one more quick point on Ukraine, if I may.
That's not on the list.
I know.
No.
You took my cards away, so how would I know? See, what Andrei said yesterday is that for the past 3 years or 2.5 years, Ukraine, they've been security consumers within Europe. But they're slowly but surely turning into security producers. What is it that we at NATO, that you at NATO HQ are learning from the conflict in Ukraine?
Enormous, a lot. So we have this joint organization now in Poland, JTEC, which is capturing all the lessons from the war. And of course we are learning day in, day out from what the Ukrainians are doing. We also are learning that and seeing that the Russians are copying what the Ukrainians are doing in 2 or 3 weeks. So it is a learning cycle which basically takes 2-3 weeks at a time. It forces us at NATO and in each allied country to really reconsider, think through all our basic defense concepts compared to 3.5 years ago. So that's one. Second, don't forget, Ukraine is one of the biggest producers of weaponry in Europe. It has a huge defense industrial base. The problem is there is an untapped potential of about $35 billion, which they still could develop. And the good thing now is, we mentioned Jens Stoltenberg before, and Norway, but let me also mention Denmark and Lithuania, that many countries who have seen their own stockpiles getting more and more depleted are now also investing in this defense industrial base in Ukraine, so that Ukraine can therefore produce the weapons it needs to produce for the warfare. It's also helping them economically. It is helping us long term, because the defense industrial base will be there after the war, also of course for Europeans and other allies to buy from. Let's not forget, by the way, that Turkey has a very big defense industrial base. We sometimes forget, but they have. I have visited some of their companies. It's really impressive. That's one of the reasons we have to make sure that the Turkish defense industrial base is as closely connected as possible to the UK, Norway and the European Union. Let's not have these fences drawn up within NATO. It won't help. But back to Ukraine. And then, of course, we have the Czech ammunition initiative, which started now 1.5 years ago in February 2024, and which is really successful and making sure that 155 ammunition and other deliveries into Ukraine keep on going.
Let's go back to the questions. I'm not sure how the UK sneaked in a second question, but they did. How does the Secretary General, EU, view the situation on the alliance southern border, given Russian influence in Africa, persistent conflict, climate change, fragile governments, and migration?
This is one of the reasons why we constantly have to do the 360 degrees. Because, as I said, our long-term direct threat is Russia. But it is not the only threat. There might be others. China is not having now 4 of its defense companies in the top 10 defense companies worldwide, only because of the parades in Beijing. They might want to do some stuff with their military capabilities going forward. And we know the risks we run with Taiwan, and that if that would happen, that obviously Xi Jinping will call his junior colleague in the Kremlin and tell him, hey, Vladimir, I back you up so much now, and you know who is really in power in this relationship. It's not you, it's the one on this side of the line. Can you keep them busy in Europe? So that's China, Russia. Then when it comes to the southern border, it's crucial. And this is something Spain and Portugal and Italy and Greece have consistently fought for. That NATO is very much concentrating on the southern border. We are opening an office in Jordan. Of course, we have the NATO mission in Iraq. We are helping in the G5 Sahel. Mauritania is a close partner, for example. We know that whole region, when you look at the map, China and Russia are rapidly, when it comes to Africa and the G5 Sahel, but also generally Africa, mid and north of Africa, the Chinese and the Russians are rapidly gaining influence. So let's not be naive. That's why we have a special representative. I personally have a special representative for the southern neighborhood. For the south, and therefore southern neighborhood and the southern flank. And he is constantly traveling, this guy who is really excellent, traveling all these countries and making sure that wherever NATO can help, we do.
Perfect. We've around 5 minutes left. 2 more questions, I think, both of them.
Who's coming after me?
The Prime Minister. The real Prime Minister.
We can take more time. No. I'm kidding.
So, next question from Estonia, Eva Zula. How do we speed up the adoption of emerging and disruptive technologies, including for use in missions and operations?
But this is crucial. And as I said, yes, this is all happening, but let's not forget about the base, and that's the ammunition, because I'm really worried about ammunition. I'm happy that the UK is now building 6 new ammunition factories as part of their defense plans launched 3 weeks ago. But of course, when it comes to emerging and disruptive technologies, we have to be at the forefront here. Again, the war in Ukraine, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, is giving Ukraine and the whole of NATO a lot of insights when it comes to exactly this question. We also know that, of course, this has an impact on cyber, on hybrid. It's one of the reasons why this is on the agenda today and tomorrow, hybrid, cyber, etc., to make sure that as an alliance, we can not only fight the visible wars, but that we are also able to confront any adversary when it comes to that. And one of the things Pierre did together with Chris Cavoli, when on the 25th of December, we had this attack between Finland and Estonia on one of the sea cables, is that we brought together this Baltic Sentry activity, which is now sailing the Baltic Sea. The Russians hate it. They really hate it, so I love it. And this is basically to say, well, hey, guys, you have all these merchant ships. They constantly lose their anchors, and then they have that anchor slap over the seabed for 100 miles. We might do a support mission into Russia to teach your commercial fleet how to sail those ships, because it seems to be very difficult for you guys, if there is no other intention. And one of the things I learned with Baltic Sentry is that when something is called an activity and not a mission, you do not need 32 approval. So I said, from now on, we only will have activities and no missions, because it speeds up the decision-making process. They brought together this whole activity, I should not say mission, in 10 days. And this was, I think, one of the fastest deployed activities in NATO history. Yeah.
Perfect. Italy has also somehow managed to sneak in 2 questions. I'm not going to take this one. I'm taking one that fits here. It says, in a world like today's, how does NATO plan to increase its defense against cyber attacks? And how, specifically, will artificial intelligence be used to pursue this target?
Yeah, well, obviously this is key. So I've been personally speaking to technology experts on this, but of course, that's me as an historian trying to understand that new technology. Don't leave it with me. But obviously we have experts in NATO, in the military side, in the international staff, in the military committee, led by Admiral Dragones. So we have these experts in the building, and I think that's particularly crucial. Again, this is to the underlying issue of cyber, hybrid, and making sure that we can defend ourselves. And that our adversaries know, of course, what we do against them. I don't know, that's for allies. But it is from them to us that we stand ready and that we are not naive.
See, I've wondered how Italy sneaked in so many questions. Now I see the Admiral, now I know it's all clear.
Pino is an Italian passport holder. Yeah.
See, I think we have time for one very quick question and an even quicker answer. Justin Anthony Roven from Canada. Do you think it'd be possible for a Canadian like me to become NATO Secretary General one day?
Absolutely, Justin. I have no idea. It's not Justin Trudeau, I think. No, it's just
asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend? No. This is absolutely possible. I think there is sort of tradition that the NATO SecGen, I think, is non-American. I'm not sure, only European. I think so far it has not been Canadians. But the idea always has been, I think, from the start, that it is wise because of the US presence in Europe with all the enablers to have the most senior military commander to be an American. And that will continue to be so over the next years. And then for the Secretary General to be a European. But I'm now looking at the Dutch ambassador to NATO. Is there anything against a Canadian one day to become SecGen? No, I couldn't think of it. So Justin, apply, but not now. There is no vacancy.
Yeah, there is no vacancy. There is also no more time.
No,
Secretary General, many thanks.
Thank you so
That was very good. Good luck. Fingers crossed for the next 2 days. Make the most of it. Thank you for mentioning Germany so often. I hope my own government has taken note.
You asked me before to do that.
Yeah, I get lots of brownie points for this, so this is great. Can we now have the Dutch Prime Minister up with us? We're honored to have you here. You need to leave straight away, I've been told, but you now have to work. Over to you, Prime Minister.
I leave there, huh?
Yeah, we go. Thank you. Ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a proud moment for the Netherlands as a founding member of NATO. Because this is the first time that a NATO summit is taking place in our country. Now you might say, after more than 75 years, it's about time. And I would be the first to agree. Our alliance was founded on the principles of democracy, liberty, and the rule of law, as laid down in the Washington Treaty. And the Netherlands has always been deeply aware that without transatlantic cooperation in NATO, our country would not be what it is today, safe, free, and prosperous. So let me assure you that hosting this summit is a form of burden sharing we are only too glad to take on. This summit brings together NATO allies and partners from all over the world, from Europe to the Indo-Pacific, from the US and Canada to Ukraine. And we are delighted to welcome you all here. It's wonderful to see so many people gathered here in The Hague. This is also a proud moment for the city of The Hague, the international city of peace and justice, a role that goes all the way back to 1899, when it hosted the first Hague Peace Conference. And consequently, this is also a proud moment for me, as Prime Minister of the Netherlands. We've been preparing for this event for quite some time now. And before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge the effort that has gone into organizing this summit. Many thousands of police officers and members of the Dutch Armed Forces and countless other professionals and volunteers have worked tirelessly to make it happen. Today, it is happening, and that's a great feeling. Now, as you may know, the Netherlands is a trusted supplier of NATO Secretary Generals. Mark Rutte being the fourth Dutchman to hold this position. The first was Dirk Stikker, who was in office the first half of the 1960s. In 1966, in the section of his memoirs on NATO, he wrote this: "We cannot build international policy on the quicksand of idealistic hope. We must accept the hard truth. We must do everything possible to ensure that we are strong enough economically and militarily to be able to defend our freedom." It's an uncomfortable thought to realize that he could have written these lines today. The challenge he set with those words still rings true. The world is in turmoil, and we cannot afford to be naive. We need to face facts and accept the hard truth, and NATO must ensure that we are strong enough to defend our freedom.
You could even argue that the task facing us today is harder than it has ever been in the history of the alliance. For generations, a real threat of war in our part of the world seemed barely conceivable, even at the height of the Cold War. For generations, peace, security and freedom could be taken for granted. And for generations, that's what we actually did. But in the past few years, the situation has been turned on its head. There is now a renewed sense of urgency, a fresh realization that we have to defend our way of life, our fundamental values, and above all, our freedom. Since the Cold War ended, there have been times when people have questioned whether NATO serves a useful purpose as a military alliance. But those voices have fallen silent. NATO's relevance is now more visible and tangible than ever. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has been a wake-up call in this respect. Make no mistake, Russia is a real, present and current threat. Not only to Ukraine, but to the entire Euro-Atlantic region. Because it will be naive to assume that Putin will stop if he gets what he wants in Ukraine. For over 3 years now, Ukraine has bravely been defending itself against Russian ongoing aggression. And in doing so, it has taken a stand for freedom and security. Our freedom, our security. So it's imperative that we continue supporting Ukraine and put as much economic pressure on Russia as we can in order to bring real negotiations and a lasting peace closer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's no secret that we have some major decisions to make at this summit. Many are already calling it historic. I truly hope they will be proven right in at least 2 ways. Firstly, that it will be a historic show of unity, because that has always been the greatest underlying strength of our alliance. Let's not forget, NATO is the largest and strongest military alliance in the history of the world. So if we act as one, it really will make the difference. Unity is our strongest weapon. Secondly, we need to make some historic decisions so we can dramatically increase our defense spending. Or, as Mark Rutte put it recently, so we can make a quantum leap in our collective defense. It's clear that European allies in particular are going to have to invest considerably more in their own security. And I'm confident that that will be the outcome of this summit. The Netherlands fully supports moving towards a spending of 5% of GDP on our collective defense and security. Because the simple truth is that in today's world, peace and freedom does not come free. They come at a cost. But this summit is not only about money. At the end of the day, money is just a mean, not an to an end. And the question we have to answer, time and again, is how to maintain peace and security in a rapidly changing world. Obviously, the war in Ukraine has shown how important it is still to have sufficient resources at our disposal. Troops, aircrafts, tanks, vessels, drones, weapons, ammunition and other material. Without firepower, we have no credible deterrence or adequate defense. So the Netherlands firmly support all joint efforts to ramp up our defense production capacities, such as the revised Defense Production Action Plan and the Defense Industry Production Board. There can be no doubt that we must strengthen and scale up the European defense industry more quickly. Today at the NATO Summit Defense Industry Forum, governments, companies and experts will be discussing the ins and outs of this. We need to act as quickly as possible. At the same time, the threats we face today are different from those we faced in the Cold War or in the first few years after the fall of the Berlin Wall. We will also need new forms of resilience to respond to cyber attacks, the spread of disinformation, hybrid conflict and threats to our critical infrastructure. More and more military issues are becoming technological, scientific and logistical in nature. Issues that concern the whole of society. And that's why this NATO Public Forum is so important. As a meeting place for youth leaders, academics, military experts, civil society representatives, and politicians to participate in dialogues about peace and security. We need all of you, all your ideas, all your expertise, all your commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, while the world is changing, it's clear that NATO and the transatlantic partnerships are in transition phase 2. We face new and bigger threats. We are defending financial arrangements with the alliance. We are redefining financial arrangements with the alliance. And we are confronted with geopolitical shifts in power and influence that demand constant vigilance and strategic choices. But despite all these shifts, the essence of what NATO is and must remain has not changed. A joining of forces by the United States and 31 other Western countries, standing strong together to defend their collective security. Everyone must take their share of responsibility, and it includes financial obligations. Each country must contribute its own specific expertise where asked to do so. And working together, we must do everything necessary to write a new chapter in NATO's transatlantic success story. Because Dirk Sticker was right. We must be strong enough to be able to defend our freedom. That is fundamental. That is what unites us. That is the challenge we face. And if the Hague Summit can play a part in meeting that challenge, then in my view, it will have been a great success. Stronger together. Thank you, and let's go to work.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Wow, what a powerful start to the day. We have had the opportunity to hear from the Secretary General of NATO, laying out the key priorities and expectations for this year's summit. And of course, we had the pleasure to hear from the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, our host nation, welcoming us to The Hague, a historic and symbolic location for the summit. This is the ideal way to begin what promises to be a dynamic, thought-provoking, and timely conversation. Now, as we move into our first panel for the day, we'll begin to explore in greater depth the themes that will shape this year's NATO Summit. Throughout the day, this plenary stage will host a wide-ranging and impressive group of speakers. Heads of state of government, heads and state of government, ministers, NATO leaders, civil society representatives, young voices, journalists, and experts from around the world. The goal of the NATO Public Forum is to bring the summit closer to the public, to foster dialogue, and to create a space for open, informed debate on the issues that matter most for our shared security. Now, before we move into the next session, I have just a few important notes that I want to share with you, those of us in the room and also those of us watching from across the globe online. First, this event is designed to be interactive. We want to hear from you. There will be several opportunities throughout the day to ask questions and engage directly with the speakers. So if you're here with us in the room, I'd like you to know that our colleagues are here to assist you and bring out microphones when you may need them for a question. Just look for them standing by across the room. And when the time comes, our moderators will invite you to raise your hand, and then a microphone will be brought to you. So we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and questions. And for those of you joining us online, you can participate and engage directly through the event app. If you haven't already, now is a great time to make sure you are fully connected. And I'd actually like to walk it through with everyone in this room and watching online. So if you want to take out your phone, find the email you received inviting you to download the official event app. Once you download it, open the app and search for NATO Public Forum 2025. You'll enter your first name, last name, and email address used to register. Just tap the arrow, enter the verification code, and you're in. Inside the app, you will find the event agenda, speakers, live stream, and much more. And it is your personal event hub that we encourage you to use throughout the day. Now, this forum isn't just happening inside this room, it is being amplified around the world. So you are encouraged to communicate about the event on social media, follow up on the discussion, and amplify your own conversations online by using the hashtag NATO Summit. I also want to mention that you can follow our co-organizing think tanks, content creators, and a group of on-site podcasters who are bringing fresh behind-the-scenes perspectives to the event. So to discover and connect with them, visit the social media toolkit in the event app and at natopublicforum.org. It's a great way to stay engaged with the content and continue the conversation that we want to do after today's session wrap up. Now, before we dive into our next discussion, I want to take a moment to recognize the incredible partners who made this event possible. The NATO Public Forum is co-organized by NATO and the Dutch government, together with 3 exceptional institutions: the Atlantic Committee of the Netherlands, the Klingendahl Institute, and the Hague Center for Strategic Studies. We are deeply grateful for their collaboration, insight, and commitment to public dialogue. And of course, we would like to thank our institutional partners whose logos you will now be able to see on the screen behind me. Their support has helped us extend the reach of this forum far beyond the walls of this venue into the homes, offices, and communities of thousands across NATO, member, and partner nations. So thank you. Thank you to all our partners, collaborators, and supporters. Now we will move on to our next panel discussion. As global threats grow more complex, NATO faces increasing pressure to adapt and evolve. In this session, we will explore the alliance's military transformation, how it's responding to Russian aggression and preparing for a broader range of challenges. We'll take a closer look at the current state of NATO's deterrence and defense, the key lessons learned from Russia's war against Ukraine and Ukraine's resistance, as well as the wider implications of Russia's hybrid campaign targeting NATO allies and partners. It is a deep dive into what's needed to keep NATO credible and capable through 2035 and beyond, guided by insights from some of the alliance's foremost military leaders. So, to lead this important conversation, I am pleased to soon hand it over to Terry Schultz, freelance correspondent for NPR and Deutsche Welle. As soon as Terry comes up, the floor will be hers. And again, we want to thank you all for being here. We want to thank those of you watching from around the world. Thank you for tuning in. And now we will proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Thank you very much, and welcome to the hundreds of people who are here in the room and the thousands of you who've registered to join us online. My name's Terry Schultz. I've been covering NATO for 17 years, so these guys are a little nervous. And very brave to be here with me. Let me introduce Admiral Giuseppe Cavadragone. He is the chairman of NATO's Military Committee, and Admiral Pierre Vandier. He is the Supreme Allied Commander Transformation, which, as most people know, based in the United States. And I'm really happy to have these two admirals with us here today. And for those of you joining online, be sure to join in the conversation, also here in the room, with the hashtag #StrongerTogether. And we're also going to be taking questions from people who have joined us here. So the admirals and I have all agreed that we think this is the best way for people to understand what NATO is about, and to spread not just NATO's way of doing things, but also to help you form your own opinions. This is really important in today's world, and that's why we're going to very much expand the conversation to those of you here in the room, and we'll be looking at how that works online. So I'm sorry I have a bit of a cold, but as a NATO geek, nothing could keep me away from this conversation. So we're going to start, because I'm a journalist, with looking at what's happening today in the world, and I mean really today in the world. You're looking at wars raging not just very near our territory here in Europe, but further afield, and looking at new capabilities being unleashed that NATO itself has to prepare for. God forbid it never has to use them. But as you look, as you watch, the way that warfighting techniques have evolved and are evolving every day, to both of you, I'll start with you, Admiral Cavadragone. What are you learning from the way that you need to adapt as NATO? We say defense and deterrence all the time, but that means a lot of things, and it means moving very quickly, doesn't it?
Yeah, but we can assume that, the adaptability, which is, a big issue today, is something that is within NATO, because we have been sitting around for more than 70 years, and not an inch of our territory has been lost. So, we have been able to adapt through, post-World War II, then through the Cold War, and then on the fall of Berlin Wall, and on and on and on. So I think that adaptability for our community, for our alliance, is granted. What we got from the new situation is just a mix on advanced technology need to go to step forward with what our enemies is doing, and also going back to the conventional, because just a mixture that we need to be able to match in the sense that we saw that we heard the noise of tanks going through border of a sovereign nation. We saw, missiles and drone and stuff coming from the air, just invading, just having the main rule during these battles. So we need to be able to match the right compromise between the two, because we need also, as Secretary General said before, shells are an issue too. Production and numbers, mass of shells are something that now is needed.
We learned that the wrong way with Ukraine.
Yeah, so that's something that we need to be able to analyze and to match and to get the good compromise.
Okay, and for you, Sakti, when you're looking at this, are you confident that NATO is planning ahead with the right level of innovative technology? Because you only review your capability targets every 4 years. By then, technology is, on a different planet.
So my job, ACT's job, is to make from foresight to warfight. That means that I have a bunch of my people, 1,000 people in Norfolk, that are looking ahead, what's coming on, and then they go from strategy to capabilities and innovation. What do we see? We see that the international order is melting. As the great, as Iceland, it's going very fast. And that brings to a full spectrum of warfare. That goes from low-end missions, from peacekeeping to cyber, up to ballistic battle and space. And what we see that, in fact, in all domains, there is a war, and the ability to weaponize all the spectrum of warfighting. So that means that at the same moment, you've seen that between the battle between Iran and Israel, it goes with Patriots, with ABM, it goes with ballistic missiles, but at the same time, it goes with drones, which are basically commercial drones in Ukraine. It goes with shells. We had that in World War I. It goes with cyber at the same time with space observation, weaponization of space. And so that means that all the money that will be put by the allies, that make a pledge in this summit, has to be wisely spent to have technological and strategical advantage in all domains. And so it's what we are working at.
When you looked at Operation Spider's Web, were you like a bit jealous they could move that fast?
In fact, it's a mix of what we could fear as terrorist attacks against ourselves. There was the Olympic Games in Paris this summer. That was a possible threat. And so internally, we need to deal with this. And you see that what is fantastic in Spiderweb is that Ukraine has been able to invent the weapons of the concept. They say, how we can make it? We don't have cruise missiles, we don't have ballistic missiles, so we will invent a sort of Trojan horse concept of operations. And they built it in a matter of weeks, and they made it. You perhaps know that they used the commercial network to trigger the attack. So it was very smart. Maybe one shot, it will be difficult to replicate, but they invented the concept and the weapons at the same time.
That's a good point, though, that we can learn a lot. The NATO militaries can learn a lot from the Ukrainians, can't they, Admiral?
Yeah, but just consider the spiderweb. I mean, we have been accustomed. I remember we have been accustomed to use a drone up to 5-7 years ago as for scouting, for reconnaissance, for recce, just in advance to some patrol, some squad, and on and on. Then all of a sudden it became really a weapon. A weapon as a decoy and also as a real weapon, like it has been used in a spiderweb with the proper, perfect usage also of special forces, just starting from enemy territory and come back in one piece. I mean, that means something.
What slows down NATO's military planning so that you can't move as quickly as the Ukrainians? Of course, it's a single country. You don't need to get 32 allies' consensus to make a move. And of course, you're not doing offensive operations at the moment. But just help us understand why things don't seem to move as quickly.
In fact, if I can sum it up, during 30 years, we thought that we were rid of Great War. So that means that we underinvest. Rob Bauer, which is your predecessor, made an estimation of 8.6 trillions of disinvestment during 30 years. It's a huge amount of money. That means that during that time, we thought that it was not very useful to spend money to invent, to adapt our tools, and that what we had was sufficient. Today, we see that we are in a very, very strong race where in all domains, we need to be smart, to invent, and to go fast. I think the most important thing is speed. Speed. That means that each day, we need to be better. And all the time you spend to chat and not to decide is wasting time. So what we do today is important. That's why I'm here. But I can tell you that while I'm here, my people are working hard for the Task Force X, for example, which is live. You will see some images in the forum. And so we each day we need to go faster. And when you see what is the competitors' military instrument of power, how much money, how much people, how much technology they put in, if we want to prevail and to defend our space, to be deterrent enough, there is really a question of time.
And so NATO defense ministers and leaders will confirm the new capability targets for everyone else. Every 4 years, NATO looks at, okay, what do we need? And countries agree to provide their contributions to this, proportional to GDP and other capabilities. So you've just had the next 4-year set. Do you think it's forward-looking enough? And maybe do you need to review it more often than every 4 years?
May I add something to what Pierre just said? I mean, I agree totally, 120% on speed, but again, we also have to add the thing that probably compared to the past in our procurement cycle, speed, compliances with the operational requirement. Sometimes we have been a little bit, not totally focused on this, and low prices. Again, more money doesn't mean that we buy the same stuff at a higher price. More money means that we buy more stuff. That's something that we need to keep to make it clear.
Affordable mass.
Oh, right.
Affordable mass.
We're going to talk about the money in just a second. But do you?
But I lost your question.
No, it's okay. I forgot. Well, I was going to come back to my question. I mean, I'm going to make it harder now because you didn't answer it the first time. So, you review them every 4 years. Everybody agrees to their capability targets. There are no consequences if you don't fulfill the old ones. There are unfulfilled capability targets laying all over the place. Should there be more consequences? Because now you've got new ones, and plenty of countries haven't fulfilled the old ones.
Well,
what happens? Nothing.
No, I think that the trick is that the new ones you are putting on the table should be considering the older ones. So it's just a continuum process in updating what are our needs. And that's basically, I mean, the key point would be this one. So capability target 25 would be, considering what 21 has been done, updating them and going, on a follow-on process. That's something that it's mandatory.
But times have changed. Can you really just let them float along? If there are no consequences, you guys are in those meetings and you know what the classified plans are. I don't. So what happens when a country just hasn't done it and you're going to add more on top of it? What happens in those meetings?
I think that the process is done in the way in which we will be able to fulfill this commitment and to fix it. I mean, that's part of the planning process. I mean, and Pierre probably is being in charge of NDPP will be more than happy to tell us. But I think that the issue couldn't be other than going through a logical process in which we update our capability requirement. To the to the future, of course, and just having a normal upgrading of what is needed.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just to complement, so NDPP, what we've done, it's first time in NATO defense planning process.
It's every 4 years. It's the review.
It's a 4 years process, and this process was, in fact, linked for the first time to SECURE's plan. So SECURE did the plan were approved by the allies, and then we, ACT, turned the plans in capabilities.
Okay, let's give a little background. Those are the new plans, the new regional plans by SECURE Cavoli that have just been approved.
And so these plans have been refined with Ukraine aggression, and so all the plans have been updated, and so that was the base we worked on to bring the capabilities. And so we've done the work, the SecGen explained, we accelerated the process in 6 months. So we've done in 6 months what we should have done in 1 year. It shows that time is paramount. And we delivered to the nations with grids and criteria, their targets, depending what is their military, what is their position in the islands, what is their GDP, etc. And they accepted. So the nations accepted the targets. They accepted. There was on the 5th of June. All the nations were there. Pete Exet were there. All the defense ministers, and they say yes. So it's a pledge. It's a pledge.
Yeah, but so was Wales. So was Wales, and plenty of countries didn't get to 2%.
So what we have today, we had before a pledge for GDP. So we said we will spend 2%, and so it's a figure. What we have today, we have something which is physical. We have a blue books per country where they say, we need this for you. We need number of aircraft, we need number of artillery battalions, etc., etc.
It's tangible.
And then it's tangible, and the shots we speak oftenly with are able to make the plans with SECURE and say, I'm ready for it. I will be in tier 1 and tier 2 and be ready for the fight. And so that makes very tangible efforts. It's not just a figure to put in summits. It's day-to-day commitment.
But tell me if I'm wrong. No, don't tell me if I'm wrong. But no, I think that also NATO is checking every single country, achievement every single year. Is that correct, or what?
So it will be the next phase of the NDPP, which will be given to DI, so the international staff, which is to monitor to help the delivery. So they will help industry to fulfill their goals. They will, through NSPA, so it's NATO Procurement Agency, have the country that want to procure together to do it. And then we will assess next year where we are. And so it will be the beginning of a new cycle, new political guidance for 27 that will assess the change on the international situation, the position of the US, and it will do another cycle.
So I'm going to ask one more question because I promised not to be so greedy, but I do want to ask about the money that will be agreed here at the summit. So it sounds, of course, like billions more money coming in to things that you have asked for, to things that you need with the military committee. Is that how it feels? Or do you feel like we're really just catching up to things that should have already been purchased, capabilities that should already be in place, joint procurement that should have already happened? Or do you look at this like cha-ching, basically, money coming in?
I think first we have a debt. We have a capability debt. You mentioned it. That means that the previous cycle, the shortfall were already 30%. And the new cycle brings an extra 30%. So at whole, the computing of this makes the shortfall is 53%.
Explain that.
Shortfall
in what you should have spent already.
You go to war and you say, I need maybe 120 brigades. Today, we lack in certain domains up to 400%. So it's a huge shortfall.
And it's a problem that money can't solve immediately.
And so the money will not solve it because it takes time to build an industry, to hire a land, to put the people, to hire them, to build the machines, and then to produce. So it's why, for me, the speed is so important, because with the new technology, with what the industry brings in, what do we have in Europe as an industry? we have space industry, we have car industry, we have IT and services industry. They can bring a lot to the military. For space, for example, we need to leverage commercial space to the military. It's what we do, for example, by hiring Planet Lab for 6 months, just to demonstrate that with commercial, we can go fast. We are running in the Baltic Sea at the moment, 40 ships of 10 different companies that we hired in 1 month, to demonstrate that we can supplement the lack of corvettes or frigates very rapidly, and so we will not have to wait that the next frigate program will deliver. We can do something now. And in a lot of domains, ACT is bringing some, I would say, backing solutions where with the available money, we deliver now. And then it lets time to the industry, the big industry, to make it what it's supposed to do.
And on the spending pledge, you come from a country that was typically a low spender, and
Not
you
me,
the
not me,
Italian
no.
child.
I'm not Italian, I'm a native.
You can hear it. He's not. But you were before you were CMC. So you know that it's hard to get this money, and people like me maybe look at this push for spending and think, okay, you had to rush it. You had countries that don't know where they're going to get this money yet. Are you worried that this spending pledge is only on paper, and then it's a great summit, everybody says we've had a success, and they go back to not spending what they've said they're going to?
I don't think so.
And you don't have to answer as an Italian, you can answer as CMC.
No, I answer as CMC. I don't think so. I think that, now we are at the point in which, all nations are aware of what's going on, are aware that we need to get there. When? That's something that probably is debatable and probably that needs to be tailored for every single nation, because every single nation has, again,
that's interesting,
public
because
opinion.
2035 is going to be in the document.
I'm sorry?
The 2035 is going to be in the document, so when is not... They're all agreeing to do it in 10 years.
Yes, but how to get there? We have 10 years, right?
Yeah.
So there will be probably one every single year will be checked. But again, it's something that needs to be tailored to the single nation, because every single nation has a public opinion, has voters. It's something.
I hear empathy for Spain here.
No,
is that what you
No,
say?
no. It's something that we need to take into consideration. It's just unreal not to consider this. But I think that the commitment will be taken, and I think that we'll get there. We'll get there. And just because it is so crystal clear that, we need to be, and today we are ready, like the Secretary General said, today we are ready. And Russia is not going to do nothing against us because they're going to be in a really bad mood. But what about in 5 years? They have an industry now switched, their refrigerators now are shells. Yeah. And they will keep on producing shell well after the Ukrainian-Russia war will end, because it is so easy to keep that attitude up to the point in which you will rebuild all your stockpiles and on, and they will do that, and we need to be ready to do that and to face that, and that will happen within a 3 to 5 years time frame.
Exactly.
This means that if we are buying all our capability target with the whatever is a percentage, and I don't want to get involved with numbers, but we need to do something which is a projection within 5, 10, 20 years from now. And that means that we need to spend more and more and more.
And as you pointed out, that timeline has been contracted just over the last year. You've heard even German military intelligence say that the timeline is shortened. But European governments don't want to talk about war economy. But when this comes up, it's very unpopular.
But we have war at our doorstep. We have to admit it.
Oh, well, military guys say that, but you're not the economy minister.
I've seen a very striking video on Twitter last night. You know that they were bombing.
Scrolling. You were doom scrolling last
There was
night.
the missile exchange on X. So you've seen the missile arriving in Qatar, and there was a video of people hearing the sirens. They were in a commercial center, fashion-like. And they were running because you had incoming ballistic missiles. I think if the Europeans have not understood what's going on, then they will suffer a very, very bad decade. In less than 10 years, what we've seen that a war of aggression on one of our neighbors that was supposed impossible. We've seen Pakistan and India fighting very hard below the nuclear threshold. We've seen Israel bombing Iran and nuclear program. What do you want more to understand that things are going bad? So I think the support of population, I'm certain, and I think it's my bet or my hope, that it will change, because things are going so fast and so bad that we need to have a consensus inside our population. Say, if you want to preserve your way of life, if you want to be free, to be able to go to work and not be jailed, you need to consent to defense. And so I think it goes pretty well. And the pledge that will be made in this summit is something that was unbelievable 5 years ago. Unbelievable.
True.
And
you wanted to say something?
No. Have you realized that the consensus is dependent on the distance from the battlefield?
That's right. Distance from the front line depends.
Right,
and the defense budgets all reflect that.
Yeah.
Every frontline state, well, almost. At
Which
least
is,
the northern frontline states
it is
are all
human.
at 5%.
It is human, of course. It is human. But at this point, needs to come up the cohesion, I mean, the way the alliance should behave, and that the alliance did, for example, 9/11, Article 5, the only time.
I was there. No.
I mean, country far away from where the crisis broke up, were ready to go and fight, and as a matter of fact, Europe lost 918 lives in that occasion.
In Afghanistan.
This is cohesion. This is unity. And whenever there is crisis, we have the chance to see if we are united and if there is cohesion.
Well, the Secretary General is trying this line, we're all the front line now, so let's see if that works. I don't know who it's aimed at. It needs to be aimed at ministers of finance in southern European countries. I mean, we'll see if it's working. Okay, I do promise you get to talk because I get to be up here. Do we have hands raised? One here and one here. Let's take those two. This lady and that gentleman in the middle. And please tell us who you are.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Marguerite Toeteman. I'm from the Netherlands, in my hometown, The Hague. So thank you. Welcome to you all here.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you very much. You've made several times you've mentioned space. And I think it's very clear that we have threats which we can see, but there are also many threats which we're not able to see. Can you elaborate a little bit more about the threats out of space with regard to China, Russia, etc.?
Okay, and let me take a second one.
Yes. My name is Uri. My question is kind of a little bit the opposite. We hear a lot about kind of like emerging technologies. What I'm wondering is NATO also preparing for the occasion that our satellites are going to be shot out of the sky and we suddenly have to wage a low-tech war or trench warfare, like we see now in Ukraine, or maybe 3D printed drones that get sent with like commercial technology. So is NATO preparing for low-tech war as well as the high-tech fancy capabilities?
That's a perfect question because we definitely did want to talk about space in this panel.
So space has been definitely a big shift in NATO policy. That means that we were customers. So we hide some satellite capabilities for the exercises, for example, to have SATCOM or to have complementary imagery. And NATO decided, the 32 nations, to go to strategy for space. That means that as we do with nuclear weapons, NATO doesn't own nuclear weapons. We have a space strategy, despite the fact we don't own or operate satellites. Why we do that? So it's your question. Space is a domain which is where you have an ongoing weaponization. That means that the ability to launch constellations, low orbits, and constant improvement makes very easy to weaponize space, to put orbital weapons or to put anti-satellite weapons in space. I think everybody has seen Gravity, the movie. So this is the past. The idea to kill satellites with a missile is out now. Today, you can burn it with electromagnetic impulse or with a laser, or you can grab it and desorbit it. And so it's why now you have a big challenge to understand who is doing what on the different orbits, who is jamming GPS, who is going very near from the satellite to do some simulated maintenance operations, and that will kill your satellites. It's why now, as we do in cyber, NATO needs to be able to assess what's going on. So it's why we're putting a lot of money on space domain awareness. We cooperate with the US and other space powers to do that. And then we need to understand what's going further, because the ability to do our operations, to scan the space, to communicate, to have the intel, is very related to the ability to monitor what's going on in space. And it's a huge race. The number of satellites has been roughly stable during the last decades. It was around 1,500, and it will skyrocketing to 20,000 satellites around the Earth at the end of the decade. So this is really a struggle. And back to your question, so definitely we will. You see that in Ukraine. In Ukraine, you have something that looks like World War I in the trenches, but you see World War III. You see ballistic missiles, you see cyber, you see drones, and you see, if you go in Ukraine, you will see, for example, the soldiers have their own device, and they have AI on it, they have the air picture, they have space information. At the same time, they fight in the trenches. So it's where we are. It's an all domain, as I said. We from trench to space, we need to be there.
Same challenge for you.
Yeah, I just was something to add. As far as this is the new domain, NATO is also transitioning. While we are pretty much well prepared and experienced on classical domain like land, maritime, and air, and also the structure, the NATO structures is already, solid. In this new domain, there are two issues. One, the structure needs to adapt, and we are doing this. And the second thing is just a matter of sovereignty, like many areas, like intelligence, for example, but cyber and space. It depends on how much the nation who are, in charge, who are, lead in this kind of domain want to share. This doesn't mean that they don't want to, but again, it's something that is a process that we are following, and we need to nurture, we need to improve, we need to push some time. But that's basically it. It's something new in which we have challenges, and it's just something in the technology field, but also in the common structure. And we need to adapt in this kind of new world.
And the better cooperation between the EU and NATO, the better this works.
Yeah,
Do you want to talk about that?
Not only in this.
But let's talk about that. I'm hoping somebody else asks that.
Okay.
But NATO-EU cooperation has to improve. What a waste of effort if you don't.
In space is very important. You've seen, for example, Galileo. Constellation is complementary to GPS, and today even the US Space Command General say they're happy to put Galileo on their own satellites. You have Eutelsat that's been refinanced, 700 millions, that will bring commercial constellation for Europe. So I think this complementary is very important because it brings resilience. You can't kill everything in one night, as some try to do. So if you have complementary, I think we need to create...
You mean an attacker couldn't kill everything in one night?
And so that means this biodiversity in the industrial base, in the solutions, brings resilience. And it brings deterrence, because no enemy will be able to kill us in one night. So this is very important. Yes, but so we need to build it for the future, because today it exists, but it needs to exist for tomorrow.
If I'm speaking about NATO, EU...
You knew I wanted to ask you about this.
I think is that they have money. They have money.
They have money.
They have money.
They have more money now than
And that's one thing that probably is not that clear. They also have a better leverage with the industry. European Union, more than NATO. So, the complementarity, which is a mantra that we want to...
Because they have money to help industry. They have investment money, and
also, they can push them because, they are in their within their...
They can also free them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but okay. So the NATO-EU relationship is strong. There is no duplication, but NATO needs them. Can you just imagine how many capability targets we can achieve through European Union activity, procurement? And that's something, the same idea of the single set of forces. We don't have a double set of forces. That's the same identical approach that we need to have. No duplication, just European Union, the pillar of NATO, modular, that can really be part of the NATO environment with a total, a great amount of advantages for both of them.
And it's a better time than ever. You've got two Baltic citizens in charge of EU foreign policy, and as the new defense commissioner, couldn't be a better time.
And also, be honest. We had also a kind of wake-up call from Transatlantic, just for just take more responsibility, take more.
Kind of,
it's not just sharing of investment. It's also sharing of responsibility and on and on and on. So just we have to catch the wave and just exploit it.
Okay, I'm going to take more questions from the audience. One from each side, way back there, and then this lady in the middle, the black hair. Yeah. Whichever gets the mic first.
Thanks, Terry. Alexander from Belgium with a question for Admiral Van
And a
Dier.
very good NATO analyst.
Admiral Van Dier.
My appetite's
How
here.
close are we to situations or scenarios in which NATO finds itself in a position of conventional inferiority, in which it finds itself in a situation in which it needs to offset by increased reliance on nuclear deterrence to offset that conventional inferiority? Thanks.
Oh, God, that's a complicated question. Thanks, Alexander.
That was for Pierre Van Dier, right?
Yeah, that was, of course. And I'll take the lady.
Hi, my name is Professor Heidi Hart from the University of California, Irvine. My question is about adaptation. What do you think, reflecting back in the past 3 years, has been the most significant source of adaptation that you've seen within the alliance? And where do we still have to go?
They would have liked that for the first question, because that's nice and broad. Okay, so he's taking that one. Good for you.
Question is very tough. So it's what we do. So we constantly, several times a year, make some war games. So we gather a team of specialists with academy, and we play war games. So war games, to explain you, we have a situation, and then we make a move. That means that the blue and the red, they choose what they do. We assess, and we make another move, another move. So we make war games with 5 moves, a move per day, so during a week. And that gives you very good hints of what we should do. So, and we see that the DDA, so defense and deter in the alliance strategy, is a very good one, because it's a good balance between deterrence and defense. The thing that the war games show is that you need offensive tools to be able to deter. That means that if you only shield, if you only have a huge dome, then you do not deter. You let the crocodile grow its teeth. So if you want to have the enemy out of you, you need to be able to deter. This deterrence is both conventional and nuclear. And now we see there is a pretty good continuum between nuclear deterrence and conventional deterrence. That means that, and you've seen that, for example, during the fight between Pakistan and India, that there is a place for a strong fight below the nuclear threshold. And so it's where the 3.5% are so important. That means that nuclear deterrence is not the ultimate protection. That means that the link between the two are very important, and the ability to fight below the threshold is very important. And so it's why this commitment to spend more is so important, is to make a credible deterrence from conventional to nuclear. And so it's what we demonstrate in the war games. To be able to deter is the paramount everywhere. Even the US in the Pacific, they have exactly the same problem and strategy to be credible in the deterrence, and that means be credible in conventional, be credible in the nuclear.
And you also practice it. I mean, more than and more publicly than ever before in the last couple of years. You practice at a nuclear level.
That goes to a demonstration of will.
And it used to be secret, and now it's not.
Part of the deterrence is public. It's public language. It's a demonstration of will. It's demonstration of credibility. So the summit, for example, in itself is a piece of deterrence, because it will show unity, it will show commitment. When we do AVA, the enhanced vigilance activity in 1 week in the Baltic, that shows that the alliance works. When I do the Task Force 6 in 3 months, that shows that it works. NATO is not a bureaucracy. I can spend 10 million in a flick of a switch to make something happen in the water. So this is a part of deterrence.
NATO is not only a bureaucracy, you mean?
It's not a bureaucracy.
No, but if you just consider that what a big change we have been compelled to do. I mean, we have been not spoiled, but we have been accustomed to unconventional, to asymmetric warfare for, I mean, since the 90s, basically. So we were just training and getting ready with small teams, special forces, and all this kind of stuff, you know. And then all of a sudden we, boom, went back to kind of conventional environment that we need to be ready for, and that's a big switch, a big adaptation. And the other one was that, as Pierre said before, I mean, during Cold War we were spending 3%. Okay, I don't want talk about numbers, but no, that's just the fact. 3%. Then all of a sudden we went down up to minus then 1. So I mean, that's something that it is a slope that we have to go through, and it is steep right now. So I think all these changes are just something that NATO has to comply with.
But conventional plus hybrid. I mean, that's the other thing.
Both of them.
So we're talking about all the levels of deterrence, and
the compromise is the key.
Yeah, and I mean, and how do you prepare for the kind of actions that we're seeing now, like possibly placing flammable materials in DHL, cargo holds, or this is something that NATO talks about a lot, assassination attempts on defense manufacturer CEOs. I mean, people still look and say, what is NATO going to do about that? It's largely not at a NATO level, but the deterrence still has to be proven there, doesn't it?
So ACT is implementing multi-domain operations. So we work to make NATO enabled in multi-domain operations in 2030. Multi-domain operations is not only linking the 5 domains, land, air, sea, so the maritime, the space, and the cyber. It's connecting this with the society. Because we fight at home. It's no more expeditionary war. It's fight at home. And so we are not in war, but we are not in peace. We are in hybrid peace. That means that every day we may have some, cyber attacks or DHL attacks or things like this. We've seen the cables in the Baltic. We've seen CEOs from armament companies that were nearly killed by some Russian guys. It's the case in Germany. So what we bring with MDO, it's a total connection between the military instrument of power and the society. That means we need to think about healthcare, about cyber, about power grid, about communications, about space. Space is roughly 90% commercial, but so we depend on it. And so if we want to be resilient, if we want to be credible and deterrent, we need to think as a whole society and not only giving the money to the military and say, fight for us and we'll make it. We fight at home. And so we know that this is something all the citizens need to think about. And it's why in the commitment of 5%, you have 1.5%, which is dedicated to global approach, which is globally MDO.
We might get more whole of society questions, but let's go back to the adaptation question. What's the biggest change that you've seen and the biggest change you think you need?
I think the challenge, I often say, more of the same will not save us. So imagine we have, in a magic flick, we have a huge stockpile of ammo, which we expect, we need. It will not be sufficient to win, because we see what kind of war is going on. So we see that in the Middle East, we see that the adaptation loop of Russia, in the Ukraine conflict, we see what China is bringing to the field now as capabilities. So we need to adapt and not to reproduce what we lacked during 30 years. So what is the new? The new is space. We discussed about that. That means that we need to leverage commercial space in incremental improvements of the capabilities. We need to improve IT. IT is a critical enabler for Intel and MDO. That means that we need to have secret clouds, we need to have seamless connection between the domains, we need to have a seamless connection with the society, with the power grid, with the healthcare system. And then we have another question of robotics. And robotics is very important because we know that we are aging populations. It will be very difficult to do again, and it's cool for our kids, what we've done in World War I. We will not be able to fight with millions of people. That means that if we want to leverage our technology, we need to send robots where we can not send men and women. That means that everything that could be automatized needs to be. And so it's a huge effort. Industry, the car industry is doing that. Space industry is doing that. And so the military needs to go there. It's why, back to my Task Force 6 example, with unmanned, I can just multiply the effects for just, and it's not very costful. So I think this adaptation, and so the adaptation game is much more a question of mindset and focus on the three domains I spoke of.
And how does that translate into military committees?
I'm sorry?
How does that translate into the military committee, the adaptation at the technological level, as he says, automate everything, that frees, troops up to do other jobs? And what is the most important one?
Well, it's just like Pierre said before, we need to, change and transition our mindset on that. And every single time we are able to use a drone or a robot, we are just, first of all, probably multiplying our effect. And second of all, we are probably saving life. Yeah. Something that we need to take into consideration. Of course, from our point of view, a human being is always in the center of the problem. We keep that as a focus on all the development. But that's basically something that the 32 nations share. And at a different level, of course, but it's this transition, this new adaptation is something that is first of all kept, received by everybody as mandatory. It's something that we cannot avoid at all.
And
the 32 agree on this. That's something that means something.
Okay, another round. Robert in the back. Short question, Robert Pichel, and this lady here, because Robert talks.
Robert Pichel, Center for Eastern Studies, Warsaw. The future of deterrence is one thing, but we have deterrence problems today, and one of them is the Russia that started using its military assets to escort the Shadow Fleet.
Oh, yeah.
And as the Secretary General mentioned this morning, NATO's Baltic Sentry is not even an operation. In your view, should NATO actually react to this challenge? Because if it doesn't, then Russia will, of course, continue doing this in a much bigger scale. Thank you. Was short?
It was pretty short. But I was talking during the second half.
I can hear it.
I'm from Hudson Institute. I would like to ask about strategic air and sea lift, not only within Europe, but also between North America and Europe. Are we prepared for that, airlift and sea lift? Moving troops and equipment in large quantities if there is a major war in future? Thank you.
You mean with current enablers, if the U.S. doesn't pull back its enablers? Under
Sure,
currents,
yes.
With things as they stand now, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Shadow Fleet?
Yeah, Shadow Fleet was first. And Russia said
Shadow Fleet is an issue.
increasing its assets and protection.
Shadow Fleet is an issue, something that the Military Committee brought to the NATO Atlantic Council attention. The first reaction, and I think it works, it was a Baltic Sentry activity, right? And that was we were having different Navy, northern countries, Navy participating, and let's say that all of a sudden, or the phenomena that we had at the very beginning, at the final part of last year, at the very beginning of this one, disappeared. So it works. It was the presence over there. It is not something that we can do systematically, and we are working on having this kind of activity on a long run, because we are still going on a month-by-month basis. But no, it's something that works, and probably it is the only way to try to deter, because this is the typical example of a deterrence. It is working, and probably it is the problem solving. I think that Pierre with the Task Force X-ray is gonna give us much more information on which the future will be, to be more effective and to save assets. On the other side, on the the capability to movement and transport on. We did that last year, I think, with the Steadfast Defender exercise, moving from US to Canada up to the North European countries, 90,000 troops successfully. It was 4 months length exercise or something like that, so a long one. So also they had to sustain it, but I think that was a success, meaning that mobility, transportation, and what it is, the preemptive action for battle has been done, I would say, perfectly.
And on the Shadow Fleet, if we
Shadow Fleet, it's not new. Perhaps you remember there was a story of putting some stuff, Russian stuff, in Syria, and so there was what we call the Syrian Express that was going to Murmansk, to Latakia or Tartus, and once European countries tried to board on a ship that was bringing some missiles or supposed chemical weapons to Syria. And then the Russian decided to escort. And then they went from Sebastopol up to Tartus with escorted commercial ships. So it's not new.
They hadn't done this, though, in the Baltic Sea, and they were denying that they had anything to do with these ships until the Finns and the Swedes started boarding them.
So Shadow Fleet is about sanctions and on oil sanctions. That means that they fill a tanker with oil, with the tanker they own, and then they have to sell it to someone. So what they do, they do bunker. So they make the two ships alongside, and they transfer the cargo from a ship to another one. They do that in several parts of the world. So first, it's a question of maritime domain awareness. It's the ability to track the ships and to see when you have transfer of cargo, and then to be able to assess who will buy this cargo. So it's much more something where you can track with satellites, with IAS, and then give that to the lawyers, say, okay, you are buying illegal cargo. This is the first thing. And so the good news is that you don't need ships on the sea to do that. You can do that by space or with drones or whatever. The other good news is that the Russian fleet is not that big, and they have much more tankers to escort than escorting ships. So there is a room of maneuver on this. So this is an ongoing story. It's the sanctions story, and so it has been discussed in the Ministry Committee. It has been discussed in NAC, and so I expect NATO will take action.
And once again, one of those issues where NATO and the EU really need to work hand in glove, because the sanctions are EU, and some of the enforcement is NATO.
One thing to underline again here, NATO is adapting because regarding to this problem, we have now two elements, two operational elements. One is down in Shape, and the other one is in Markham, who are, taking care and tracking all this kind of traffic. And also there is a great synergy with the merchant world. They are talking a lot among each other to try to get hold of what's going on that area.
Can I just follow up on the enabler question? Because the U.S. has said that after this summit, they're going to be looking at how they reallocate resources, which could mean fewer resources for Europe. How much trouble are you in if the enablers are among those things they decide they don't want to provide?
No, that's something that I kept on telling. If we are a strong, a mature alliance, like we did it. We demonstrate that we did. We will be able to. There is one ally who's probably reorienting some of his power or energy toward a threat or a crisis who is coming from another axis, from another direction. And the farther away we intercept the crisis, the better it is. So it's our interest too to do that. So we have one ally who is just reorienting his power, is a part of his power toward another theater, another area. Well, the other 31 will very, very maturely will just take care of it. Will just fill the gap. That's what we are expecting from a strong alliance, and I think we will do that. If this will be done in coordination among all the allies,
which they have
with times, and just to have a transition and not a critical transition. I don't want to say that it will be a piece of cake, but that will be feasible. I think it will be feasible. We need to be able, and we will be able to do that. And that's something that is natural for an alliance. That's part of the game. This is the evolving landscape that we are just facing, and we will just adapt to it. And this will happen.
You actually want to add something?
The US have been extremely clear, and it's not new. You've seen Mr. Obama in 2009 saying, well, it's the Asian pivot. Today, the US military instrument of power is not able to deal simultaneously with Middle East, China, and Europe. It's why they are so expressive, so demanding to Europeans to do their part of the job. The alliance we built in the 30 years of sleeping was a huge building, 32 stages, that's actually 2 steps. And so the 32 floor was a huge penthouse with a big swimming pool, which was dedicated to fire damage, fire control in the 31 steps. And what the 31 people had just to do is just to buy or to lend a fire detector to the guy which was on the 32nd floor. And today, what we realized, the swimming pool is not that filled, and the guy on the 32th floor is going elsewhere because he has something bigger to do. And so now what we need to do, we need to pay for extinguishers. We need to buy in common a big fire truck to be ready. And so it's what we have to do. And it's normal. It's not something we are not abandoned. We need to do what we have to do.
Okay, I'm going to take one more question because we have 2.5 minutes left. Just one more. Yes, the lady in the front. I felt like we had lots of time, and then it just melted away.
Hello, I'm Yassi Sauri. I'm a student from Georgia, the partner country of NATO. And since it has been mentioned, I have a question. In terms of NATO's recent commitment to increase the defense spending to 5%, I have a question. Is there any strategic plans for NATO partner countries as well? For example, joint capabilities, resource sharing, or joint operations? Thank you.
In the new budget, you mean covered in the new budget?
Yes, that's right.
I go, and then you'll correct me, okay? No, I mean just again, even if I stay away from numbers because we are looking for capabilities, but part of the spending, whatever it will be, the number, the percentage, is for. I mean, let's speak clearly. That 1.5% which is going to match the 3.5 typical straight defense spending, is for all this kind of stuff that are, around that goes around and helps the defense to be stronger. Partnership is one of the issue that are specified within this 1.5% dedicated. So I'm expecting that a huge amount of funding will be directed for partner country. And I tell you what, the importance of partners is. It has been not as important as it is right now because it's something that really NATO cares and that probably is going to make the difference in facing the new threats and what our adversaries are doing around the world. I can assure that this is top priorities.
And even though this summit document is going to be 1 page and Washington's was 12 pages and others are longer, everything still applies. So they didn't, you can still find plenty about partnerships that isn't erased just because this summit document will be 5 paragraphs. Okay, guys, we have 26 seconds. I want your last comment to be something that you want people to know, the public to know. No jargon. What is the most important thing that people need to understand coming out of this summit? We've talked about the 5%. It's going to be overshadowed by the fight over 5%. But what do real people out there watching us need to know about what NATO's going to do with this new funding, with its new initiative to really bring war fighting into the needs of today?
So one, it's a whole society question. It's not something apart which you think it's overseas. It's now and all of us. It's our kids. If we don't prevail, you will have to send your kids or your grandkids to trenches on the east part of Europe. I don't want it. I have 2 kids in the Navy. I prefer they are safe. So it's a question of whole society, a question of speed. And the challenge is to build the next generation of the industrial base, the future, to be in the fight, to be able to have the technology that makes us safe and not being threatened or blackmailed.
And everybody has a personal responsibility with the whole of society approach that we didn't talk about a lot, but it will be discussed elsewhere today, I'm sure.
I cannot agree more with Pierre. Same stuff. I mean, whole of society, citizens must be involved from the very beginning, because citizens in the next wars, they will be targets and first responders probably. So they need to be involved, they need to be part of it. And also the industrial base need to speed up. On all the chain, I mean, enemy, plans, capability target, money, procurement, and industry. The weak part is industry. Industry has to change their mindset and switch to something much more defense involved. They need to be part of the defense system, not just earn money.
So ranging from citizens supporting the shift in their national budgets to more defense, more spending on defense. Countries are going to have to get used to that. Citizens are going to have to get used to that. But also ranging down to preparing yourself, your family for the whole of society approach, preparing, looking to the advice being given that everybody needs to be ready to do their part, whatever that is.
You have some countries I visited recently where, for example, you have national reserve, where you have industry that goes to the military. For example, you have software programmers that goes in the military IT command to help to develop some softwares. You can have some logistic people that work in commercial that can help to do the military logistics. So it's much more easy when you have an all society approach and you have a seamless continuum between civil, commercial, and military.
Exactly. Less divide between the big brass and the average man or woman on the street. Yeah. So thank you for making this so approachable. I really enjoy this. I hope our audience did as well. And let the conversation continue. #Stronger Together. Thank you for your attendance.
Thank you all. Thank you, Terry, for leading that impressive lineup of speakers and valuable insights. I want to thank those of you in the audience who asked your thoughtful questions. We really appreciate that. And as we'll settle in, I am ready to announce the next upcoming session. NATO is entering a pivotal phase, orienting itself to ensure it preserves its strength and relevance amid shifting geopolitical dynamics. In this upcoming session, we will look into what future the United States will play in NATO. How are allies living up to their security commitments? And what is expected as leaders gather today at NATO's summit? Tune in for a strategic conversation coming up on transatlantic solidarity. To guide this important conversation, I am pleased to hand it over to Florence Gaup, Director of the Research Division at the NATO Defense College. Florence?
Yeah,
the floor is yours.
Okay. I'm going to listen? Okay, perfect.
Good morning, everyone.
They told us what to do.
Yeah, exactly.
They
told me you go in first, and then I'm first, so it's a bit confusing, but we're here. Thank you so much for joining me on stage today. I understand you're a very coveted person right now. You have very little time to think about anything else. And we only have 15 minutes, so off we go.
Oh, that's a luxury.
In your book, that's a luxury. What are American expectations when it comes to the summit?
Well, I think I've been pretty clear in communicating sort of what we expect. And, President Trump and the White House have been consistent as well. We want 5% on defense and defense-related spending. And I think we are, at this moment, going to get all allies on board on that. And it's a historic moment. It's probably one of the most consequential moments in this alliance's history. And what we're going to see is we're going to see a renaissance of our defense industries, both here on the European continent and in North America with Canada and the US. You're going to see a recommitment not only to Article 5, but Article 3 as well, which says that each country will invest in the collective defense, but also the individual defense. And so if you're going to see countries that have unique needs that they'll have to address, and at the same time, because of what you heard the previous panel talking about, the innovation, the defense manufacturing base, all of those things working together. We're going to have a strong alliance. We're going to have a lethal alliance. And most importantly, that strength is what's going to deliver peace for generations to come, because no one will want to mess with NATO and the alliance. And so it's a very exciting moment. I'm honored to be here as the United States ambassador to NATO. And we've accomplished a lot in the less than 90 days that I've been here, and the less than 6 months this administration's been in place.
So in the last 6 months, there's been, I'm not going to say it's an elephant in the room because everybody's been talking about...
You're not calling me an elephant.
No.
I'm not that big. Goodness gracious.
I did say crack a joke, so thank you for doing that. No, but the question is, of course, the future of the alliance, and how do the United States see the future of NATO? I know you know that the press has been going crazy a little bit. Can you just give me the truth?
Well, that's kind of their job, right? The press goes crazy no matter what we say. But I think we've been very clear. We, as the United States of America, and you look at kind of how we are deployed globally, you look at the strategic challenges that the United States faces on an ever more dangerous world. And I see this transition to Europe taking over primary responsibility for the traditional defense of Europe, a project that's been 76 years, almost 77 years in the making. I think this is a real moment. And at the same time, the United States isn't going anywhere, and I've said that many times, and I know you've heard me say it. The United States is going to be a reliable ally, and as you've seen over the last several days, the United States capability that only the United States and what we've built as a military can do. And at the same time, we have other countries that bring unique talents and abilities as well. And so I think that's what the 32 allies bring and what NATO can do and how it can ensure. Again, the United States is about peace. President Trump is a peacemaker. And if there's now peace between Israel and Iran. We're hoping that we can get to a peace deal in the Ukraine war, which is just awful, and there's no military solution for that, and so we need peace there as well. And President Trump and together with our allies brought peace between Pakistan and India. I mean, there's just there's so many places. We want everybody to flourish. We want all of humankind on the planet to prosper and to achieve what they possibly can without conflict, without war. But at the same time, the way you bring that peace, as we saw with our B-2 bombers flying from Kansas City, which is just south of where I grew up, all the way to Iran, delivering precision strikes and returning all within 30 hours and pretty much ending the conflict at that point in time, I think shows kind of how you get that peace is through that strength. And that strength is amplified and enhanced by this alliance, and because again we are only as strong as our weakest link, and if all of these countries elevate, get stronger, invest in their defense, I think we will have again peace for generations.
I think it's a very important message for mostly Europeans because they constantly worry about American engagement and is there a NATO without the U.S., et cetera,
We've never been more engaged. That's the thing I sound like a broken record, and I'm sure there are people in this room that have heard me say this in many different places, whether it's in Estonia or Latvia or in Turkey, wherever I've been. The United States isn't going anywhere. We're expecting our European allies to step up, to be equal partners with us in the alliance, and again, that strength with all of us, all 32 allies, is what's going to deliver that peace. But the United States is here to stay.
So the SecGen said this morning in this room, actually, stop worrying about the Americans and instead focus on investing on defense, which brings me to my next...
It's a great message.
It's a good message, right? I think it deserves to be re-emphasized. You mentioned the last few months since you've been in your post, you've worked tirelessly, of course, also on increasing allied commitments. What are your observations on the other allies moving in that front, increased investment, defense spending, etc.?
Yeah, well, I think we've seen tremendous steps forward. And even before this commitment that we hope is going to be agreed to by all 32 allies tomorrow, in the North Atlantic Council. I think you've seen countries moving out. If you've seen hundreds of billions of dollars spent. I think most importantly, and I think one of the things that I think has been driving this has been Germany. Germany stepping up and deciding that they're going to remilitarize, that they're going to take their rightful leadership spot in Europe. I think that is a good development. I think that is driving the UK and France and some of the other big economies, Italy, to really lean forward in their military capabilities, and that's good for the alliance. That makes a strong Europe, a strong NATO, and again, I just have to reemphasize that strength is what's going to guarantee the peace and deter our allies, because again, this is a very dangerous world right now we're living in, and I think the NATO alliance is more relevant today than probably it ever has been since the end of the Cold War.
I don't know if you remember this, but a few years ago, actually, I think almost a decade ago, one of the themes of a summit, I can't remember which one, was defense matters. I don't think today we're even questioning that. I think it's so obvious. Which takes me to, you just mentioned the B-52 bombers, to the obvious question, or not an obvious question, the obvious question I already asked you, the other question about the Middle East. We're sitting here in The Hague, we're talking a lot about transatlantic security, European security, but of course the Middle East is one of the neighbors, regions of NATO's. How do the events of the last few days influence the discussions that you're having at the summit?
Well, I think on the one hand, it's a slight overlay, compared to whatever other hot conflict is the focus. But because of the decisive action by President Trump, and because of the American ability to project power on behalf of ourselves and our allies, I think that has really reminded everyone why we need to make sure that everyone's investing in the common defense of the alliance. But I don't want to get ahead of the president. The president is probably going to be getting on a plane here just shortly, and we're expecting that he might deliver some remarks. And so I don't want to sort of like steal what he might say, nor do I claim to be able to read his mind and know what he's going to say, but I think he is, he is through around the world. But I think this was a moment where President Trump has really shown some leadership in making the right decision at the right time that maybe has changed everyone's calculation and lead to that area of the world calming down. And again, that's good for Europe, as you know, because there's been a lot of irregular flows of migrants, through Europe from the Middle East because of the instability. And so hopefully with Syria now appearing to be stable, with Iran maybe in check a little more than they had been, I think we could really see a generational moment here where the Middle East is more stable than it has been in a while.
We have a few minutes left, so I can ask you a bonus question, actually.
Sure.
Don't worry, it won't be scary. In the last few months, what has surprised you in a positive way about your interaction with European counterparts?
Well, I haven't been surprised by anything, because ultimately countries and their representatives represent their national interests ultimately. I think the interesting thing about the multilateral relationship inside NATO is how collegial it is, and how much we work on a daily basis together with all of our allies. I think what I have been, sort of, if you're going to say surprised, what I've been mildly surprised with, but also expected, was just how willing everyone's been willing to roll up their sleeves and to actually, put pen to paper, get the work done, draft a statement to come out of this heads of state and heads of government meeting that is impactful, consequential, and historic. And so that's been refreshing, I think is the better word, instead of surprised. It's been refreshing to see everyone roll up their sleeves and really get to work. We didn't have a lot of time, so President Trump obviously was sworn in on January 20th. I was sworn in on April 2nd. And that hasn't not been a lot of time to get this done. But thankfully, 31 other allies, together with the U.S. mission in NATO and the great staff that I have there, we're already working on this. And was able to step into the role and to continue to push it forward. And hopefully tomorrow we'll have, again, one of the most historic, consequential moments in the alliance history.
And we're looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Ambassador, for joining me here today. And I hope you enjoyed the rest of the summit.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew Whitaker and Florence Gaub, for that insightful discussion. We are now moving on to our next panel. This session will be coming up as Europe faces mounting security challenges. Stronger cooperation between NATO and the EU is now more vital than ever. In this next session, we will explore how these two organizations can better align their efforts to enhance deterrence and defense, safeguard critical infrastructure, and strengthen Europe's defense industrial base. We will also look at what's needed to ensure NATO and the EU remain coherent and complementary partners in a rapidly evolving geopolitical landscape. To kick us off, I will soon hand the floor to Christine Berzina, Managing Director, Geostrategy North, German Marshall Fund of the US. Again, this will be the session NATO and the EU working together for the defense and stability of Europe. Christine Berzina will soon lead us off moderating this session. She is the Managing Director, Geostrategy North, German Marshall Fund of the US. She will shortly arrive. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We've been spending the morning thinking about the hard questions. We're here to talk to you with today is on NATO and the EU, working together for defense and the stability of Europe. We have three excellent panelists for you today. On the far side, we have Natalie Tocci, Director of IAI in Rome. Next we, yes, clapping. Next we have Ilke Toygur. Ilke is the Director of Global Policy of the Global Policy Center at IE University in Spain.
Thank you.
And to my left, we have Katarzyna Pisarska, the Chair of the Warsaw Security Forum in Poland. Before we kick off the conversation, we have a short video that we would like to use to frame what we'll be talking about today.
Without strong defense, there is no lasting security.
We are in an era of rearmament. I have outlined in this letter to the leaders the Rearm Europe plan.
Wir können das Geld ausgeben, was notwendig ist, die Verteidigungsfähigkeit des Bündnisses zu sichern.
Sweden is very committed for reaching the defense investment plan. We would like to see NATO attaining 5% by 2030.
I think it shows that all the member states understand that we need to really move and boost the defense of Europe.
We know exactly how we will defend our alliance and what future assets and capabilities we need, from ships, tanks, jets, munitions and satellites to new drone technologies.
It's the question of the capabilities and it's the question of how to reach these capabilities and to be ready to defend ourselves.
Rearm Europe could mobilize close to 800 billion euros of defense expenditures for a safe and resilient Europe.
As we see in the video, there's a lot of alignment between the needs that NATO has and the ambitions that the European Union has for helping NATO and many of the joint members get there. There are many things that need to be done. And there is a boosting of deterrence that is a major priority when we look at the kinetic threats that the continent faces. Safeguarding critical infrastructure, talking about how we are safe at home and how we live our lives is tremendously important. And how do we activate a defense industrial base around Europe to make sure that Europe can keep up with and make use of the funding that it has? The aims that there can be between the EU and NATO are of coherence and complementarity. But how is it going? And is the European Union doing enough? And where are we going to go next? To talk about that, Natalie, I'll turn to you first. How do you see the progress that the EU has made? You've spent a lot of time thinking about where the European Union needs to go strategically. Is it on the right track with NATO and for Europe's defense as such?
Well, firstly, I would say that the EU has been, in fact, the EU and NATO have been on a really quite remarkable journey. And let me try and capture it in 3 words, but then try and problematize all of this. We used to live in a world, can you actually hear me?
Do we have
No.
Now,
yeah?
now,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. So we used to live in a world in which the EU was residual, right? It used to be the sort of 3D world in which there was this sharp distinction between hard and soft. NATO did hard, the EU did soft, and the EU was residual. Mark 2 of the journey, we move into a world of complementarity. The threat goes up. So let's say the second phase begins round about 2014, 2015. The threat level goes up. We realize that, hey, there's not such a clear line dividing the hard and the soft. We're in hybrid world, and therefore we need both, and therefore the two are increasingly complementary. And, you know, to be honest, we can't really afford to mess around so much, right? And kind of have these petty institutional dogfights. We then move into a third phase, which I think roughly goes obviously from 2022, but obviously it has now been turbocharged, which is really a phase of mutual reinforcement. Because yes, defense spending is going up and now will go more. As the video was showing, as the EU itself moves into this space, through the ReArm EU, through the 800 billion, and in particular, through the 150 billion SAFE, which frankly speaking is still a small proportion of what should be done, but at least it's something for starters. What does it do? Not only does it help address that question of fragmentation, but it also provides the incentives, particularly at industrial level. I mean, earlier, our 2 admirals were talking about, you know, it is the EU that actually have the leverage on industry because it obviously translates into money. And so what is essential is that the EU essentially provides the incentives for not only Europeans to do more, but to do more particularly in those areas, if we're thinking especially on the enablers side of the equation, where either they do it together or they don't do it at all, or essentially dependence on the United States and on those enablers to just simply use one term to encapsulate a great deal of stuff will continue. So that's in a sense the positive side. Yeah, I mean, there's been a journey, it's been quite a remarkable one, and presumably it's a journey that will continue to move forward. But let me end simply by highlighting 2 big, massive problems, right? And the 2 big, massive problems is that essentially both these organizations, both NATO and the EU, have a massive problem from within. The EU basically has to go through this genetic transformation of being a project built in and for peacetime into transforming into a project which is capable for war, right? And it is literally a change of its DNA, which is going to be a very hard push to make, particularly given that there is increasing resistance. I call it the reverse J.D. Vance threat from within, if you see what I mean. So that's, in a sense, a massive EU problem. But of course, let's not deny that there's an even bigger problem, right, in NATO, because there you have another potential problem from within, no names named, right? And given that even more so than the EU, NATO does really revolve and depend on its majority shareholder, it's all very well to assume that we're going to have a nice, gradual, coordinated, partial, sort of reassessment, redeployment, disengagement possibly. But what if it's not? So where is the conversation going to take place for something which is not gradual and partial and coordinated? And it can't happen by definition in NATO. It can't happen in the EU. Where is it going to take place? Maybe it's just a tiny possibility that it's all going to go terribly wrong. The next 48 hours are going to be wonderful. And in fact, the next 48 years are going to be wonderful, right? But let's just contemplate, right, that there is indeed a possibility in which it isn't. Where does that take place? This is where I think we get into the space of coalitions of the willing. This has been mainly thought about in reference to something very specific, reassurance force, Ukraine. I actually think that there's real value in thinking about this in a much, much broader sense. And simply to end on this, see how both NATO and in the EU can actually be brought in and leveraged to add to the momentum that can revolve around a coalition of the willing.
I like how you brought in not only NATO and the EU, but what else needs to happen and where else. And in many ways, sitting in this room today with the people in this room today, we are talking about this additional space, a space to have honest conversations in order to identify and help facilitate a movement towards what needs to happen next. With that element of gut check in mind, Katarzyna, you're in a place where the notion of security is very immediate. In Warsaw, along the eastern flank in general, this isn't an abstract conversation about European defense. How do you see EU and NATO and what the EU is doing right now to strengthen defense? Is this on the right track? Does it have actual impact?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. Indeed, there is a reason why Poland today is spending 4.7 and will hit the 5% threshold next year. The reason is obvious. We are the frontier of NATO, and we have been preparing for potential Russian aggression is cracking. The fact that we have been very hesitant at the beginning to impose heavy sanctions on Russia at that time gave Russia the leeway, continued to buy oil and gas from Russia, and gave the space actually for the 2022 full-scale invasion, is part, I think, of our weakness that we have shown. At the same time, since 2014 and the Warsaw NATO Summit, Poland has been not only committed to 2% since then, but actually beefing up much more, because we've seen not only the threat of conventional war, but all the hybrid threats that Russia has been using, first against Ukraine and now also against Poland. We have the weaponization of migration. Our border is under constant pressure. We have built a big wall. This is going to be co-financed actually by the European Union. We are building this Eastern Shield that's going to be mined, that is going to be a huge border that's going to protect us from potential aggression. And mind, this is the Polish-Belarusian border, so we're already preparing that as the Russian forces are in Belarus. If there is an aggression, it might come through the territory of Belarus. But hybrid threats, are a daily thing, unfortunately, in Poland. We have arson attacks, we have cyber attacks on a continuous basis, we have huge disinformation attacks. Currently, a lot of them actually are targeted to weaken our belief that NATO will be there for us, that Article 5 is going to work, but also in the EU. I think the EU is in a much harder position overall. We here in this room all absolutely agree, see the synergies, understand how the European Union has evolved, how much leeway it has from sanctions to other tools, including financing of defense. But I think a lot of our publics, and even the Polish public, still tends to see the EU as something separate from defense, something separate from security, even maybe potentially weakening Article 5 and making, Americans want to leave if the EU is too active. So we really need to do so much more work to counter these narratives. Again, here in The Hague, we all agree there's a synergy, we're working together. The EU has a very resolved leadership, including Kaja Kallas, Commissioner Kubilius, even the President van der Leyen have said very clearly where the threat is and what has to be done from the EU side. But again, I think this is not reaching the public, that there is this solidarity and this synergy, and this is what I see as the major threat. Now, the second thing very shortly is, do I think that these organizations deliver? Yes, I do. But having been living my whole And these worst-case scenarios are a lack of unity among EU and NATO member states, potentially changes of government. We already see 2 governments blocking the next EU package of sanctions, what will happen if they don't pass on the 31st of July. But this may speed up over the long term. So we are looking now at also doing more regionally. We have very robust cooperation with the Baltic states, with the with the Nordic states together, with Romania. We do understand that some countries are ready to go now, are ready to step up now. Some, which are further away, naturally don't feel the pressure. But we do understand, I think this is also the message to Russia, that even if some countries will lag behind, others will step to defend NATO and defend the European Union together. So we're investing also in these relationships, which does not exclude our work in NATO. We are all, most of us, NATO member states, EU member states. So in that sense, but you do have to have, contingency plans for different outcomes as we see the world is changing on hourly basis, not even on daily basis anymore.
Absolutely. And so much like what Natalie was saying, the question of coalitions of the willing, or the coalitions of those who are willing to act now, not just willing to act. We might want to look at some of the taxonomy we use for this, the coalitions of action, not willingness to pursue action later on. You talked about the hybrid threats, borders. So often when we message EU-NATO cooperation, we're stuck on this question of institutions, and what are they? These are spaces in cities and seem very far from citizens themselves, but border walls, mining, the question of border protection, or enablers. It's also a slightly technical word. How are we getting to what this actually means as well, whether it's an EU path or NATO path together path, but messaging to delivery of something that is understandable to a citizen for their own protection. But how do we get to that? So Ilka, I'm coming to you. How do we move towards actually having capabilities, either for border protection or for critical enablers in Europe? And how does the EU help?
No, thank you very much for that question and for this great organization. Actually, I think the starting point for me is that there are 3 facts for the Europeans. No, the first fact for me is that European security is going through a major transformation. Russian invasion of Ukraine, the conversation with the United States at this point in time, the transformation of warfare, including cyber and space. I think this is the moment for the 21st century design of European security architecture. I think for me this is really important so that both the leaders and the citizens understand the gravity of the situation. And linked to the second point that I have made, the Europeans have to become agents of their own security, and the European Union has a real role to play there. Because if the European Union as an institution cannot provide security in addition to prosperity at the end of the day, it will really fail as an institution. Secondly, and this is the second fact for me, is that Europeans should strengthen their defense industries individually and collectively. And there, Europeans should invest in joint capabilities, procurement, interoperability. And at that point, the European Union has a real role to play in addition to NATO. I'm just going to come to that. But it's like just to know what the facts are for the European Union. And the third one is, this is the fact 3, and I think we are missing this point a bit when we are just discussing numbers, if it's 3%, 5%, is that there is a need to increase defense spending sustainably. Because according to a recent IISS study, this is going to be a 25-year task. And if the United States decides to withdraw, I hope it's not going to be the case, but as Natalie has introduced in the beginning, this is going to be like a $1 trillion endeavor for the decades to come. And for such an endeavor, you really need to have public opinion on board. Right now, the politicians cite public opinion surveys claiming that there's a real support, but actually these public opinion surveys are not asking about the trade-offs in the questionnaires. And for me, the key role for the European Union there is that to close the security and defense gap at the same time with the innovation and competitiveness gap. Because if the latter is happening, the European economies will be growing, and the burdening, like carrying the burden of increasing defense spending is going to be a bit easier. So for me, in the light of these 3 facts, now this is a new era, 21st century, that Europeans need to invest in their defense industries individually and collectively. Just buying off shelf is not going to be enough. And as a third fact, the public opinion should support this. I think there are some tasks for the EU-NATO cooperation and some for the European Union. Let me start with the latter. I think we are really missing the conversation about European integration here, because the best way to guarantee financing these defense investments moving further is going to be completing the single market integration. Because single market integration, together with the Capital Markets Union and together with the Investments and Savings Union, will give the financial capacity to the European Union continuously invest in this. So even if the NATO as an organization, command structures, procurement capacities, and all the day-to-day capabilities that are provided to European member states, the EU as such has a responsibility to guarantee the sustainability of this effort with the European member states and European citizens at mind. So as I said, I might come back to the EU-NATO cooperation part, but I think the more we include the role of the European integration, Euro, single market, and the importance of sustaining finance in all this for the years to come, the more successful the project is going to become.
The role of facilitating investment. Yes, they're safe and rearm, but really it's more than just these 2 programs. It's about a transformation of an economy, the transformation of strategic thinking and societal thinking across the entire continent. How can we make other levers, other policies work to facilitate greater defense and security? Natalie, back to you. So what is EU going to need in the future? It's come, as you said, a fairly far way through these 3 different steps in the iterative process. Where do we need to go? Where do we need to go if things are okay? And where does the EU need to go if things feel less okay?
Well, let me be very blunt about this. I mean, the EU has been thinking and talking about security and defense now for a very long time. And in fairness, especially if we think about the last decade, a number of things have been tried. And we have been constantly stuck in this, by now rather old, debate between inclusivity and ambition. And normally what happens when things happen from within, and I think it's kind of true for probably all organizations, is that when they happen from within, inevitably things tilt towards inclusivity. And this inevitably leads to a collapse in the level of ambition. So, in terms of what it is that we need to do, and this is why I come back to this notion of a coalition of the willing, for lack of a better term, or a coalition of the willing to act, as you rightly put it, is I really think that the time has come for a Europe of defense, which basically means that defense, conventional, will largely rest and increasingly rest on European shoulders. Inevitably, this is something that will have to happen outside the treaties, outside the EU treaty and outside the NATO treaty, because it simply will not happen from within. I mean, we've been going at this, for really quite a long time. And there are precedents for this, right? I mean, the Schengen Treaty is something that started from outside the treaty as an intergovernmental treaty, and incidentally it also included some non-EU member states like Norway. So this is why I come back to this, the coalition of the willing, because it is already a format which is led by mainly EU member states, but not only EU member states. And given that, legally speaking, there is a way for the European Commission, so for the institutions, to actually support the activities, financially speaking, but not only financially speaking, even if what we're talking about is something that is extra EU treaty. I really think that this is the way to go. I actually think that personally it's a shame that the coalition of the willing story really revolved around this whole reassurance force, but there's not going to be a reassurance force in Ukraine because there isn't a ceasefire. And so it then kind of dies away. I actually think that the real story about the coalition of the willing should talk about other things. I mean, I'm not saying that the reassurance force is not important. What I am saying is that there is a war here and now that kind of, should be acted on collectively. And there's this broader story about the defense of Europe, which a group of that kind, so long as it becomes formalized in some way, because you can't simply jump from one summit to the next forever. And this is why I think that an intergovernmental agreement is the way to go, and then see the way in which EU institutions, and NATO for that matter, can support such a grouping from outside. And the minute in which this happens, I bet you that there will be others that will want to jump on, but at that point, they will not jump on in order to halt, slow down, and stop, as has happened in the past. Think about my beloved PESCO story. I used to be a believer in this. I was kind of, in the institutions working for this at the time. See what happened, right? Level of ambition collapses because everyone jumps on the ship. No, if you have something that starts from outside the treaties, then there's a kind of entry ticket to get in.
I think that's an interesting approach, and one that needs the facilitation and help of the institutions, but also drives them. Ilke, does that make sense to you? Because how do you look at European integration, and how do you look at ambition, and how do you keep it there?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great dilemma for the true believers of European integration, because as Natalie said, we all believe that this has to be inclusive, we shouldn't leave anyone behind, but actually I'm at the same point at this time, because this is very clear, starting with Nordic, Baltic and Eastern European countries, plus United Kingdom, Norway and others also on board. There's a real coalition of the willing at this point in time, and actually they can be the trendsetters for the rest to come. The only fear that I have is this can become kind of disruptive of European integration project that we believed in the 20th century, but that's a 20th century fact at this point in time.
It's gone.
And it's gone. And for actually just maybe one sentence on that regard, it's we need to perceive both the European integration project and the European Union and European security architecture in this new real terms. All the other discussions of leaving some member states behind, decreasing the ambition for the sake of inclusivity, trying to stay inside the treaties, the EU is very innovative, and I really think the institutions will raise up to the task if there are some member states, intergovernmental conversations moving forward, as has happened in the case of supporting Ukraine and other issues. But just reference to Benedict, the only elephant in the room is that how disruptive is going to be, if it happens, the withdrawal of the United States from European security moving forward. Yeah.
But
before we get to that log.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I mean, it is all about practicalities. And if there's one thing I would love to see being discussed at the summit, that of course goes beyond the communiqué, things that we've already, agreed on, is actually how to effectively assure air missile defense for Ukraine over the long term. And there's two major issues at the summit that need to be discussed. Number one, Ukraine is ready and willing to buy air missile defense from the US, and there's no political agreement to this. If we can convince our American friends that this is critical for not only security of Ukraine and its citizens and its civilians, but it's also critical for European security, that would be a big win. And it's easy, it's an easy thing. I think somebody wants to buy from you, you just need to sell. And the second thing is Ukraine is capable to build its own air missile defense system within the next year or so. It just needs 50 billion euros to fundraise for that. And talk about how to fundraise for that is something that we all could contribute by discussing this overall. And last thing, this is something that my government brought to the spotlight last year during the Washington Summit, but this discussion was shut down completely by the Biden administration, is that more and more of these Russian rockets are hitting our airspace. Right. And we are ready if we receive the assistance. We have only a few Patriot batteries, but if we could receive the assistance of more of them to actually build on our borders defense from these missiles coming into Polish territory and potentially protect Western Ukraine. Right. To have, a safe zone in Ukraine to prevent potential migration flow. We already have seen, more migrants coming because of the Eastern Front turbulence currently happening. We might have a other wave of Ukrainian refugees coming. If we're able to assure, spaces in Ukraine that are safe, that would be a huge win. So I hope this is what we're going to discuss at the summit.
Thank you for the push for practicality and for delivering something for Ukraine and for ourselves, because that, for citizens who are in Poland or in Spain and maybe not necessarily seeing the value of 5% immediately, or across all of our countries, Italy on the other side of the Atlantic and North America as well, explaining what we're actually talking about and how do we get there makes a lot of sense. If it's air defense, everyone turning on the news sees why you might want to be able to stop a missile or a drone coming for your city or your apartment building. So let's take it to the practicality. Let's be creative. Let's think about EU and NATO, and not only. Let's have a coalition of the willing to act, or a coalition of action, and make sure our institutions come along, maybe not the other way around. Thank you so much for our amazing panelists today, and let's take the inspiration here and pushing the agenda forward across the board.
Thank you, Christine, and our panel of guests for that deep dive into NATO-EU cooperation. We are now approaching our lunch break. So for those of you here in the room, we invite you to enjoy a well-deserved lunch. If you are interested in continuing the conversation, we do have something special for you in Studio Bravo, which is located just down the corridor. There you'll find a dynamic TV show style discussion exploring how NATO allies are committing to a new and ambitious level of defense spending. So you can join a panel of experts as they dive into investment priorities, the keys to successful implementation, and how a stronger, fairer, and more capable transatlantic partnership can emerge. That conversation will be led by our Studio Bravo host and Master of Ceremonies, Ikenna Azwike. Please note, seating is limited and first come, first served basis. And for our online audience, please stay with us. We will assure you that it will be an insightful conversation. And with that, I will hand things over to Ikenna in Studio Bravo for the discussion. For those here, feel free to check it out. Go recharge, network, have some lunch. We invite everyone to return back here at 2 p.m. for the remaining sessions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Donna, for that lovely introduction. In a moment here in Bravo, we will be asking, how do we make sense of the scale and significance of this new wave of defense spending? What should the money actually be spent on? And how can Europe take more responsibility for its own defence? Unpacking a lot of what was addressed in the Alpha stage just a few moments ago. Before that, though, for our online viewers, we've got a special treat. A short interview with the Netherlands' first female Air Force General, Eleanor Buchholz O'Sullivan. And she's being interviewed by two of our nation's hardest-hitting journalists, Soes and Adit. They may only be 10 years old, but honestly, I wouldn't want to be on the other side of their microphone.
Good morning. Thank you for this interview. How do you feel about this NATO Summit?
Well, good morning to you too. I'm very happy to be here because I think it's a very, very important day that all these people together are talking about the defense of NATO and hopefully making the world a little bit safer.
Yes. What's your role here?
So my role is, well, the rest of the year I'm an advisor of the department, and my minister, he is here as well. So my role is to see if all the policies we are making, if that adds up with policies from other countries as well, and to meet new people and to meet old friends.
Yes. But you're a 3-star general, right?
Yes.
But what does that mean?
So if people ask me, what does it mean to be a 3-star general, I always say, well, it's less than 4-star general and it's more than a 2-star general. And what I'm trying to say with that is that, so my responsibilities is that all the policy that is made within the Ministry of Defense, at the end, it comes together with me, and I rebuild all their advices into one advice for the department. But being a 3-star general, it's like in the school system. You have more responsibilities than a 2-star, than a 1-star, than a colonel. So it adds up in the hierarchy, and it's just more responsibilities.
And with a 3-star general, do you also get all those pins and all those badges and all those cool gadgets?
Well, you get them by being deployed or having done a certain study. So you do not get them for becoming a general, but you need them to become a general. So it symbolizes if people have been deployed, if people done a certain academic study, or if they done really brave things. That's all. You can all see that on their uniforms.
Yes. You are an example for me, and I think to many other girls. Do you feel the same way?
Well, I think you are a role model because you're so young and you're so brave, speaking in English, asking these questions to all important people. I don't think I'm an important person, but all the other people. And I truly hope that young people like the two of you will stay curious what's happening in the world and try to make the world a little bit better. So being a role model means people are watching you all the time and you have the feeling you can do nothing wrong. So if you do something wrong today and if I do something wrong today, we can be a role model in being human.
And what was your childhood dream? And did you also keep it?
So my dream was to do something different than all the other girls and boys in my class. And nobody wanted to join the military, so that was a little bit the reason why I wanted to go to the military, because I always want to do things differently. So yes, I kept that dream.
Do you have a message for young people in NATO countries?
Yes, I think that there are two things very important. One is what you are doing excellently, is listening to other people. And the other thing is, I think going through school, you have to figure out how to deal with bullies, right? Every school, every class has a bully. Everyone can be a bully. And I think that what we want to do as NATO is be strong together against the bully. And I think that going through school and learning how to deal with conflict and dealing with diplomacy and trying to figure out how to how to do things, you'll be leaders of the future and you'll make the world a little bit better.
When you think the summit is a success?
I think it is a success when we all stand together and that we firmly speak out that peace is far more better than war, and that if we want to become a great NATO, it means that everyone has to get involved and make sure that they participate.
And do you think that if we, kids, could be part of this huge summit, something would change?
I think it would, because your questions and they would force people like me and all the others to really listen and think again about what people are saying. So I think you would have a great influence on what would be said today. Yes.
And do you also think we could become also a 3-star general?
I am sure the two of you could become a 4-star general, so even better than me, or higher in ranking than me. It is if you have the dream and you're committed to achieve whatever it is you want to achieve, I think you can do anything.
What's the max stars as a general?
The next?
Nee, the max stars.
Oh, the 4-star. Yes. So in the Netherlands we have 1 4-star. He is our commander of the armed forces. I think he is here today as well, and he's the highest ranking officer.
And do you also know why we need to become so good in army, in military?
Yes. Well. I think the most important thing is to be resilient and to scare off. Like I was saying about the bully in the schoolyard, you know, if a bully is big and fierce and strong, but the rest of the class is stronger and they're together and they can scare off the bully, I think that is what NATO is supposed to do. Scare off the bullies. And we can practice in school and in education, but in the military we need to be stronger than any bully.
And do you want to say just one last message?
Yes.
For everyone in the whole world?
Everyone in the whole world. You know, the thing I would say is be kind, listen to each other. Try to figure out what the problem is and if there is a solution. And the message for the NATO countries would be work together on every topic and make sure that we are strong enough to protect what is the most important, and that is peace, for you kids to grow up in a peaceful world.
Yes. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Yes. Well, thank you so much that you wanted to speak to me.
Yes.
Hello and welcome everyone to our first afternoon session, Getting a Bigger Bang for Our Buck, Impacts of Higher Defence Investments. Our session today considers the core questions at the heart of the summit, where the need for increased defence spending actually comes from, and how different regions and countries view these decisions when it comes to increasing defence spending across all member states. Joining me in the discussion, we have Mr. Frederick Kemp, who just gave me a lovely compliment. You said you'd rather be interviewed by the 8-year-old.
I just watched that wonderful scene of the children interviewing the general.
Okay, I'll try and arrange for them to be in this hot seat shortly. Thank you very much for joining. You're the President and CEO of the Atlantic Council. We have Armida van Rij, the head of the Europe Programme and Senior Research Fellow at Chatham House. And last but not least, Stephen Runing, Professor and Director of the Danish Institute of Advanced Study. Welcome to all of you.
Stan Runing, but that's okay.
Stan,
yeah.
I should have pronounced it Stan, not Stan. then. Okay, Stan.
Steve will be for another day.
Okay. Stan, thank you for joining us. And to our audience here, there's going to be a public Q&A later on in the program. So listen well and keep your questions, note them down, and may have an opportunity to ask them later on just by a show of hands, okay? So let's start with you, Mr. Kemp. You are a leading voice on US-Europe relations. In your past life, you were a journalist. I'm going to show your age a little bit now by saying that you've covered some seismic political shifts in your time, from the Cold War to the German reunification, the growth of the Solidarity movement in the 80s in Poland. I'm curious, where does this NATO summit now kind of rank on your Richter scale of kind of geopolitical happenings?
The period is on the Richter scale at terribly seismic. So irrespective, let's come to the summit in a moment, but the context is war in Europe, intractable, continuing conflict in the Middle East, though some positive signs there, tensions with China, competition for the commanding heights of technological change. I've been calling it the fourth inflection point since the end of World War I. The first was the end of World War I, where the United States got it terribly wrong, got lost in isolationism, the failure of Versailles, failure of the League of Nations, and we ended up with World War II. We ended up with the Holocaust. We ended up with millions of dead. At the end of World War II, we got it far better. We did something that was aberrational in American history, which is we built multilateral institutions, and we stayed the course. We made allies of our adversaries, Japan and Germany. Then after the Cold War, it wasn't as bad as at the end of World War I, wasn't as good as the end of World War II. Some positive signs, enlargement of NATO, enlargement of the European Union, but negative, revanchist Russia, China didn't really get fully integrated. Now, I think with the war in Ukraine and what comes afterwards, it's a fourth inflection point, and it is a truly seismic moment. What's seismic about this summit, two things, is will Europe truly step up? This is the subject of our panel. Money is not capabilities. Money doesn't deter, capabilities deter. Will this money buy the capabilities to deter, and will it do so in time? So there's a Europe part of this, is will Europe stand up and play its role? And the other part is, will the U.S. stay the course in Europe and continue to be the ally that the Europeans have been able to rely on really over the last 80 years? And so for me, those are just crucial questions, but in the context of this fourth great historic inflection point.
Yeah. And for someone in a younger generation, Amita, do you experience it like that? Obviously, you know this history that Frederick has just sketched out, but do you feel the weight of the moment that we are in?
Every generation, I think, feels exceptional, right? So every generation will feel, oh, the Cold War and the nuclear threat, and now my generation feels, oh, the potential threat of conflict with Russia again. So I think every generation will feel that they are exceptional in that regard. But I think the return of war to Europe, as Frederick outlined, as well as the kind of economic challenges in Europe, the competitiveness challenges, are really being felt. And then couple that or overlay that with this, streak of populism running across Europe, including some kind of semi-neo-fascist elements, that is really quite concerning. So I absolutely feel it. And I mean, every single week, at least, I sit in a discussion where people who know what they're talking about will say, we are lucky if Russia gives us until 2030. Wow. So, we absolutely see that.
Could you have predicted this 10 years ago? Should we be less surprised than I think, a lot of ordinary members of the public are and have been over the last, let's say, in particular, I'd say 6 months?
I mean, slightly less than 10 years even. 2014, obviously, Russia's annexation of Crimea, 2008, the invasion of Georgia. So there were precedents for this. In the Netherlands, the country that we're sitting in specifically, there was a downing of MH17 on which hundreds of Dutch people died. So some countries have felt this, and some countries saw this coming. In particular, of course, the Baltic and the Nordic states, who have been warning about this for a very, very long time. but they were kind of sidelined in discussions. And we focused very much on the campaigns in Iraq and Afghanistan, on instability in North Africa. And we thought, Russia can be managed.
Yeah.
And it turned out not so much.
And Stan, Armida sketched it out. The alarm bells were ringing. Why on earth did it take so long for people to kind of get awake to this?
Well, there were several reasons. And you can say that Russia didn't time its offensive against the European security architecture in an offhand manner. Putin's offensive really took off after he was re-elected in 2012, and at that point, the Allies had spent 10 years plus exhausting themselves in an impossible mission, which was to rebuild Afghanistan from the ground up. They let that mission grow to proportions they couldn't manage. And they went into a partnership in Afghanistan as a UN security assistance mission, wanting the UN to deliver on the governance piece and the development piece, and NATO would just do a security assistance piece. But NATO ended up holding the baby, all of Afghanistan. And so that tore down, or it wore out the Allied energy. And very symbolically, when President Obama came in with new energy, new hope after an exhausted President Bush had sort of left the White House, given how Iraq had exhausted President Bush. This new President Obama, started having to deal with Afghanistan, and that became the surge. And very quickly after he announced the surge, he wanted to ramp down. And by 2011, it was clear we're leaving Afghanistan. And at that point, it was about making sure that we all left out the gate at the same time in a good fashion. In 2021, we found out we couldn't. But we wanted to come home and do nation building at home. We were all exhausted. We all needed to repair our nations. And we got back home, come home NATO, and we're ready for a break. And that's when President Putin of Russia got back into the saddle. He had been prime minister for 4 years, and he started his project. And it started with Crimea. We didn't react to Crimea. We reacted to the downing of MH17 because those were our citizens. And so we were slow off the bat. And that continued for the next 8 years until we reached 2022.
And then
it was really about an decade of expeditionary engagement with globalization that exhausted us and set up a decade of exhaustion in Europe that Russia took advantage of.
And Fred, you hear that there from Stan. I mean, it's very deliberate timing from the Russians. But it makes me also wonder, how does the Soviet Union from back in the day compare to the Russia that took its decision to start a war with Ukraine in 2022 in terms of its ideology towards the West?
Yeah, that's a good question. And since you framed me as the old person who speak in a historic framework, let me...
if you could make your voice tremor at the same time, that would be
I'd be happy to do that. What is it we keep getting wrong, and everyone says you forget history and you're condemned to repeat it, and what have we just seen, by the way, in Iran with B-2 bombers and 30,000-pound bombs? We've seen deterrence in action. We've seen the return of deterrence and U.S. deterrence in the region. We have not deterred Putin. And he first did a cyber attack in 2007 on Estonia, then Georgia in 2008, then Crimea in 2014 and Donbass and Donetsk. And then 2022, the full invasion. We should not have been surprised by that. The more you stand by and let a bully bully, the more the bully is going to bully even more. So now, to your question, the Soviet Union, Russia, what he is doing is he can't restore the Soviet empire, but he wants to restore some semblance of it. It is revanchism. He's demographically weak. It's a spent country in many respects, much smaller in GDP than Europe. It shouldn't even be on the same military map, but instead it's outspending Europe by multiples. And decades of neglect have put us where we are right now. So this summit, above all else, is about reversing decades of European neglect about taking care of its own security while Europe has been watching what's going on. And I mean, were Afghanistan, Iraq detours, distractions? To a certain extent they were, but major power competition was always there. And Putin and Russia were issues that were never taken care of in the right way after the end of the Cold War. So now we really have to face up to it, and this is a seismic moment in this respect.
I want to go to Stan just 1 minute though, because I want to pick up on something you said about the deterrent. You said we've seen a deterrent in action in terms of the US bombing of Iran, but it feels like you're equivocating deterrent with a kind of preemptive strike, because in terms of international law, there was no, there was no green light for that.
Deterrence is it's not a preemptive strike, but it's a preemptive fear. I don't dare do this. One of my friends who watches China, former Prime Minister of Australia named Kevin Rudd, he's now the ambassador in Washington, talks about Xi Jinping and the shaving mirror test. He wants Xi Jinping to wake up every morning in China, look at Taiwan, look at the deterrence around Taiwan, look at what it could cost him economically, look at what it could cost him militarily, and say, looking in his shaving mirror in the morning, not today. What you would have wanted is Putin looking in the shaving mirror in February of 2022 and saying, not today. It's just too hard. There's too much at risk. I can't do that. And so now that we are where we are, what would be the deterrence factor that I'm talking about? It's not a B-2 bomber. We're not going to do that with Russia. But you could do secondary sanctions. There is a Senate bill with 82 co-sponsors just waiting for the president to say, yes, please go ahead with this. You could send a very clear message to Ukraine that American weapons will continue to flow. I hope President Trump takes the lesson from Iran to be, something, when I'm decisive about peace, they didn't come through with peace over 60 days. On day 61, the Israelis began their action in Iran. He's set peace limits for Putin, and Putin's just been ignoring them. President Trump himself has been saying he's been played, or perhaps he's been played, he's been tapped was the... now may be the moment for him to say, look, President Putin, if you're not willing to come to the peace table in a fair way, in a legitimate way, in a way that could assure Ukraine's freedom, sovereignty, and continue to exist as a democratic state, integrated in Western institutions, then perhaps we're going to have to do a little bit more to ensure that Ukraine gets what it needs and that we're sending the right message. So I really hope that there's some momentum from Iran that gets carried over here in a much different way. But knowing that when we're together and when we send strong messages, we still have enormous power to bend history in the right direction.
Yeah, okay, clear. Stan, just before we go to the video, did you want to...
Well, I'll just add, I think this is about deterrence. I agree entirely. But NATO doesn't lack deterrence power because of something in its military toolbox. It's all there. It may be too much American, a little too little too European, but they're addressing that. Where NATO has lost deterrence, I entirely agree, but this is political. This is when you have the heads of state disagree on where Russia is, how to read Russia, how to support Ukraine. When you disagree very visibly on this, you lose your deterrent power. So it's not about your tools; it's about your engine. It's your pilot. If the pilot is not right, in an agreement you have multiple pilots, then you're not deterring. And so this summit can be historic if the Europeans, they implement the 5% that we're probably going to see tomorrow. But it will have to also be remembered for the summit where they had a very hard time, the heads of state and the government, addressing Russia and Ukraine. So it is about reestablishing deterrence, but it's more than just military investment.
We're going to watch a video in a second, but after that, Armida, I'd love to build on that a little bit and get your sense of what you think. How does Russia look at the last couple of weeks of hard negotiations to try and agree this 5% target and all the kind of subtle side negotiations that have been going on? But we'll get there in a minute. Okay, so after years of defence cuts, or at best doing the absolute minimum, over the last few weeks, NATO countries are now really stepping up their defence spending. Here's a quick overview of where we're at.
We are not at war, but we are certainly not at peace either. We will not be safe in the future unless we are prepared to deal with danger. This requires us all to be faster and fiercer. It is time to shift to a wartime mindset.
Hard power is still necessary as a deterrent. And so we do want to leave here with an understanding that we are on a pathway, a realistic pathway, to every single one of the members committing and fulfilling a promise to reach up to 5% of spending. That includes the United States will have to increase its percentage.
Wir werden jetzt oberhalb von 1% des deutschen Bruttoinlandproduktes Verteidigungsausgaben nicht mehr auf die Schuldenbremse anrechnen müssen. Das heißt, wir können wirklich das machen, was ich in Berlin gesagt habe, whatever it takes.
Les 2 lois de programmation militaire que nous sommes en train de terminer auront doublé le budget des armées. C'est cet agenda d'autonomie stratégique européenne qui permet d'avoir plus d'argent, de bâtir des capacités, une autonomie des Européens.
I'm announcing today that Canada will achieve NATO's 2% of GDP target this year.
We don't just need to spend more, we also need to be smarter about how we allocate funds in order to increase our collective defense.
We all feel the pressure to increase not only the percentage, but also what we actually have, because it's not the percentage that matters, it's the content of the percentage.
Good afternoon. Let me give you a few examples of what we will invest in. A 5-fold increase in air defense capabilities, thousands more tanks and armored vehicles, and millions of rounds of artillery ammunition. As the world becomes more dangerous, allied leaders will take bold decisions to strengthen our collective defense.
So, as that video showed, there have been a lot of developments recently on the international stage. We see European NATO countries and Canada talking stridently about their defence spending and making commitments about increased future spending too. But what difference is this making ultimately? How does Russia view, do you think, the discussions that have been going on at NATO? Are they unimpressed? Do they think it's sort of adorable? Or are they close to being intimidated? What do you think? Is it a deterrence?
Your words, not mine, on the adorable. I mean, Russia is very good at exploiting divisions. And as both Sten and Frederick alluded to, the divisions between the US and Europe have been clearly on show since Trump's re-election, let's be honest. But also the divisions within Europe internally. So there are some countries who absolutely feel like we need to step up, etc. Others don't feel the same way. I'm thinking of Spain, who's negotiated its opt-out over the 5% increase. Italy, Belgium, Ireland, which is it's not even in NATO.
Pushing back a little bit. Yeah.
So exactly. So Russia exploits those political divisions, and then it also exploits the societal divisions through its mis and disinformation
How does it
campaigns.
exploit those political divisions?
It's running circles around Trump, right? And so it means that it's very difficult to pin Trump down on support for Ukraine. He's been very good at manipulating Trump so far. And then we've seen, well, not inconsistencies, but we've seen back and forths over the US's policy towards Ukraine since Trump's re-election. You know, at one point they were going to cut off intelligence sharing, then it was reinstated. At one point they were going to cut off aid, then that was reinstated. I don't think that support to Ukraine is going to endure, and that's what Europeans should be prepared for, to take the lead over as well. But that's how it's kind of exploiting. And then if we look at Russia's ties to particular parties in Europe, it's behind those, it's pulling the strings behind the scenes there as well. So all of that's leading to quite a difficult, fractured picture in terms of getting all the noses pointing in the same direction, agreeing, first of all, that Russia is even a threat, which in the negotiations ahead of this summit, the US was struggling around that.
So Russia's good at exploiting the divisions, but ultimately, does the news that we're going to achieve this 5%, will that act as a deterrent to, I don't know, another war in a few years' time?
All of it depends on the implementation. The 5% target is an input. It's not an output. And what we should be focusing on are where do we want to get to. How they got to the 5% target is at the Vilnius Summit in 2023, the new regional plans were developed for NATO, 3 regional plans. Based on those, the defence planning process happened, and based on those, the defence planners identified capability gaps. That's what the 5% is trying to close. And obviously the 5% is divided into 2 targets, really, 3.5 on core defence, 1.5 on resilience, cyber, etc. But agreeing to something is easy. Actually delivering on it is significantly harder. And for me, the problem is that the timeline is 10 years from now, it's 2035. And as I said earlier, there are intelligence assessments that Russia is getting ready to potentially test NATO's Article 5 within the next 5 years. So that timeline doesn't match.
And speculation as to how they'll test?
I mean, lots of different possible scenarios. It's unlikely, I think, that we'll see, a full-scale invasion. But most likely is a kind of little green man scenario that we saw in Ukraine as well in 2014, preceded by a range of hybrid and grey zone warfare beforehand.
I'm sorry, little green man?
Watch the Baltics. Watch the Baltics and watch places like Estonia, where it would be very difficult for any of the Baltic militaries, even with some NATO country militaries in Baltic countries, to repel a ground force. And that's really the mass on the ground is where we really have difficulty standing down anything that Russia can do. I think what we have to start seeing is there is a fundamental weakness in Russia if we're strong. And demographically weak. It's, the casualty rates are enormously high. Morale at some point will sag. And so I think that this summit is important in 2 respects. It's going to be a signal for sure. You've got 3 problems with this defense spending plan, and they all start with a P. And it's production, and it's politics, and it's policy. And the production is, the EU has just said 800 billion euros over 4 years. What's it going to buy? Where are the capabilities that are there, and can they surge production quickly enough in any of the areas that you need, air defense, ammunition, any of the other areas. The second thing is policies. The foreign military sales policy of the U.S. makes it hard for Europeans to buy from us quickly enough, and the regulatory system in the EU and the procedures all around everything that gets decided in the EU is so cumbersome and so slow-moving.
We've never heard that before.
It's not, but it's the furthest thing from war footing, and everyone says that's going to be fixed now, but is it really? I mean, this is a real test of the European Union, and when you look at the hundreds of billions that have been put into the EU's green agenda and its digital agenda, a lot of it didn't produce innovation, and will it also produce innovation? And then the third part is the politics. There's a distrust right now across the Atlantic, and if you actually want to build a transatlantic defense industrial base, one has to manage that distrust. The Europeans have to know that the U.S. is here to stay, as NATO Ambassador Matt Whitaker just said in the main hall. It was a really clear pronouncement from his side, and Americans have to be convinced that the Europeans really are going to deliver, that this isn't just going to be talk, but this time it's really going to be matched by true capabilities.
But it is, I don't know, it is odd though, because I heard that quote as well. I mean, he literally said that the US has never been more engaged with NATO. But at the same time, we do hear these things from the Commander-in-Chief, from Trump, which is very disparaging, at best to describe it, about NATO and its commitment.
And it's worked, hasn't it? I mean, there are two reasons why the money is now coming up. The first was Putin. The second is Trump. But Putin's invasion in February of 2022 wasn't enough. Every president since Eisenhower in the United States has been saying, you in Europe have to spend more. You have to provide more for your own defense. But it's actually taken the shock of Trump to move Europe into action of what it should have done anyway. The best outcome of this summit is the spending comes through, but the U.S. stays tightly engaged and bound, as Ambassador Whitaker said, as an equal partner to the United States. That, over time, is really an unstoppable force. If you get Europe and the United States together as strong allies, and Europe carrying the weight that it should have been carrying all along, I think a lot of the hand-wringing will stop.
Is that your sense from Washington? You're based in D.C. We chatted earlier. You called it Trumpville. What's the perception on the ground? Okay. There's a lot of Trump supporters. Let's put it that way. But what is your sense of how these talks are perceived in Washington? I mean, is it on people's radar?
It's mixed. There's weariness of Europe not delivering on what it's going to deliver. There's
on both sides of the political spectrum.
There's on both sides. Yeah. On both sides, deeply expressed within the Trump administration, for sure. Yep. We saw in the Signal chat among senior officials, which was not for the record, how deeply critical they were of Europe. Also, there's a lot of criticism of Europeans' ability to innovate, and a lot of criticism of Europe's tendency to overregulate. And so there is a feeling, that Europe really has to get its act together. But there's also a feeling, and I think this is ingrained. You don't hear it so openly in the Trump administration, but you certainly hear it from Republicans in Congress, that this is still the cornerstone of our engagement with the world. Europe and the U.S. are historically bound. We're ally bound. We're challenge bound. We're mission bound. I think the sharp edges of criticism of Europe have never been quite this sharp as they've been in the Trump administration, but I still think that there's this pendulum swing that will come back to a recognition that we're in this together, which is again what Ambassador Whitaker said, that the U.S. is here to stay. The U.S. is going to be more likely to be here to stay if Europe also carries its own weight. I think politically in the United States, it's impossible to say we're going to continue to spend on Europe if Europe's not spending on itself at the same rate or greater.
Stan, what do you think? Should we have been more critical of ourselves over here in Europe? I mean, lack of innovation, over-regulated?
We should have, yes. This is also Europe's fault that we are where we are. We're unprepared for countering Russia. We're unprepared for the U.S. desire to focus on the Asia-Pacific, the Indo-Pacific. We haven't done our homework. We went on vacation after we left Afghanistan, and we're now waking up. It's back to work. I entirely agree, and I entirely agree that Europe, the integration project in the European Union has been about peaceful projects. So climate change, energy policy, education policy, etc. And these are things. I'm sorry.
Crisis management.
Well, these things, and they are in the peaceful domain, and so they tend to become over-regulated. Also because they're compromise policies. Getting out of that and into the domain of preparing for war to deter is a new business for Europe, and the Europeans have a lot to do in a very short span of time. So they're in a hurry.
What they have to do? Because just for a moment, in the previous session, I heard someone, Natalie Tocci, I think, describing the need for more collaboration, let's say, between the EU and NATO over the coming years, but that there are some fundamental problems because the EU was a peaceful project, essentially, and it has done all the things that you said, producing framework architecture for peaceful projects, and NATO needs to stand on its own 2 feet. So what needs to be done to improve?
for someone like me, it's easy to see, but in reality, it's very complicated to do. But 3 things need to happen. One is that the European Union incentivizes massive defense spending and collaboration. So this is the domestic market. Defense industrial policy belongs to the European Union. It should incentivize it. It has begun. I believe there's momentum, but it should do more. The real decisions about consolidation in defense industry in Europe will not be made in Brussels. They'll be made in Paris, Berlin, and London. In Rome too. I think Spain has just opted out of everything in terms of the policy making. But let's.
I would add to that Warsaw, Tallinn. But this is where.
Please, could I just finish the 3 points, please? Thank you. But the main capitals are in charge of consolidation of industry. The EU cannot do it. It will be decided at the national level, and the main countries should get together. Those where you find the main industry, this is where the main decisions will be made. And then the third piece will be, how do we spend the money? All this money coming in. This is a NATO decision, and the US and Europe should set up a much more robust policy framework for the Europeans to get serious about the European way of war. Because the Europeans cannot do as the Americans. We need to do it in our own way. The Americans have had many years to do their own system. They have one government, one system, different in Europe. They need to find their own way of war, inspired by the Americans, in partnership with the Americans, learning from Ukraine, adapted to their industry, set up to actually deliver real military capability. NATO is the place to do this, where you have operational concepts describing how to fight and how to innovate that fight, suited to defense industry in Europe, to European interests, partnership with the US. NATO must deliver this concept. So incentivizing in the EU, consolidating in the capitals, operational concepts in NATO, those 3 things need to happen for the big bang for the buck to come about.
Okay.
It's all doable, but it's all complex as well.
Yeah. The only thing I was going to add, I think what you said was right on the mark. The generalization about Europe and Europeans should do this and Europeans should do that. The closer one is to the front lines, the more one feels the need to do this, and that's why you see Poland way ahead in defense spending and moving ahead in capabilities. The Nordics have come in. The fact that Finland and Sweden came into NATO during this period of time, giving NATO a geographic hold and reach of a sort that, if you look at the map, is pretty stunning. What country in Europe is the defense innovator in chief? It's Ukraine. What you really need to do is embrace the challenge of the lessons of Ukraine. Europe isn't going to be able to produce a lot of things very quickly because some military equipment takes a long time, but a lot doesn't. Ukraine is producing 150,000 drones a month right now, more than all of Europe is producing, I believe. That's easy to turn around. You could set up defense collaboration projects like swarming drones that and this is low cost, high impact, that could be done quite rapidly. The other thing that Europe could learn from the United States is something of the sort of DARPA. And DARPA is the defense part, the innovative part of the Pentagon that really does cutting edge research and cutting edge work on weaponry and that sort of thing. It's something that Europe's always put defense and military almost in the category of, this was written in a piece by Ann Mettler, from a previous European leader, commission official, and Mark Boris Andrejanic, previous minister of Slovenia, wrote a piece where they were saying that the European Union still treats defense and arms sales the way it treats pornography and tobacco. That's something to be really steered away from, and that has to change. It's a whole mentality that has to change, and so I think this summit is a great chance because the signal of the numbers is high, but can the mentality change behind it? Can the procedures be rushed? Can there be a surge of production and productivity? And this really calls for a defense industrial revolution of a sort in Europe. And is Europe up to that?
Defense industrial revolution. What's your take, Amida?
So a couple of things. The first thing is about the defense industrial base, and this is all coming at an unfortunate time, euphemism, because on the one hand, Europe needs to develop its own defense industrial base. On the other hand, we need capabilities quickly, and that's why the siren calls from the US will continue to call. I also just want to push back a little bit on something, Frederick, you said earlier in terms of the special relationship. Yes, absolutely. We Europeans relied entirely on the Americans. But let's also be honest, that relationship worked out both ways, right? Because it meant that Europeans procured equipment and capabilities from the US, providing jobs, economic growth, etc., in the US. So we just need to always kind of have that balanced argument. The bit that I'm concerned about when it comes to spending and kind of any talk about revolution is the public, and bringing the public along with us in this discussion, because we're going to need to have their backing if we're talking about these serious increases, which for many European countries are a huge hike. And there are a whole number of different European countries who face a really fiscally constrained situation. The UK, France, Italy, these are some of the bigger defense players as well. So their spending is going to be really difficult, and it's going to have to come from somewhere. Whether
taxes, debt.
Well, exactly, but
no
the
one wants
taxes piece is difficult.
Yeah.
And I think there's also this risk, and we see this a lot in the UK, but also in some other countries, where the narrative is about, well, we spend more on defence, but it will bring us economic growth, which actually is quite a dangerous and slightly disingenuous argument, because ultimately defence spending is about increasing security. That's its primary purpose. It is not about economic growth benefits. Those can be secondary, and in some cases, like in Germany, where car factories are operating at about 25% capacity, it can lead to those secondary benefits as well. But there's this perception, because in Europe there's only about 5 countries or so that are really have big defence industries, and the rest will be part of the defence supply chain, and much smaller startups and things like that. There is this idea that if we have to spend lots of money, it will go to France, Italy, Sweden, Germany. So making sure that the public understand, first of all, why we're doing this, what the threat is, and also that that money is going to be spread around Europe, and ensuring that policies actually enact that as well.
Yeah. And is there enough focus on that? Because I feel like all the focus is on this 5%, and even on that, there are some people, critics, who describe it as a kind of phony international bargain, because it's just ultimately a kind of creative accounting exercise as to how that money is going to be spent. So,
I think the public are increasingly becoming aware, and I mean, the Secretary-General regularly makes public statements about this. Kaja Kallas, the EU's High Rep, does as well. But it's not really clear yet to what extent this is going to be felt. And if we look at polls, especially in the Nordic and the Baltic states, obviously there's high levels of threat awareness that tapers off as soon as we move to kind of the southwestern part of Europe. But the stratcoms piece around this is really important, and much more needs to be done on that specifically.
Yeah. Okay. And Stan, this point that Amida makes about the fairness of distribution when it comes to the money that's actually going to be spent, I feel like that's something that also hasn't really been addressed, because there are a lot of countries on the Eastern Front, and they are more readily willing to spend money as opposed to the Spains and the Belgiums. There's potential there for a kind of East-West resentment within NATO, isn't there? How do we address that?
I think I can, with great confidence, say that Poland and the Baltic countries will not invest all their defense funds in Spain. That's for sure. But so the distributional politics in Europe are inherently difficult. But we're dealing with the sector in growth. There's going to be more money to spend. And so the distributional politics typically gets lubricated by money, right? And so I'm not terribly pessimistic that Europe can actually work out something that is okay. Europe has always been best when it comes to industrial policy, or sort of getting the good old production Europe going. It's all that came afterwards that was a little bit more difficult. And when I look at how the heads of states and government have reacted to this, I think I see a unified political scene where they realize that what is at stake in the defense industrial, defense technological domain is the future of Europe's ability to be sovereign, to actually have its own voice. And so I think the urgency is definitely there and is very deep-rooted. And it's not only about sort of the sense that Russia might be coming, it's also observing Ukraine. The ability to innovate, to survive is amazing, and it's a source of inspiration. And if we look at the transatlantic politics of this, the political alliance between President Trump and the technology side of the U.S. economy is also very strong. And if you want to enter into a political dialogue on where the U.S. wants to take its economy, how that's going to affect Europe, this is beyond NATO in a way. It's sort of the EU-U.S. relationship. But if you want to be an adult in that room, you need to have your own technology policy in place. And so I think there's a lot pushing Europe to get going. And I would say, NATO has 5 domains. It has air, land, sea, cyber, and outer space. Industrial policy is about to become the 6th domain. And it will drive a lot of security thinking. And again, the good news is this is not only about spending money on tanks that will sit in the warehouse ready to go when you turn the key. It's also about getting an industry going with jobs and growth. And so, I think there's potential to lubricate the distributional politics of Europe in this.
But I see a huge opportunity.
Well, but I agree with your question that not everyone is going to win equally in this.
You have to bring people along. You have to tell the right story, I suppose. And hold on to that thought, and you as well. I think you had a question. Let's open it up now to the public. Does anyone? Okay, we've got straight. Any other hands up at all? Yes. Okay. Let's go to that young lady there, and then we'll go to you, sir.
Yes, hello, my name is Irina Krasnoshtan. I'm from Ukraine, and I want to go back to the discussion about Russia.
And can you stand up, actually? It's helpful for the viewers at home.
Yes. And basically, what I heard today in the discussion and earlier at the discussions is about Russia's reconstitution efforts. And it seems to me that, this timeline is kind of coming closer and closer from 8 years, 7 years, 5, 3 years of potential attack on NATO. So why it is so difficult for NATO to admit that it's actually in its core interest for Russia to be defeated right now in its war in Ukraine, because that's the way how its reconstitution efforts would be diminished. So what is the strategy today from NATO towards Russia, and why it is not discussed at the summit?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, who would like to take that?
I can make a stab at it, but I'm sure others will have thoughts on this. So I think, this is an excellent question, and this is one of the key issues, right? And unfortunately, we're in a situation in this summit where the ambition is here when it should be about here. And the reason for that gap is because of the politics around it. The last thing, and I do think actually this also matters for Ukraine, the last thing NATO needs and wants is a public bust-up between Trump and Zelensky. That would be bad for Ukraine as well. But NATO was meant to embark on a review of its strategic approach towards Russia. We haven't heard more about that yet. And so I think the politics about this are actually really significant because we have the US, let's be honest, who is set on a path for normalization with Russia, and Ukraine is an obstacle to that. And it's very difficult to make the US and bring them on board to many European perspectives. For some weeks initially, when Trump was re-elected, the strategy seemed to be to send a different European leader every other week, just to be the last person in Trump's ear. That's not going to be a strategy for the next 4 years. So the politics of this make it incredibly difficult, because of course Ukraine is the frontier of the rest of Europe's security.
A very quick answer. First of all, you're from Ukraine. What city? What part are you from? Sorry?
I'm from Kyiv.
Kyiv. First of all, thank you. You're fighting for all of our freedom, and I travel to Ukraine when I can because I think it's not well enough it's not often enough said, and it's not well enough internalized. To lose Ukraine at this time would be as devastating as having lost West Germany or West Berlin during the Cold War might have been. And I feel pretty strongly about that. The remarkable taking down of so much of the strategic bombing force of Russia, that effort was where the shots heard round the world. And if anything influenced President Trump, it was seeing that, and he was awestruck. As you know, he responded to it because it was such a.
What was his response? I don't recall.
I can't remember the social. Someone can look it up, but it was an expression of awe at what they'd pulled off, and it reverses the notion that it's just a matter of time before Ukraine has to bend to this much larger and more powerful neighbor. The other thing that I think is really quite important and hasn't been recognized enough is the critical minerals deal. Why is the critical minerals deal important? It's not so important. It's going to be years, if even then, that the minerals are produced and the U.S. gets its share of the returns from those critical minerals. What it was his form, President Trump's form, the Trump administration's form of security guarantee. I would like it to be more formal than that. I'd love to have a backstop for whatever European forces go into Ukraine to ensure the peace under any peace deal. You really need an American backstop for that. We haven't committed to that yet. But the critical minerals deal comes close to that, in his view, because you'd have Americans on the ground in that operation, and because of that, they'd be hostage to our intent, and we would have to protect them. The other thing that did was it started the flow of weaponry again, because that flow of weaponry, whatever Ukraine buys now, goes into the formation of this critical minerals operation and what shares the U.S. has of it. So I think there's some positive signs there, but the reconstitution of the Russian military is only a problem if it goes faster than what we're able to do. And so far it is. And they're producing 3 times the amount of 155 millimeter artillery rounds as the alliance combined. I mean, and when I don't know, our GDP compared to the alliance GDP compared to Russia's GDP, I don't know if it's 30, 40-fold, but it's huge. Yeah. There's no way it should be in this kind of situation. So it really is what you said earlier. It's a question of political will. Yeah. And this expression 5% is the beginning of the expression of that political will. So let's not underestimate what a great sign that is. Yeah. But we need more coming from that. Okay. But Russia is vulnerable, but it's only vulnerable if we have political will.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's take your question. If you could stand up as well.
Benjamin Tallis from Helsing, Europe's biggest defence AI company. It was mentioned before we need a defence industrial revolution, and I'd like to push the panel on that a little bit about how we actually get it. Because at the moment, we're talking too much about the input, as Armida said, we're talking about 3.5% or 5%, not the capability and effect we get, not how quickly we get it, which if we rely on the defence industrial base as it is, we will not get what we need in time. So I want to understand from the panel how you see the need for true disruption that would actually properly disrupt the defence industrial base that is too slow, too expensive, and produces too few and too complex platforms. That, for example, 28 million euro tanks that can't be repaired in field in Ukraine. When at the same time, we have an ongoing revolution in military affairs, which NATO's regional plans have not taken account of in the capability planning that they've put in place, which risks that we could be outmoded by our competitors unless we seize this moment. And I would put it to you that by seizing that moment, in harnessing our innovation and our industry, we would force Russia to run our race rather than the other way around and actually gain a competitive as well as economic advantage.
Okay, thanks very much. Great question. It's very clear. How do we deal with that?
So I think that is the question. And of the three things I mentioned earlier, this points to the capitals, because the capitals are where you will get the political decisions that will consolidate industry, and where you get the long-term commitment to have contracts with industry that reaches beyond the next defense agreement, or be it 3, 4, 5 years, whatever countries they operate with. but they have to commit to long-term investments that allows defense industry to plan and build plants and so forth, and consolidate. Because, as you said, we have too many systems, we have too many firms and too many standards. So the main thing is that political capitals, they come together to make some of these decisions. Surprisingly, I don't think the hard work is to be done in the EU. There's hard work to be done. But I think the main thing is in the capitals. And then, secondly, in NATO. And you would think maybe NATO is in good shape, but I think there's a lot of work to be done in that the capability targets that were just approved are individual for each ally. They're not joint. They're not about effects. They're about individual targets. They're not really integrated with technology. They're not integrated with defense industry. So there's a whole of military effect revolution that needs to take place within NATO, and how NATO deals with all of that. But that, of course, is going to come about as the governments, they get their act together in how do they want to consolidate, how do they want to enter long-term contracts with industry. So it's all related, and the money is going to come out of the EU system and all that. But the driver in this will be the main European capitals, and then that will have effects on how they set up their cooperation in the EU and the NATO system.
Okay. Perhaps time for one more question. Wait a second. No, let's take one more, okay, afterwards. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Simeon Tsomokos from the Delphi Economic Forum in Greece. Do we know whether President Trump will attend the summit today? Because I think this is critical as far as the outcome of, the importance of the summit. Yeah. Do we know whether he's attending?
As far as I'm aware, there's no announcement to the contrary. So
I think he's on.
Sorry for this, but yeah, I think it's very critical.
Okay. Well, that's a very short question, so we've got time for another one. Great. Yes.
I also will answer the defense industrial base question as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Noah from the Netherlands. I have a question about cooperation with the Indo-Pacific countries. To what extent do you think that over the coming 20 years this will increase or grow? How do you assess that?
Great, thanks very much. We also have, by the way, a session later on, just to do some advertising for it, which is dedicated to just that topic. But who would like to take this? Armida? Yeah?
I'll be quick on the two questions. On Indo-Pacific, there's a division inside the Trump administration right now. I think there are some who believe Europe's business is Europe and America's business is the Indo-Pacific. That would be a departure from recent American policy, which was trying to bring Europe into the Indo-Pacific. I think it has to continue. I don't think you can separate the two, but this is a longer, I'm glad you're doing another panel on. There's someone in this room who you will want to get to know, is Tori Tausig, who runs our Transatlantic Security Initiative. And we're going to be taking a big swing at the Transatlantic Defense Industrial Base, because your questions, it would take hours to answer it, but it's the absolutely crucial question. What Europe needs is more Andurils. As you know, Anduril right now is building a $1.5 billion facility in Ohio that's going to produce tens of thousands of unmanned systems within 18 months. The advanced systems, the lead times for advanced systems are 18 to 36 months. Europe has to go there too, but it can't give up the one for the other, and I think it really has to purge capacity. And then the one thing I think is absolutely crucial is innovation. It's building things for the future. I mean, Ukraine is a mixture of World War I and World War III in terms of trench warfare with the latest technology being innovative. But what the U.S. did right is it set up a Defense Innovation Council run by Eric Schmidt of Google. And I think that there should be something like that in Europe or even transatlantic. It played a pivotal role in shaping the Pentagon's innovation strategy, which, by the way, isn't very good either. And so the Pentagon has to find more ways to get innovation more quickly into the system. It used to be that technological innovation started in the Pentagon and DARPA. Now most of it's coming from the private sector and moving into the Pentagon. And so I think that's going to be the case in Europe too, is how do you bring all these breakthroughs from the private sector and then leverage that into the public sector and into defense.
Okay, so we need to be more agile is pretty much what I'm hearing.
Absolutely.
I noticed there's a gentleman in the audience who used to be the Dutch ambassador to the Ukraine. Is that right? If you don't mind, and standing up, just to get your sense on how do you look at the discussions that we're having here, and how are these discussions, do you think, perceived in Ukraine right now? We've got someone here who, had a great question, but yeah.
First of all, thank you very much for this panel, because you really touched on the question, which is, of course, Ukraine. Without Ukraine being discussed, what kind of a summit are we having otherwise? And I think you have been touching on these issues and how difficult that actually is. When it comes to Ukraine, it's of course very painful for Ukrainians what's happening now. You know how Zelensky is here, but he's somewhere here, but not very much actually here at NATO. We all know this. And of course this is being felt in Ukraine. Another thing I have to tell you, I have my family-in-law also in Ukraine. My wife is from Ukraine. What we are noticing now is that Kiev, the capital city, is actually under bombardment every other day, not every other week or every other 2 weeks. And now actually the missiles and drones are hitting the city. So my family is hardly sleeping. So this is actually the reality for Ukrainians while we are discussing all this. So for me, Ukraine remains the big elephant in the porcelain kind of room, which is NATO today.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing that. And that's what it comes down to. I mean, it is literally an existential moment for people in Ukraine. To what extent do you think people are going to feel reassured about, okay, everyone's going to be spending 5% now?
The 5% thing, as we've talked about, it's an input, not an output.
Yeah.
And also, it doesn't account for the US potentially withdrawing troops from Europe, which we're awaiting the force posture review. And it doesn't account for the US withdrawing support for Ukraine. So those are the two major issues for Ukraine. So for Europe, and the whole of Europe they get it, right? For Europe, the primary challenge is how do we maintain support for Ukraine? And the politics is important there, and the symbolism is actually also important there, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zelensky, with President Zelensky. But much more importantly is what concretely Europe can do on that front, because it is existential.
What's the likely? You mentioned a particular review there that's coming out as to whether or not the US is going to pull troops out. What's what's being said in corridors? What's likely? What are analysts thinking?
So Frederick may have his finger on the pulse better than I do, but there is a sense that what could happen is that it withdraws about 20,000 troops, which is out of Europe, which is how they surged.
Currently, roughly in Europe,
80,000, I think, which is basically their surge from the February 22 invasion. So they put additional troops in Europe, and they may withdraw those and reposition those. But then it's not just about the troops; it's also about the capabilities, as we've been talking about,
and the optics of that. Yeah.
The optics, I think, partially can also be managed. We shouldn't do Putin's job for him. So, again, some of this just comes about the messaging, and it has to be, but that's one of the key issues, it has to be communicated, coordinated with the European allies. It can't just be a rash decision by the US.
Could I add to that?
Sure.
That we're talking about, how quickly can the Europeans ramp up on defense spending? And we'll see tomorrow what they say, the timeline of the 5%. But the US coming decision to draw down a number of troops from Europe, reposition them, will also have a timeline. How quickly will this be done? And there will also be politics on the US side. It's not only President Trump. What about the Pentagon and etc. So this will have to be worked out on the US side. How quickly are we going to do it? Which troops are we going to pull out? Are we going to leave the bases we've had for a long time in Germany, etc. And so there will be a ramping down for the US that needs to be worked out as well. And getting those two movements, the European upwards, the US downwards, that is what needs to be coordinated in the long run coming out of this summit. But I think that this is for the experts in the room. I think in the European publics that need to carry the increased defense spending, the heads of governments and state, they understand that this is really about Ukraine and Russia. You need to deal with the high politics, the value content of this, to mobilize opinion, to offer leadership. And so we have a summit that's focused on resources. But what will come out of the summit is a political a focus on the values at stake in engaging Russia to protect Ukraine and NATO.
And in terms of that leadership, who do you want to see being a bit more robust in their language? Are there EU leaders who you think are falling by the wayside here or could be doing more?
Well, I think given where we are, I think European leaders have done actually a good job. And what I would like to see is some coordinated steps forward across the Atlantic. And so no more disruption, no more, let's say, fear of provoking adverse reactions here or there across the Atlantic. I think that a certain level of trust and movement together is really needed.
I need to push back on that. I mean, I feel like the bar has been raised in terms of leaders being very outspoken and making it clear what their views are, and using words like, you know, the defense revolution, industry revolution that we need here. You need a leadership to match that, don't you? Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, there's some positive signs. Also, across the Atlantic, you have Prime Minister Starmer, you have President Macron, you have Prime Minister Maloney in constant communication with President Trump. I think some people just enjoy wringing their hands around about the United States and Europe. And there certainly is some reason. Some of the signaling from the president is pretty stark. On the other hand, I've been assured in my off-record conversations with Trump administration officials that if there is any troop movement from Europe, it won't be a surprise and it will be done in coordination with Europe. It would be good to hear that publicly. I think Ambassador Matt Whitaker has said that publicly. And so I think that kind of signaling right now is absolutely crucial. But
that's at least we would hope for, isn't it? Yeah. At least them telling us they're going to move people out.
I think it is. There's been more signaled. I don't think the NATO ambassador could have been clearer. The U.S. is here to stay. What Europeans know is President Trump also likes to use the element of surprise. Iran has learned that in the last few days. Let's just hope there's not going to be a surprise in this respect. All the signs are that it's not going to be. I think at this point, there's really a desire to, I would call it burden shift rather than burden share. I think there will still be a shared burden, but a lot of that, the desire of the Trump administration is to shift the defense of Europe to Europeans, but understanding that one's not going to do it overnight. But I think the relationship will be on much steadier ground if we actually reach the agreement that we're expecting to reach tomorrow on defense. If that's not reached, if there's wobbling on that, then President Trump will use the stage accordingly.
And what about more than just a tonal shift, but I mean to mirror acts of the U.S. government? Should NATO leaders be also more prepared to make surprising moves and military moves and assaults?
Look, I'm going to underscore what I've just heard, what I just said about Ukraine and the drone strikes inside Russia. Those are the kinds of positive surprises that we could use more of. Yeah. Obviously, Europe is not involved militarily in that war right now, but there are other ways to surprise. Sanctions as a means of surprise, weapons deliveries to Ukraine in an accelerated fashion. This is a generational moment. This is a historic inflection point, and it has to be treated as such. Yeah. If this summit can mark a moment at which Europe's got the message and is building up, that this is a real turning point for Ukraine as well in terms of Europe's support for Ukraine, and the U.S. continues to stay the course in Europe, maybe with reduced weight on the military side, but certainly not not presence, then that would be a historic summit of a very positive nature. I think there's a lot at stake in the next 2 days, but we probably won't know the impact of the summit in full for years thereafter, but this would be a good step in the right direction.
Okay, thanks very much. We've got some more time actually for questions from the audience, if there are any here.
There was a lady in green.
A lady in green? No one heard. Did you have a question? Yeah, hold on 1 second, if you can stand up, yeah.
I'm Pauline Sasset, director of peace organization PAX. I heard the talk about the defense industrial revolution that we need, and it creates also a big concern for me about the international rights-based order that we're intending to defend with all the defense spending. How is that related to each other? How can we still be sticking to our own rules and our own values while we go into this process?
Yeah, great question. Great question. Stan.
So I don't think there's any contradiction between having a strong defense and being in support of a rules-based order.
Sorry to immediately jump in, but I mean, let's say, take the Israeli pager attacks, in Lebanon. Something that really treads a very thin Geneva Convention line, but nevertheless extremely effective. You could even argue, the US attack on Iranian nuclear institutions, or nuclear facilities, rather. These things do absolutely...
So these are specific actions.
Yeah.
If we talk about the defense industry and the build-up, I think we need to understand very basically that we have a status quo revisionist conflict in Europe. The status quo is rules-based. The revisionist Russia is trying to change it to expand its political sphere of influence. To protect that rules-based order, you need a defense industrial wake-up revolution, call it what you will. So in that sense, they're compatible. Now, what you do with defense capabilities once you have them need to be in support of that order. That goes without saying. Sometimes it is possible to act in a way that is considered legitimate, but not entirely within the legal framework. That was NATO's intervention in Kosovo in 1999. And obviously you shouldn't bend or break the rules that you're there to protect. But you will have gray zones where the order is being challenged in a way that was unpredictable, that a smart adversary exploits rules to undermine the rules. And you need also the leadership able to deal with that to protect the order. You need to have the order evolve. And I won't decide on what people should think of the U.S. strike on Iran, but the debate there, at least, is whether Iran was undermining the rules of non-proliferation and orderly nuclear energy use by secretly developing nuclear weapons. If they were, then it is justified to step in. And you can get into the details of that argument. I won't go there now. We don't, I think, have time for that. But I think you have to consider that if you want to defend the order, you have to have the means of defense, and you have to have a leadership that can deal with grain soul challenges.
Does that sort of answer reassure you and your colleagues, you think, at PAX?
To be honest, no, not really. I'll stand up. No, not really. I think indeed we have to be very careful that with rightfully developing more independent defense capacity in Europe, I agree that is needed. We do that within the rules and to strengthen those rules of a rights-based order. And indeed, you refer to the attack on Iran, for instance. Well, according to the rights-based order, this is not illegal activity. So it's not really convincing me, this example, that we're really sticking to that.
Okay, thanks very much. Amrita.
Yeah, I'm going to go out on a limb here, but
yes,
I might regret it. But I think the other dimension of this, I mean, there's consensus, certainly in this room, I would assume, that we need rearmament for Europe. Absolutely, there's a clear threat. Now, what is more difficult, in my mind at least, is that a lot of that also hinges on defence exports. including to countries who share our interests but perhaps not our values. And from, if we look at public opinion around this, UK arms exports to Saudi Arabia, for example, to conduct its war or its activities in Yemen, were deeply unpopular. So I think we haven't even started having that discussion publicly yet about how we actually sustain our defence industries and the trade-offs that involves and what that actually means in practice.
And why not more money? Why aren't there calls for more money to be put into diplomacy, diplomatic initiatives, rather than, or is it as opposed to?
I mean, we've slightly come full circle here because you started by talking about great power competition and how that was always ongoing in Iraq and Afghanistan, which I agree with. And so the way in which some governments are now cutting aid or the Foreign Office in the UK to allow for more defence spending, to me seems very short-sighted, because actually those are all on the same spectrum. If we need to cut, we need to take a look at where we need to cut, and those are going to be very difficult decisions and very difficult trade-offs. But aid, engagement with the rest of the world, diplomacy, defence, it's all, once upon a time it was called the 3D approach. But
let me take a stab at the rules-based order, which has, by the way, never been a perfect situation. But the creation after World War II, actually during World War II, in 1944, of the Bretton Woods Agreement. But then after that, creation of NATO, creation of the European Coal and Steel Community. And the Bretton Woods institutions and all of that's what we're talking about. There's probably no greater violation of the UN Charter than what Vladimir Putin did in February 2022. Why was he able to do it? Because we did not have an adequate deterrent, and Ukraine hadn't had an adequate deterrent. It wasn't because Ukraine was trying to get into NATO. If you look at the countries that are safe right now around Russia, it's those that are in NATO. And so it's actually creating more peace to be a member of NATO rather than more danger of war. So for me, this is where I side with my Danish colleague, where I think that you can, military used in a proper manner reinforces the order, but the inviolability of borders is the UN Charter, and that's what's been violated, and we can't actually let that stand, because then the rule of law becomes the rule of the jungle, and that's what I think was at stake in Ukraine. Iran's a different situation. I think this will be argued for some time to come, but you have a rogue state that wants to end the existence of Israel, and if it gets a nuclear weapon, you could say it will be detoured by what Israel has. I'm not sure Israel is willing to risk that. It's also a state that has used proxies to destabilize its neighbors. It's also a state that has backed terrorism. So this is a state where it's violated almost all the rules of the international order that you can imagine. Whether or not it has crossed the line to develop a nuclear weapon, we knew because it was at 60% enrichment and all the other things we know that was moving in that direction. So I think this is like another hour and a half, 2 hour discussion. But I think the rules-based order is what's at stake. And China and Russia and Xi Jinping and Putin have said that they are out to replace it. They said this is, the most important moment in the last century, and they have a no limits partnership that is out to change this. And we should be the ones, particularly NATO Summit kind of embodies this, should sustain and reinvigorate, redefine, but defend the rules-based order.
But with that rules-based order in mind, what's your take on what Armida raised with respect to arms sales and the damage that can have when it comes to building public resilience? They see this mismatch when it comes to, or hypocrisy rather, when we're talking about wanting a rules-based order, but nevertheless, kind of via the back door, still funding states that kind of breach the rule-based order. Is that just a reality we have to accept?
The world is sloppy, and a lot of things happen in the world that we don't think should happen. What I always look for is transparency. So in arms sales, transparency. In relationships, transparency. In money, shifting between hands, as much transparency as you can come by. And that's what democracies should demand of their leaders. That if you're selling arms to a country, as a nation, it should be transparent to your electorate what's going on. Transparency doesn't solve all ills, but at least it gets you part of the way.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Well, listen. As we move towards the close of this session, let me get your take on this, the transatlantic bond, because this relationship is going to be key to the future of a resilient NATO. What will it take to ensure that that bond is tighter than ever by the end of this summit, Stan?
By the end of this summit?
By the end of this summit, what needs to be said?
Well, okay, to my mind, President Trump has to come and say that he supports NATO. He's with NATO.
Unequivocally.
Make an Article 5 commitment. So that's one thing. The other thing, Europeans have to demonstrate that they're fully backing that they must take the lead on defense spending. And the third is that they should say something on what they said a year ago, namely that Russia is the key aggressor. Ukraine needs protection, and China is abetting the war. They should address this. If they can do all three things, chew gum and do three things, then it's a success.
Okay, what do you think, Fred? And are we likely to get that third wish list item from Stan there?
So a very senior international official gave a room full of senior international officials some advice about how to deal with the Trump administration. And this official's one-word advice was chill.
Chill.
Chill.
Okay.
I was live on CNBC when the whole Oval Office meeting of Zelensky was unraveling with Trump, and people were declaring the end of the transatlantic relationship, the end of the relationship with Ukraine. And my response at the time was, what we've just witnessed is geopolitics as reality TV. Let's wait for the next episode. So we've got to cease being surprised by Trump and realize that if he doesn't surprise us, that would be the surprise. I don't know what he's going to say tomorrow, but I would pay attention to actions and not just rhetoric. And the actions thus far should be for Europe, I think, not as destabilizing as they seem to have been. I think if we come out of this summit with the defense agreement, with the U.S. still committed to Article 5, which it's never said it wasn't, with Matt Whitaker's language repeated in some form by the President of the United States. The U.S. is here to stay, but we want equal partners in Europe, and you need to carry more of your own weight. That's a good outcome.
Yeah. And just to be clear, to unpack chill a little bit, you mean we shouldn't take everything he says literally, either in a positive or a negative sense? If he comes out with something really positive about NATO, we should be equally chill.
Well, so in the first term, it was the saying by Peter Thiel, a Silicon Valley investor, was, take him seriously but not literally. Now I think more often you have to take him literally and seriously, but you also have to understand that some of his statements are negotiating positions. Some of his statements are to get effect. We've never had the President of the United States has so captured the news, and that's actually part of his leadership style.
Yeah.
And so I marvel at the fact that we haven't just kind of internalized that for now.
Yeah.
And I think let's just pay attention to what agreements we get. Okay. President Trump just walked out of a G7 meeting and people were thinking it was the end of the G7, but it was really the end of the nuclear capability of Iran, and that was the reason he was walking out.
Okay. We've not got so much time, but Armida, what would you say?
I mean, I just always think back to the 2018 NATO Summit in Brussels, where Trump arrived there with the intention of announcing that the US was leaving NATO. And then, thanks to lots of back-channel diplomacy, he walked back from that. So I think, being able to get through the next 24 hours without any major upheaval is a positive, as low as that kind of threshold is. I know.
Yeah.
But what I will say is, as many people have said before me, the real work starts afterwards, because this is almost just a threshold we need to step over, and then we need to start thinking much more seriously about the strategic approach to Russia, support for Ukraine, engagement with industry, what do we do with the Indo-Pacific partners. Those are the kind of key issues going forward.
Clear. Okay, thank you very much for leaving us with that, Armida, and thank you very much to all of my guests here. With these conclusions, we have to round it up there. We'll be back with another Studio Bravo show at 15:25, so set your alarms, and that will be on how we address the threat of terrorism. Just another light afternoon topic here at the NATO Summit Public Forum. I'd like to thank my guests here at the table, and we'll now head back to Donna's safe hands in Studio Alpha, where the discussion will start on how to make societies more robust, ready, and resilient.
Welcome back from the break. Did you have a nice one? Yes. I hope you had a chance to recharge, network, or maybe even catch the engaging discussion in Studio Bravo. By the way, a big thank you to Ikenna for the insightful conversation on the impacts of higher defense investment, timely and thought-provoking session. It is now time to resume our plenary program with some more substantive discussions. Up next, we will hear from a high-level panel exploring how our societies can become more robust, ready, and resilient. Resilience starts at home. For NATO to effectively deter and defend against today's wide range of threats, societies must be prepared to withstand disruption, whether through stronger infrastructure, more agile institutions, or better informed citizens. From cyber attacks to sabotage, information warfare to strained supply chains, the challenges are growing more complex. So, what does it take to ensure our societies remain strong and secure in times of crisis, now and in the future? To guide this important conversation, I am pleased to hand over to Stephen Erlanger, Chief Diplomatic Correspondent for Europe at the New York Times. Stephen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much. Thanks to you all. We have a nice, tight panel with two wonderful foreign ministers from the Baltics, Kęstutis Budrys, if I'm pronouncing it properly, and Margus Tsakna. But first, we have a video. So get out your popcorn. It's about 2.5 minutes. Okay.
I do feel safe in Europe, but I'm really concerned what's going on in the world at the very moment.
The political situation in the world is a bit on the shaky ground everywhere, I feel.
I'm Ukrainian, I never feel safe, to be honest.
Actually, I work as a IT. The menace of cyber attacks is a continuous, it's a flow.
Cyber attacks, they are constant, coming from the Russian side. Also attacks on the critical infrastructure, we've seen that in the Baltic Sea. That's a big problem.
We should build our infrastructure, build our militaries, but in a reasonable amount, so as not to provoke Russian invasion.
A lot of our Estonian population knows what to do in case of a crisis. We are doing different exercises all of the time.
Finland is ready. We have been preparing since the Second World War. This country is ready for whatever comes upon it.
I'm very willing to fight.
Yeah, I would do what I could.
Of course, no doubt about it.
Maybe not the front line, but I would definitely, if I'm
good at being a nurse or something, I would help there.
Everyone should know first how to help each other, like with medical knowledge first, and after probably, and men and women, they should be ready, for example, to be drone operators.
I think people in each country should probably spend a little time in the military when they're young, you know, learn how to use a weapon, learn how to work together as a team, learn how to survive in the woods, you know, that kind of stuff.
An attack against Estonia is not an attack against Estonia, but against a lot of countries.
I believe that one for all and all for one kind of system.
I would fight for the values, for the democratic values.
Knowing that there's so many support from different countries, also NATO alliance, it does give me a better sense of security and peace in a lot of ways.
Okay, well, thank you. When I see videos like this, I always think, such nice young people, what a lovely continent. Pity should something happen to it, which is why we're here. So it is our topic on resilience, but we'll get into other things also. So let me first start with you, Foreign Minister Boudries. When you think about resilience, are you thinking more about the war that might come or the war that's already happening?
Actually, both. And our path to resilience as of Lithuania started much before we saw the war started in Ukraine. That was 2014, and all our history after 90s. And this is the paradox. In the old members of NATO, you know, whether it is a real thing to separate to all the new, but to the older members, so to say, in NATO, the resilience decreased a bit after the end of the Cold War.
Oh, it decreased a lot.
And in our case, we were increasing it a lot because we experienced all the spectrum of Russia's activities and a whole of government activities against us, be it political interference, be it economic interference and economic coercion, different blockades from the very announcement of our independence, 1990, we experienced immediate blockade that was 100% of oil products. The railways stopped, everything stopped, and they thought that, okay, you won't survive with your independence, so stop it right now and return to Soviet Union. So this is where this thinking in Lithuania started. We have to be resilient in one way or another in many, many sectors. So then we arrived to the point where the war against Ukraine started in 2014, then the full-scale invasion, and we looked into the lessons what Ukrainians learned in their hard way, with the role of NGOs, that was new for us, with the role of big business, and then with the private entities supplying the very front line. So there were new elements to learn. But if I would look into our history, into experience, into my experience, into the field of the national security for 25 years, so for us that was coming directly from Russia. Russia is our biggest teacher in this one.
Right. And Marcus, for Estonia, I mean, in a way, resilience for a small country on the border may mean something else than for a big country farther away.
Yes, indeed. But, you know, we have been living there like a couple of thousands of years, and somehow we have been surviving, and we are speaking the secret language, Estonian language, and there is no scientific proof for why we are actually there. Because,
well, that's because you believe in ghosts.
Yes, we believe in ghosts, and but anyways, this resilience is somehow written into our code to survive. But of course, be honest that we gained our independence in 1919 or 1920, and we were happy that we had this 20 years together with Latvia, Lithuania. So we still remember how it was to be free. Then we lost it, and I think that resilience is starting from the principles what we agreed in the beginning of 90s when we regained our independence. There were like two things. And the first principle was at this time, if the attack is coming, we will fight, because we didn't do it in 1940. Finnish people, they did it. And to be honest, democracy was in better conditions as well in Finland than in Estonia, because authoritarian regimes were pretty popular at the time in Europe as well. And the second principle is that we will never be alone again. because we were alone, because we declared that we were a neutral country, peaceful country, and we are not stepping into the war before the Second World War. But no one actually asked from us actually what we wanted. So this time, beginning of 90s, we decided that we definitely will never be alone again, and we took it's like the unwritten agreement between different political parties and also society.
I remember talking to your former defense minister, Jerzy Luik, who reminded me that in the first couple days of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it took more territory than the entire country of Estonia.
Exactly.
And then what happened to Bucha and so on. And so this created a much stronger sense of not 1 inch, which was not NATO's earlier doctrine, right?
It was not, and that's why we are very satisfied about the new regional defense plans, what we actually agreed in Vilnius 2 years ago. And now we are increasing defense spendings heavily. We all do in Baltic states and also Poland next year already 5% or even more. But it is not because of President Trump's pressure.
Oh, give him a little credit.
Yeah, of course. I keep actually. I remember very well I was defense minister when we had this Brussels summit. If you remember as well, that Trump was first time here, and actually he heavily and brutally asked that why we are not actually, as Europe, is paying more, because war was already on since 2014 in Ukraine. But coming back to the plans, we calculated that actually this 5% what we do, this is exactly needed to fulfill these caps what we have as a NATO in these plans. So, and also the time frame is very important. And you're totally right. The new concept is that we are not giving a hinge of NATO territory, but it means as well the totally new political readiness as well. That Estonia has 200 kilometers territorial depth from the border of Russia to the sea. And we all know what has happened in Ukraine with these territories. So we will bring defensive war to Russia. And this is a totally different thing as it was a couple of years ago.
I was going to ask you also, I mean, of the lessons of Ukraine, I mean, I've just said one of them, but what do you take as lessons that you haven't been doing, that you need to do more of? I mean, is it for defense? Is it preemption? Is it civilians better able to shoot? I mean, what kinds of lessons are you learning and actually applying?
That's a good point. Everyone talks about lessons from Ukraine. And I think only those lessons are really taken serious, the ones that you apply, and additionally can tell the others how you did it, where you failed, and what you would suggest to the others. And if you would put this as the test to the others, you would see how little lessons actually we really applying. We're just talking about the drones, about this and that, and you know how they're effective in regulating, for example, the NGOs is a very unique also ecosystem. And what we do in Lithuania, for what I can talk, I was then working for the President as National Security Advisor, and we had the team, and I went there also and went through all the non-military institutions, looking how they plug into the whole of the government system. And what functions they reviewed and what they would do differently if they would know where they are right now. And then we applied it into Lithuania, and believe me, it is really difficult. We have the total defense concept. For it to be implemented in Lithuania, we adopted, and it is public, total defense plan. This is the plan for whole state. It's not only military part. Actually, military part is to be to the side. It's classified as for the military. That is in the very line with the NATO planning. And then there is this civilian part. For the services to be supplied for the society, decisions has to be made. Our relations with the world has to be maintained. Our resilience and our informational resistance has to be also in place. There are many, many functions that has to be there where we have to learn from Ukraine. So we put many institutions into those plans, and now we're pushing through the detailed planning, different tabletop exercises, how it would work. And each time we get there, we stuck with the problems, how it would work. And one of the main ones from the very beginning is still different culture of understanding of the things. The business the one that business has, NGOs have, NGOs or the governmental institutions. So till you're not at the table, playing through those scenarios, you are not preparing, and you are just, imitating that. Yet you are there. I can just give you one example. We were working on the food supply. This is something that we want to be prepared for in the country for some certain time, some month, and in putting those scenarios. And before that, in Lithuania, everything was classified up to the secret. It's in our mobilization plans. It's not for you to know. We were saying to the business, it's you will get what you need to know when the war starts. And when we opened it and invited our business to see it, and the first thing they said, look, it doesn't work like this. You just don't understand how the business functions. It's not about logistics. It's about the production there in these sites, and we need the defense here and here. So it's a different world.
Yes.
And you have to involve those if you want to be really whole society resilient. If your business is not at the table, you're not there.
I mean, are you actually asking citizens to store food or put water supplies down? I mean, does it go to that extent, the way in the 50s American kids were taught to go to the bomb shelter?
There are instructions published by the government, and it's called 72 hours, 72.lt, where you should go and then see the instructions how to be prepared. So we are talking about your backpack that has to be prepared for the time that it would be needed. But it has to be there. Of course, some of the reserves, some clean clothes, water, and everything. So each family has the instruction there. Whether they are following it, that's another story. But what we've seen during the COVID, you don't need the instructions for people to go and get all the salt and sugar and everything from the store.
Right. Yeah. How many bullets are you telling them to store?
The ones that have the right to have the rifle at home, and those are members of Riflemen Union, and also members of the reserve of the armed forces. They are.
But I mean, Marcus. I mean, when you described Estonia's loss of sovereignty territory, of course, one thinks of Finland constantly, and Finland's winter war, and the way the Finns, who are finding their way into collective defense inside NATO, it's not so easy for them, having built a kind of self-reliant system that really wasn't dependent on collective defense. I mean, do you take lessons from the Finns too, or
yes,
or is their situation sufficiently different?
Yes, of course, we're taking lots of lessons from Finnish people, and we are very similar as well. To be honest, I think that Finland is one of the strongest society in Europe, which is able and ready to fight as well. And I'm very happy that the latest polls in Estonia as well said approximately the same level, that more than 70% of Estonians, they're ready to fight. And this is something you need to work every day with young people, older people. And I'm always asked different journalists, and are you afraid? Are you living in fear in Estonia? I can say that no, because we have been living there a long time, but we just must be ready. And I can say that we are mentally ready. This is most important, actually, to have this the willingness for people. Because if you don't have that, you may spend like 20% of GDP and nothing will happen. And exactly as Kestutis said as well, that we have this total defense concept. We copied that from Finland, but also from Israel. So everyone knows exactly what to do. And also we have this conscript system, and we have reserve army. But also it's very important that we have this defense league organization, which is a military voluntary organization, and everyone knows exactly. They have these combat units, they have support units, also, the younger people, children, everything. But what I wanted to say is that people still think that the war or aggression is starting like from the war movies. The orchestra somewhere in St. Petersburg and Moscow, and then, the troops are marching in. So you ask a very right question, actually, that this aggression is already on. It's ongoing. We have different level of hybrid attacks, tests, cyber, propaganda. Everything is on already. And if we could list everything, not only in Estonia, but in Europe, what we have had, we call them hybrid attacks, but I don't like the word. They're just attacks which are not crossing the Article 4 or 5. So if we list everything what we have had during the last 3 years and put this list like 4 years ago, maybe we could already ask Article 4 or 5. Yeah. So the Putin strategy is that boiling us, all societies as a frog,
like frog,
the tip and so on.
Well, let me ask you, the thing about Estonia, I mean, you've always been rightly proud of being the digital country, that you can do everything online, you vote, your taxes, your whole thing. But that's more vulnerable now, isn't it? I mean, are you trying to make sure that it's better secured?
It is not more vulnerable because at the same time you develop these public services. We have 100% services, public services online, except marriage. You still need to meet at least once. So, but divorce is already online. So but the case is that you need to invest the cyber defense and security as well, and you need to back up your systems. But actually, I can say that after a couple of years, we can run our country without our territories, about the public services. So, and it's even more secure than
so in a way,
if you have everything on paper.
Estonia's in the cloud.
Yeah. But it means that it's not about the question about technology. It's about the cooperation. It's about education. It's about organization as a whole. It's about cooperation between the public and private sector. We have formed as well the Cyber Defense League. It means that private companies participating, these guys who are very strange guys, you never see them, they know exactly what to do. We are under constant cyber attacks and we work together. So we need to use everyone from our 1.3 million people. So, and I say you that digitalization is not actually the threat. It gives lots of more opportunities to run your societies, even if you are under heavy attacks.
Yes. I mean, one of the things that we started to talk about was just the sense of threat. I mean, obviously, as a border country with the history you both have, you feel it. It's like the Vietnamese would always say about China, we're as close as lips and teeth. They understand it's an intimate relationship, but it can be a very complicated one. How do you transfer, and that's part of what NATO's struggling with at this summit, how do you express and convince people farther away that the threat is real to them and that collective defense imposes obligations on, as we saw in this video, a lovely, beautiful, bourgeois European life?
We are struggling with this, to be honest, and because I approach it as the help and assistance to my colleagues that are having difficulties in explaining it to their societies, because we all know what we have to do, but still there are tensions, there are fiscal restrictions at home in our capitals, and there is the political debate, and there are more priorities, and it's difficult to push this agenda, and it's easy to talk here within the security community, so to say, but we have the wider community, and you have the agricultural people and tractors on the streets and other things. I know that is difficult. And yes, there is this demand to be translated into other languages, how to understand it better. And it's not always, as in our society, it's not always about the tanks and some missiles flying or something physical with the steel and destruction. There are other forms of interference, and be it disinformation, for example, in Lithuania, that really mobilize the civil society into the different forms. So at this specific time, I think that we have to talk more about the effects of the conflict that would be in Europe, as they are in Ukraine. Yes, there is the battlefield. There are areas that are constantly attacked by drones and missiles, and there is the western part that suffers also in the social, economic, and political forms. Same would be in Europe. If there is the breach on the front line in one of the countries, it doesn't have to be Baltics. We are just, it can be more South Poland, and down there, Romania, or Slovakia, or Hungary. And if there is something happening there, all our alliance, at the first minute, we are in the war. And it means that those previous relations will cease to exist. And it means that your troops will be sent there, as we are committed to do this, and it means that the economy will suffer and some of the industries will collapse, and probably some of you will lose your jobs, and you will live in the big social tension, and there will be no life as you lived it anymore.
Yeah.
And do you want to prevent this? Do you want to live in a peace? I want to live in a peace. So for this, we need a credible deterrence, and we have the formula for it that we've written in 4,000 pages, actually, in regional plans. Now we need to cover it with the capabilities, and here we are. We have the success formula for the decades to come.
Yes.
And this is the only way to go forward. And one of those young people that was concerned of not provoking Russia, he provoked me. And I think this is the very fundamental different way that we have to approach Russia.
Right.
And this is somewhere deep in us, in Europe, this need to look into the mirror and to look for the guilt in ourselves. Oh, maybe it's me that, that caused those consequences. No, if Russia will have the opportunity, they will use it. They have the intent, they have the capabilities that they are building, they need the opportunity. They don't need a reason. And the opportunity will invite those. And we have to close this opportunity.
But I mean, this is one of the great debates, really, and I think most of NATO tends to agree with you, but there are members of NATO, Donald Trump seems to be perhaps one of them, Viktor Orban, Mr. Fico, who believe NATO's NATO, and we should protect NATO. Ukraine isn't NATO, and we should be careful not to push Russia too far. I think that's certainly what Orban and Fico believe, while your argument and Mark Rutte's argument is Ukraine is our front line of defense. So they're helping fight our war. They're protecting us, so we need to support them. The other argument is helping Ukraine is making NATO more vulnerable because we're putting a lot of the assets we need to defend ourselves into a non-member state. So how do you deal with that kind of argument, not to your own people and not to me, but let's say to the Spaniards who, or to the Italians who are good NATO members but don't spend much money?
Of course, it is understandable that if you have not had any kind of this kind of experience as we did during these 50 years of occupation, when we lost every fifth person exactly the same way what we see now in Ukraine. So these stories are in our societies, in our families. We know by name these people who were killed and deported and raped and whatever. And this is exactly happening in Ukraine. It's much more easier for us. And also we still remember how it was to live without freedom. So it's still even we remember as a young people here. So, but I think everyone is already paying the price in Europe as well. These billions and billions of euros worth the support to Ukraine, and also the energy prices and everything else, this is already the price that everyone is paying. Everyone is paying, and I think that this attitude has changed as well. And we see during this NATO summit as well that even these countries who are not reached on 2%, they now will be committed to 5%, whatever we call it, like 3.5. This scheme. But anyways, we are investing more heavily. But what I wanted to say is that about Ukraine, we saw the other side of our borders, 120,000 troops ready to go 2016 and 17.
Right.
And these troops are gone now. They are literally dead. They were sent to Ukraine. And then sometimes we are saying as well that Ukraine is not only fighting for themselves and for us, but instead of us. Because these troops were meant to us.
Right.
And that's why we understand as well that Ukraine is a natural part of NATO in the future. And not only that the NATO should give the security guarantees for Ukraine, but the other way around as well. Regionally, be honest, Ukraine has the strongest army.
900,000.
1 million troops, experienced and using NATO stuff and actually innovating a lot. So we need to be very much interested that Ukraine must be brought into NATO, because we need Ukrainians fighting together with our troops in Estonia in the future, maybe. So this is the other way around. This is not about that Ukrainians are begging something. We need to actually, in the future as well, to use their defense industry capabilities and innovation, everything. Even we all now going to spend money, but I'm asking the question, from where we are going to buy the stuff we need?
Well, I wanted to raise that because Boris Pistorius, Germany's defense minister, made a very good point at an earlier NATO meeting. He said, you know, the amount of money is fine. We have tons of money, but the difficulty will be spending it properly, spending it efficiently, partly because factories are full, order lists are long. It's going to be very hard for Germany, you know, which is this huge economy, to spend 3.5% a year, even if it wanted to. So I'm kind of curious. I mean, this is something NATO doesn't talk about very much. I realize there's an industry forum that is talking about this, and Kubilius is a very serious guy who understands his job, which is to get European industry up and going. But this is like a 3, 4, 5, 6 year project. Do we have that much time? And if we do, what should people be ordering first, and where are they going to get it? Even if they have all the money.
Now we have, in the timeline, look back 3.5 years. That's when the full invasion started.
Yeah, it's too slow.
Yeah, we are too slow. Yes, and when you mentioned 3-4 years for waiting, that's fast. With our speed, that is fast. And I think that we wasted those years in discussing why defense industry is so slow, when the industry was telling us, of course, there are issues also on their side, show us the money.
Yeah.
And put the money where your mouth is, and we will do our part, and we were discussing the things. Because remembering the Washington summit, there were also some ideas that we have to increase our defense spending to 3%. And by majority, it was wooed, and there's the nonsense that we don't have to do this. So we have to be also self-critical where we are right now. If after the half of the year, we won't see the dramatic changes in the very regulation and approach, also from the industry with the capacities expanding, that would be the indicator of the upcoming failure. I would agree with you. But seeing what is happening in Lithuania, in the country, defense industry, coming, the new projects are coming. We have the Rheinmetall building the ammo factory there, and there are many examples. So it is happening in Europe right now. And in Europe, yes, we're meeting it with Commissioner Kubilius and other initiatives, with the European defense industry plan that was just agreed on, and also with the SAFE initiative. So we have the instruments. Now we have to move forward. Because sometimes I hear more excuse than the real problem in those voices who are saying that, yeah, but your shelves are empty, so there is nothing to buy. Maybe next year defense industry will be better.
And let's not buy too much American, because our taxpayers obviously need to buy European too.
We can do both. We can promote cooperation of our defense industries that we strongly support, and we have to invest into our capabilities, in the capacities of our industry. There is room enough for everyone. And I'm talking about our transatlantic relations on this specific element. We see it as part of our security cooperation. Defense industry is not just another industry. No. It's not automotive or some other that is compared. This is part of our security cooperation. And that would be the really big mistake for Europe, just to draw the line or to build defense.
And a lot of American companies are really interested in keeping that relationship, no matter the politics, because it's important for them. And it's a small world.
Exactly. We have been I think that as often as in Brussels, we have been as well in DC. And on the Hill, if you talk to people, then the industry people are already concerned about transatlantic economic relations and tariffs and so on. Because this money, what Europe is now putting into defense, led by Germany, to be honest, nominally, we are talking about the trillions of euros within the next maybe 7-8 years. And this is a money that US industry is very much interested. But I agree what Kestutis said, that there is enough space for US, South Korea, Turkey, these countries which are out from the European Union as well. But also, my main question is that what we are going to buy. So these big defense industry companies, they have invested heavily during the last more than 20 years about developments. But maybe we don't need these kind of solutions, which are very expensive as well. And also, if you look into what Ukraine is doing and about the innovation, about the drones and many other things, so this is the opportunity for us for the future as well. And there is an idea actually to use this part of this 150 billion euros European Commission loan money for the member states that actually to invest to Ukraine defense industries for the future cooperation as well, not just give the money for them.
Because, I mean, this is something Zelensky is very interested in.
Exactly.
I mean, he says they already, I think he's right, produce about 40% of their own military equipment.
And they have developed that
and more than most people realize.
And they have developed these capabilities within the last 3 years. So we can speed up. And I always believe in a free market economy, in the meaning that if you have money, then companies will follow that. The question is that what we are going to order and what kind of capabilities we are going to develop. Because we have witnessed that Ukraine is using totally new level of solutions. And I think in the region we must be interested as well about these kind of solutions. But it doesn't mean that we won't have, and we won't need these traditional air defense systems and HIMARS and whatever. So this will be the combination of that.
Yeah, because I mean, if you are going to have forward defense, you need more missiles and a lot better missiles and more satellite intel, particularly if the Americans are, moving assets toward Asia. We'll see.
2 years ago, Estonia was in Europe the largest buyer of the 155 ammunition, nominally. So, can you imagine?
Wow.
So it was a couple of years ago. So, so why I'm saying that?
I mean,
actually we were sleeping. Europe was sleeping at this time.
That's like the city of Brooklyn buying more artillery shells than anyone else.
But this is the answer. What you, Margus, saying. So we know where we still with the empty stockpiles.
Yes. Yep.
And that's why I think that part of our capability targets has to be declassified and made public, just to everyone to see. And it's not a big secret that we cannot supply Ukraine and support with certain same missiles for air defense. Why we are not doing this? It's not because we don't want. The reason is we don't have. And why we don't have? Because we didn't buy those, and the ones that we had, we provided to Ukraine. This is what we have to fulfill. And if we want to be ready to execute our regional plans, we should have our stockpiles for up to 24 days of the intensive war. So it means a lot. And for it, we have to put in front our contracts and then procure it. So it is something so obvious what we have to do.
But that is
and they are known for Russians. And they are known for Russians. So from whom we are hiding it? From our societies?
But there is one more aspect, is that we can buy everything. But the question is for us mainly, we have no time for reaction, in a meaning. We need to start using this kind of systems from the very beginning, from the first seconds and minutes. So we have no time for discussing politically whether we can use one or the other system when we get an allowance for that or not. And this is something which is bordering countries are very much focusing on.
Well, this is also has been an old NATO problem too, because it takes NATO a long time to make a decision. You have to pull the NAC together. The NAC has to get advice from countries. I mean, people have complained regularly that if there was an immediate decision to make, NATO would have a hard time doing it. Do you think that's I mean, how do you improve that? Because after all, SACEUR doesn't actually have all that much under his or her own command to send into the fight, except his own American troops.
You know, this Article 5 is something interesting that no one knows exactly what it is, in the meaning that many people think that this is like the laundry machine, that you just push the button and it's starting to work. Really, I've been asked, I don't know, thousands of times that, why do you think Article 5 works or not? But it is there. So this is actually what is always happening. There are plans, SACEUR has the rights and also the increase of the readiness and so on. I'm sure that it will work. But of course, the political decision-making process is always very complex in NATO. I'm not talking about European Union at all, but in even in NATO.
Let's not bring that up.
Yeah, but that's why we need to gather. That's why we need to talk to each other. That's why we need to explain, and that's why we are happy as well about the new plans and new concept. Is that actually we are starting to react from the first second, and we bring the counter-attacks to the enemy territories. I'm talking about Russia, about Estonia, not about Latvia, Finland and Sweden. So, but this is a totally different thing. And my question is whether we are politically ready for that. And I think that we are. Well, because this is a totally different thing. It's not that at once, okay, we will liberate the territories, what's actually the enemy came in. We have nothing left after that. No Estonians, no Latvians, no Lithuanians. So this is a new thing.
Well, that's right.
Yeah. Just to add a bit about what would be the decision-making process, and because we have this also concern also in some of the corridors in the capital, or whether there will be the discussion in some of the parliaments before the decision is made to agree with Article 5 or not. So in our case, what it will be in Lithuania, if something happens on our border, we won't leave first thing, and was politically not tested but played in different exercises nationally. We won't leave any gray zone. Right. So for us, it will be very clear whether it is the act of aggression or not, and we will probably overreact to the situation, just not to leave some ambiguity.
Well, that's deterrence also. That helps deterrence.
And then we will go and we will announce that that we are attacked, and according to UN Charter 51, we will ask for the help, and we will initiate Article 5. We will ask Estonians to get in, and we will have the group of the countries that will de facto to implement it, and that will turn on all the machine that is related to all this command structure. This is how it will work. We will not have the long debate whether you are against it or pro it, and in what scale we have to implement our plans. It will be implemented, and we have to show it to our adversaries and to our enemies how it is implemented, because it would work, I agree with you, as the deterrence factor.
One more thing, I wanted to say exactly what Kęstutis said, and today as well I read one former high-level NATO official's some kind of comment that it may happen that Russia will test the NATO taking one village somewhere in Estonia, and maybe NATO is not going to react because NATO doesn't want to have a war with Russia because of one village. So this is something weird. Because what is happening in real life is actually we're killing everyone who's coming into Estonia. We started, really. We take them down. So we are not waiting whether NATO is discussing or not, because our first priority is to fight back. Yes. And we do it as Estonia. But I'm sure that these plans will work.
Well, I'm afraid we've run out of time, but I do want to thank you both for being so open and honest, and wish you luck with your arguments. So please join me in thanking our panel.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, for expertly guiding that conversation with allied ministers. We are now going to move to our next session, another ministerial panel for a critical discussion on one of today's most pressing topics. A just and sustainable peace for Ukraine is vital to Europe's long-term security and stability. Through continued political and practical support, the goal is to help Ukraine defend itself, deter future aggression, and prevail as a sovereign democratic nation. From defense coalitions to international diplomacy, what will it take to secure a peace that truly lasts? To lead this important conversation, I am pleased to welcome Bob Dane, head of the security unit at the Klingendahl Institute. Bob has spent much of his career closely following developments in and around Ukraine and brings his deep expertise to this discussion. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you so much, Donna. And thank you all for coming to this discussion on a strong Ukraine for a just and lasting peace. A topic that's particularly close to my heart and has occupied a large part of my career. And I'm honored that we can take such a big topic, such a difficult topic, with a very strong panel of no less than 3 government ministers. So could I please ask you to give a very warm round of applause for His Excellency Rustem Umerov, Minister of Defense of Ukraine, Kaspar Veldkamp, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and the Right Honourable John Healey, State Secretary of Defense for the United Kingdom. Excellencies, if I may invite you to take a seat, please. Excellencies, here we are. A very big topic to discuss, how to achieve a just and lasting peace for Ukraine and a strong Ukraine. And I would suggest that we carve up this very big topic in 3 blocks. A block on how to win the war, the military dimension, because I'm honored to have 2 defense ministers on the panel. A block on diplomacy, how to end the war, because Minister Umerov, you have also been part of some difficult negotiations on that. And a final dimension on how to win the peace, because as you as professionals all know, peace is more than just the absence of war. So, Minister Umerov, if I can start with you. You hold a very heavy weight on your shoulders. You're the Minister of Defense of a country at war. We're very honored to have you here at the NATO Public Forum. And maybe the eyes of the world have been focused on the Middle East a lot lately. But at the same time, Russia has intensified its attacks on peaceful Ukrainian cities. You've seen many dead in recent days. They're pushing forward at the front in the Sumy region, in the Donbass. Could you share with us how you assess the current battlefield situation and what kind of support is, in your view, now most needed for Ukraine to prevail? Excellency, you have the floor.
Yeah. Bob, thank you. You've been personally so many years assisting Ukraine, so thank you very much for your assistance. And I would like to start with the words of gratitude to all the nations that support us in our fight tonight and our fight tomorrow. It's been 3 years of full-scale invasions. The objective of Russians was to obtain Donetsk, Lugansk Oblast, and to remain and continue the invasion of Zaporizhia and Kherson region, to create the buffer zone from Kharkiv to Belarus border. In 3 years, they didn't achieve any strategic objective. We still control the ground. We have repelled 50% from the territory they previously. We've demolished their Black Sea fleet, opened the grain corridor. So our objective as of today is to continue fighting, control the line, to protect the skies, meaning the cities, the critical national infrastructure, our military. We continue to isolate temporary occupied territories. We continue to navigate the Black Sea, especially the grain corridor, which supports all the countries of Africa and in the Middle East, the supply of the grain. At the moment, we are focused to fight tonight strategy, which is the security assistance that we all know as UDCG or Rammstein. We make every month meetings with all our partners, and we're thankful that they provide the security assistance to us. And this is a huge assistance. That is our priority number one. Second, we're working on a coalition of the willing, and we're working on a future force model. So those are the 3 areas that we are at the moment is focusing. But at nutshell, the situation on the ground, even though it's hard, it is under control. Ukraine is capable to withstand, repel the enemy. What we need is the continuous support of our partners.
Thank you, and also thank you for dispelling that notion that Russia would like to have us believe that they're actually winning this war and that there's no way Ukraine can still win it. I think it's a nice bridge to you, Defence Secretary Healy, because the UK has not only been one of the most proactive supporters of Ukraine, and you've taken the lead together with Germany now in the Ukraine Defence Contact Group to further assist Ukraine in the military domain. We've just seen yesterday another package on investment also in the defence industry. Could you share with us a couple of thoughts on what the UK's main priorities are for military support to Ukraine, also in the situation that there may not be a ceasefire in the foreseeable future? Excellency.
So first, look, Rustem reminds us that the Ukrainians 3.5 years on are still fighting with huge courage, military and civilians alike. And he reminds us that Putin thought this was a war he'd win within a week. Instead, this month, he's passed that bloody milestone of 1 million casualties. Men that he's sent to their death and serious injury. And Rustem, I don't think we say it enough to you and your countrymen and women. We salute you, we stand with you. And this session is part of reinforcing that, as this NATO summit will. And I'm proud to be a part of that. Second, if I may, understandably, all eyes have been on the Middle East, and it's really important that we don't lose sight of Ukraine. Putin wants our focus to slip, and part of the strong message from NATO is that we will not let that happen. And this session is an important part of that. Look, I'm proud to be from the UK, proud that from day one, the UK has been united behind Ukraine. I was Defence Secretary. Keir Starmer I was Shadow Defence Secretary. Keir Starmer was the leader of the opposition when Putin first launched his full-scale invasion, and we stood from day one alongside the government. And that bipartisanship has remained in place with the change of government and the new Labour government from last summer. And still in the UK, the opinion polls tell us that almost 3/4 of people believe that the UK support for Ukraine should either be maintained or increased. So it gives us a great strength. And a bit like Minister Velkamp, on my second day in this job, I was in Odessa with Rustem and President Zelensky. I think it was day 7 for you, I think, as you and Ruben were there as well. Look, I have made that, as Defence Secretary, a personal priority for me during this year. And so you've seen the UK stepping up our support still further in the last year, spending more directly in military aid this year than ever before, stepping in alongside the Germans with Boris Pistorius to pick up the convening and the leadership of the UDCG as the Americans step to one side with the new administration. And you've seen the UK also with the coalition of the willing developing alongside the French, the leadership of the military planning that's gone in with over 30 countries involved, because our task is both to prepare to support Ukraine, to guarantee a long-term peace, for Ukraine to become its own strong deterrent against any further Russian aggression. But at this point, when we're still some way from a ceasefire, then the one thing that is important to me is that we don't jeopardize that peace by forgetting about the war. And so, as Rustem reminds us, the number one priority is to stand with and support and strengthen Ukraine in the fight tonight. And for me, that's 3 or 4 priorities. First and foremost, we try and meet what Rustem and his colleagues say they need most. So you'll hear from the UK Prime Minister tomorrow a further announcement of UK aid designed to help reinforce the air defences. You'll see a meeting of the UDCG next month in which, with Rustem, Boris Pistorius and I will try and reform the UDCG so that it can work with NSATU and the NATO capacity there, but to support Ukraine for the long term and to coordinate the coalitions that are in place. And then finally, we are doing UK to Ukraine, the industry link-ups that allow Ukraine to do very much more for themselves in country, because that is the most effective way of Ukraine being able to reinforce itself with our support in the fight that they still have.
Thank you, Excellency. Then if I can turn to you, Minister Veldkamp, you do not only deserve a great word of thanks for being such a generous host nation of this NATO summit, for which we are really grateful, but also in my many travels to Ukraine, I've seen the mood about the Netherlands change completely since the 2016 referendum, a long time ago that seems. The Netherlands has become a very forward-leaning military supporter of Ukraine, including in F-16 coalitions, drone coalition, and you've also found broad support for this in the Dutch parliament. But there might be many in this room who are wondering if that support can endure going forward, given that the Netherlands is moving into early elections in the autumn. Given your own personal commitment, and which you demonstrated by going so often and so early to Ukraine, could you share a few words with us on the Dutch priorities for support to Ukraine and your personal outlook for how this may continue? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm completely confident that in the Netherlands, also after elections, that there will continue to be a very broad support in our parliament to help strengthen Ukraine in its fight. I think that support is very broad. When I was a member of parliament, I was one of the co-sponsors of a resolution that stated that we should continue to support Ukraine at the same levels and even more. And that then met with 2/3 of parliament, and I see that that majority has only grown. And whatever the outcome will be of the elections, I'm really confident when I see where parties are standing, that support will be very strong and very broadly shared. It is important not to lose sight, indeed, on the war in Ukraine, because we're so much distracted by what's happening in the Middle East and elsewhere. And that's also why I raised that yesterday also at the EU Foreign Ministers meeting, the Foreign Affairs Council in Brussels, for example. This is important because this war and also the way it ends, hopefully ends soon, is affecting European security, the European security architecture, and it will affect that architecture for years, if not decades to come. For the Netherlands, it is very important to support Ukraine, both the military and the non-military way. The military way, yes, that goes from F-16s to ammunition and everything in between, howitzers, whatever, guns. But for example, let me give you one example. I understand there are about 70,000 women working for your defense ministry, either in combat or non-combat military positions or civilian positions, etc. Well, women don't have the same body shape as men, so they need special armor and flak jackets, etc. We've contributed to that, so that there are specialized flak jackets not only for men but also for women. That may sound like a small thing, but it's something that is relevant in practice. So where we're talking about women, peace and security, it's also about something tangible like that. Non-military support, I believe that's very important also during wartime, because we have to keep the wheels of the economy turning in Ukraine. Without that, if the Ukrainian economy would have collapsed in the year after the start of the full-scale, of the large-scale invasion, then the situation would really have become very problematic for tax income, tax revenues, but also, for example, for the population. We would have seen much more people displaced, etc. So I'm glad that we continue to work also on that. For the Netherlands, one of our priorities there has been energy infrastructure, because I've visited like power plants in Ukraine that were completely shot to pieces by Russian missiles. Them targeting energy infrastructure, not only to undermine morale of the people, because you can imagine if you live in one of the high-rise buildings in the outskirts of Kiev and you're living on the 10th floor and the elevator doesn't work and Wi-Fi doesn't work and the water pump doesn't work, then the situation is really very complicated. But it's also because energy is just very important for the economy as a whole. So electricity generation and so on, those kind of things we're concentrating to. Yes, what are we focusing on when it's, for example, on military support? It was already mentioned, drones. We are really cooperating closely with Ukraine on drones, drone line initiative, other drone initiatives such as the Drone Coalition. Just today we can announce that we have increased our contribution to the Drone Coalition with the Common Fund with 40 million extra, so we now go to 100 million, and these kind of things are very important. It's also just important to cooperate that on a practical level. Engineers, I was recently with His Majesty the King, the Dutch King Willem-Alexander, in the Czech Republic, and we've seen people, engineers from the Czech Republic, from the Netherlands and Ukraine working together on new kind of drones. We can help each other, we can learn from each other. In the Netherlands you have the NLR Aerospace Center, for example, with wind tunnels. We can help each other, and all the practical and innovative abilities that Ukraine has, combined with the staying power financing from countries like ours, I think we can really hold hands and make Ukraine stronger. And by making Ukraine stronger, in the end, we're also helping ourselves.
Thank you so much, Minister, also for flagging that this is not only a war that is fought on the front lines, it is effectively also a war of attrition, when things like industry, energy, demography start coming into play, and we'll come to it in the last part of the session. But first, to move to the second part, so that this part of the discussion was about how to make Ukraine strong in order to either really win the war or at least be in a very good negotiation position if it comes to real negotiations with the Russian Federation. Minister Umerov, if I can turn to you, you had the trust of the president and you were given the difficult task to lead the Ukrainian delegation in the recent negotiations with the Russians, where Ukraine came with the proposal of a ceasefire. And you encountered somebody like Vladimir Medinsky, and it's always the question how serious that really was. And they put quite a lot of maximalist conditions in return. Could you share with us, because you were in the room, your impressions from these negotiations, what that was like, and particularly what you could expect from this going forward?
First of all, the idea of the ceasefire, we've been always supportive of this. After President Trump had been inaugurated, he came up with the idea of ceasefire, and there was a meeting firstly in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with the US team and us, and the US team and the other side. So at that time we met to discuss 2 times, let's say in Jeddah and Riyadh. Then we had additional meeting with the objective of the ceasefire, met with our European partners in Paris and London, then where we met with American partners as well. And then there was 2 sessions in Turkey, where the objective of our visit was firstly ceasefire. So basically saying from January to June, that was a long-term discussions. And in June, our objective of the visit was 3 topics. One is a ceasefire, second one a humanitarian track, which is a prisoners exchange, the release of children, and release of civilians. And the third objective is a potential meeting on a leaders level, because the decisions are taken by the leaders, so we said this should be a topic as well. So what is the outcome? We have proposed the document that has been seen by our European and American partners, which is relevant, where we stay as we stay, discuss the ceasefire, discuss the potential peace negotiations, but it wasn't supported. What we get in return was an ultimatum with the demands that actually will make the war to continue. And we have outlined this position to the other side. We have also consulted with our American and European allies. So at this stage, what we say is that we achieved the return or the exchange of prisoners of war, wounded and severely ill prisoners of war, and we exchanged them for the last 2 times, and I think tomorrow we will also have some exchanges. With this, we see that if the next meetings will continue, we need to focus on a meeting on a leaders level, which may include the leader of United States, the other side, Ukraine, to discuss the frames. During this time, we could achieve some agreements on ceasefire, for example, on exchange all for all. So these could be the outcomes or the objectives of our meeting. So at this stage, what we see that we're thankful to all the to American initiative, to European allies, to the host nations in Saudi Arabia, in Turkey, in United Kingdom, in France, for hosting us, for discussing and assisting us. But at this stage, all the focus should be done on a potential meeting of the leaders, where at least something could be achieved.
No, thank you. And also for reminding us that the diplomatic track continues together with, well, the war is being fought out. Defense Secretary Healy, the United Kingdom has not been formally part of these negotiations, but it has been very close to them, let's say, often acting as a mediator between the Europeans and the Americans, and the National Security Advisor, of course, the Prime Minister, did go to Istanbul. Could you share with us a couple of thoughts on how Europeans can at least be involved somehow in negotiations that really fundamentally affect European security?
Yes.
As much as possible, then, at least.
But first, I mean, you can see why Rustem is such a skilled negotiator.
Yes.
You know, let me say more bluntly what
Thank
he
you.
has.
You're in the Netherlands. Feel free.
Which is, first of all, that from the point at which President Trump created the momentum and the opportunity for a potential ceasefire, Ukraine has been ready to embrace that ceasefire, has looked for a path to peace at each stage. Putin has said he wanted peace, said he wanted a talk, but has not been willing to negotiate, has not been willing to turn up, and has instead he's intensified his bombardment of Ukrainian frontline and Ukrainian cities and civilians. And that is the hard truth. And in the end, that is what we have to tackle. Strong Ukraine on the battlefield, support for Ukraine at the negotiating table as well. And when President Trump says peace through strength, it's part of our job as the nations supporting Ukraine to help give extra strength to Ukraine on the battlefield and as it approaches the negotiating table. On the negotiating, look, every negotiation needs its frontline negotiators. It also needs the parties and the people behind the scenes who will help try and make the understandings clearer, the communications more direct, and the relationships that are required in order to reach any sort of settlement in place as well. And to the extent that we in the UK or the European nations can play a part in this, we've been willing to do so. Alongside the negotiations, and you may want to come to this in more detail in a moment, it seems that part of our responsibility, and we've seen this in leading alongside the French, the preparations for that point of peace, that point of ceasefire with the coalition of the willing. Now that's an important signal to Putin that the steadfast support that Ukraine gets from a large number, not just of European countries, but those countries that prize democracy and international rules, we will stay with Ukraine and will stay for the long term, and we will have a part in trying to secure the lasting just peace that President Trump says he wants to secure. And then it may at this point look a little further away, but the fact that he's created this opportunity, he's created some momentum to talks and to a ceasefire, something that we welcome and we will support in any way that we can.
Now, Excellency, now you've provoked me a little bit by saying you'd be blunt. Never do that to a Dutchman, because there's one question that's been bothering me consistently, is that if European countries say that after a ceasefire they are willing to commit and send troops to Ukraine to help protect Ukraine, isn't that the best incentive for President Putin never to want an actual ceasefire and making this more or less a hypothetical discussion instead?
No, it's a reinforcement to the message to Putin that Rustem's troops and fellow men and women are giving every day that he cannot win this.
So it's a sign of resolve.
He cannot win. It's a reinforcement of the resolve, not just of the Ukrainians, but of those countries that stand with Ukraine. And it says to Putin, instead of pursuing this path to peace, pursuing this path of war, take the route to peace, get over the fact now that you've already led to 1 million of your own countrymen and women being killed or injured. Now's the time, 3.5 years in to this war, to look for an alternative, and that alternative has got to be the negotiating table. In the end, it's the diplomats. It's the diplomats that have got to resolve this.
I'd love to go on more about actually, but I should give the floor to the diplomats because Minister Foreign Affairs Veldkamp, as actually the head of Dutch diplomacy, I know the Netherlands has also done a lot to not only push for a negotiated settlement, but also to keep attention on Ukraine in the global community, because this is a war with global ramifications. Russia is trying hard to get the global majority on its side, and the Netherlands is trying to counter that, including at the UN level. You share a couple of thoughts on how you do that with diplomacy to try and get countries to understand what kind of a war of aggression this really is?
Yeah, that we do that by, for example, going to like the G20 meeting in Johannesburg and meeting with the G20 partners and really underlining the importance of the UN Charter, of Russia's war of aggression is going on. That does not only affect us and our European security, but actually there's a more global aspect to this whole war. We see Iran, North Korea delivering weapons, Chinese companies delivering goods that end up in weapons Russia uses in Ukraine. We really want to underline and convince others that it is important to stand together in this diplomatic struggle. So yes, at meetings such as G20 meetings, we meet with Brazil and with Indonesia and with all these countries, and also do that bilaterally. When we go to countries such as recently went to India, for example, or Singapore, but also when countries are visiting us from the global south, such as like Indonesia, then we definitely raise the interest of peace for Ukraine and the importance of the principles of international law in this regard. And I see that Ukraine does that also by itself. I think Ukraine has opened 9 embassies since the start of the large-scale invasion in Africa and elsewhere. So it is increasing, ramping up its engagement, its global engagement. I think that is important. At the UN and UN fora, we should be active in the UN General Assembly, for example, exposing Russia. Look, there's a majority of countries against you. And I think we should continue to do that also to run up to the UN General Assembly in September. By the way, I just want to say I want to applaud the UK-French leadership of the Coalition of the Willing. I think that's very important, and a very positive byproduct of the Coalition of the Willing is that you see very close cooperation between foreign ministers, defense ministers, leaders. And that starts with Prime Minister Starmer, French President Macron, new German Chancellor Mr. Merz, Prime Minister Tusk from Poland, others in Europe. I think this is very important that that happens. And I just also want to say, if we really want these negotiations to bring fruit and move forward, then we really need to increase the pressure on Russia. We need to ramp up the pressure. And we do that through increasing the sanctions pressure on Russia. So on the 20th of May, the EU foreign ministers politically approved a 17 sanctions package on Russia. I'm glad about that because I think President Putin, when he started the large-scale invasion, he could never have imagined the unity and resolve of the European Union, all those weak democracies in his eyes, to stand together to apply 17 sanctions packages. We're currently discussing an 18 sanctions package. I was in Brussels yesterday. We kept discussing that. Later this week, we have the European Council of the Prime Ministers, Heads of State and Government. I think that before the end of this month, we will approve an 18 sanctions package, including additional sanctions on banks, on Russian companies, maybe also on Russia's shadow fleet ships, Dutch experts really contributing to the listing of such ships, also to entities elsewhere that are helping the Russian war effort, like Chinese companies and so on. We always need to bring everyone on board, but that's a lot of diplomatic work behind the scenes. I think we'll get there. And I also hope that also the US will ramp up this pressure. Because we see the initiative by Senators Lindsey Graham and Senator Blumenthal of this very strong sanctions package that they now have, I think, 82 co-sponsors for this bill. That makes it veto-proof, but they really, I believe, need to move forward hand in hand with the European Union, increase the pressure on Russia to really come to the table, not only with all kind of stupid historical reflections, but really get to negotiations, really get to a ceasefire. I think is very important.
We'll be sure to tell Mr. Medinsky that. Thank you for that. I'd like to move to the last part, which we have to abbreviate, just shorten a little bit in the interest of time. But I couldn't help myself but look up a little bit of history. Secretary Healy, the United Kingdom does have a very long track record of thinking ahead during wars about what happens after these wars end. Because in 1941 already, together with the US, you developed the Atlantic Charter, something that you could see as the precursor to the UN Charter or maybe even NATO as well. It was a vision for the European security order after the war. And I know some of this thinking is going on at the moment. Could you share a few thoughts briefly with us on how you would see this post-war arrangement of European security and how Ukraine would fit into it?
Briefly, I'm a Labour politician. I'm proud it was a Labour government after the Second World War that helped create NATO. And our UK commitment and this government's commitment to NATO is absolutely unshakable. And you saw NATO first, written throughout the recent Strategic Defence Review that I and Keir Starmer published. How does the future look? Certainly first, and how does it link to Ukraine? First, it's clear that the European nations within NATO will need to do more of the heavy lifting. NATO will be more European in future. And secondly, I don't see let me put it this way, the strength of the future of European security will have Ukraine at its heart. For now, we can play a role in supporting Ukraine in the fight, but we can also play a role, which is hence the coalition of the willing, in preparing for the point of peace and a ceasefire, in which Ukraine will have rapidly to regenerate, regain its strength, and serve as its own best deterrent against any Russian attack again in the future. So the coalition of the willing has brought together over 30 nations, willing to discuss the part that they could play, detailed military planning, with over 200 planners over that time, in 4 areas: how you safeguard the skies, how you safeguard the seas, how you support Ukraine to regenerate its military strength and its own deterrence, and also how you support on land. So Minister Le Cornu in France and I met last week in Paris, and we're looking shortly to conclude that point of military planning to make sure that that is ready, regularly refreshed, and can play into the point of any ceasefire and negotiated peace. And while ever that ceasefire is still to be secure, and particularly if at the moment that seems a step or two further away than it has, then the importance of what we also do through the UDCG, together with Rutte and Ukraine, and the importance of what we do here at the NATO Summit in reasserting our commitment to stand with Ukraine, to generating the fresh commitments that will be part of this NATO Summit to support Ukraine, that becomes the most important thing for now.
Thank you. So even if there would be a ceasefire, the work only would really start and continue actually to strengthen Ukraine going forward. Thank you for that. I have 2 more questions that I'd like to ask. One to you, Minister Veldkamp. Of course, I can't help myself. This is the city of peace and justice. And the word just is in the title of our event. And I can only remember Minister Sikorski speaking a while back at a conference saying, we do not only want President Zelensky in The Hague, we also want President Putin in The Hague, but in a different building. Now, if you could be so kind as to share with us a couple of notes. Now, I footnoted it. I'm a researcher. You should cite your sources. Could you share with us your very short reflections on this tension between peace and justice, because they're actually inherently linked together for a just peace in the future, but they can become difficult in the short term. And I know you have some thoughts on this, on the importance of accountability. So I'd like to give you the floor on that.
Yeah. It will not come as a surprise to you that countries such as the Netherlands will always stand for this accountability and believes that that is very important. So we want to move forward on that. We recently had this conference in Lviv about accountability, and you see that European ministers are standing strong together in that. I cannot be as eloquent as Radek Sikorski, my Polish colleague, who's dear friends in many years. I was speaking yesterday in the EU meeting right after him, and that's always difficult then because he's so eloquent but I basically agree with him. So point 7 of President Zelensky's peace plan is about accountability. The Netherlands will clearly keep working on the Claims Commission, the Aggression Tribunal, and hopefully will be established here at The Hague, and we need much support for that for many countries, and I look forward to that because I think that is very important for people. And you know, when time comes that there's peace, we need to recover and reconstruct Ukraine, and this is then also a part of that. It's also, you know, it is much broader. Recovering a country and reconstructing a country is much broader than just rebuilding infrastructure, roads, houses, etc. I remember a report, very interesting report in April 22 already from World Bank staff that said, you know, reconstruction and recovery is much more than about concrete. It is also about, for example, the availability of credit facilities for SMEs. It's also about the social needs of people. What do you do with veterans, war victims, internally displaced people, the multifaceted social needs of people? All these things come in, and I find it very important that Ukraine, with all its potential, all its talent, finds a way forward towards a reformed Ukraine. I think the EU accession perspective provides an anchor for that. It provides an anchor for the reforms. We'll see the Ukraine Recovery Conference on the 10th of July in Rome. I'll participate in that. I think that will be very important to stand together. And that's not only the EU and the European Commission. It's, for example, the European Investment Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, World Bank, IFC, etc. This horizon of reforms and taking over the acquis communautaire of the European Union is, I think, very important because there's so much talent in Ukraine, but you don't want to go back to the Ukraine of the oligarchs and of the very old-fashioned industries. You want to use the talent that's there, the huge potential that's there. The country is right now more advanced in IT than some large, well-known European countries, you want to use that for recovery and reconstruction. But yes, an element of recovery and reconstruction is also this transitional justice, and justice needs to be done. So accountability will always be on the Dutch agenda.
Thank you. Minister Merf, if I can end the discussion with you. You've heard a lot about what the United Kingdom and the Netherlands want to do for Ukraine, but we also know that even after, if you manage to negotiate a deal with the Russian delegation about a ceasefire, Russia will not stop trying to undermine Ukraine. I would argue this war is much longer than just 3 years. It's been going on for more than 11 years, and maybe already well before Russia was trying to undermine Ukraine's politics and trying to get a grip on it. And we've just seen President Putin say at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum what he really thinks about Ukraine, that he actually feels it should be his. Could you share with us a couple of thoughts you have on what vulnerabilities Ukraine would have after a ceasefire? Minister Veldkamp mentioned a few, the questions of the veterans, the points of the economy. I would add the demography maybe to that, and how Ukraine's partners can best help Ukraine also win the peace.
Firstly, our priority is to fight. I'm responsible for protecting our people and continue to repel the enemy. For this, we need not to forget to continue assisting us for our fight today, to protect the skies, to protect the critical national infrastructure so that the kids could go to school, people could return, because that's why we always prioritize air defense. And they today, as you already know, they hit up to 500 different types of drones, ballistic, cruise, hypersonic, different types of missiles daily. So we need to continue assisting Ukraine with security assistance. And I'm thankful for all the nations. If in case we will be able, with all our allies, US and European allies, be able to discuss the ceasefire, then we will need to discuss the security guarantees. The best security guarantee was our membership in NATO. But some countries sometimes support, sometimes don't support. But last year we took a decision on irreversible path. So our ultimate goal and objective is to become a member of NATO and European Union. Now, this will allow us to start rebuilding strong Ukraine. One of the pillars will continue to be the security, the defense forces. We will need to have a large number of defense forces until we're not the member of NATO, and we will need assistance to sustain. Secondly, we will need to continue investing in defense industrial base that will be benefiting both Ukraine and our Euro-Atlantic allies. And our capacity is now not closed, but it could be playing a good role for both of us, for Ukraine and for the Euro-Atlantic partners. We need to continue supporting the development projects. We think that the Coalition of the Willing is one of the best examples of it, that will increase our capabilities, will increase the security, and will continue the assistance going on. So at this stage, the priority is fight tonight, the security assistance. For the fight tomorrow, we'll see if we will agree with all our Euro-Atlantic partners after the ceasefire.
Yeah.
The plan will be presented.
No, and also thank you for flagging the importance of that. I mean, if I can just close our session and abuse my moderator privileges in the 20 seconds you've left me, it's very important that we flag these three dimensions that help Ukraine win the war, help you in your task as chief negotiator to end it on terms that are favorable to Ukraine, not some sort of Russian ultimatum or Russian demanded capitulation. And also what Minister Veldkamp and Secretary Healy flagged, the importance that work continues even after a deal is struck to help Ukraine win the peace. Excellencies, I'd like to thank you very much, and I'd like to ask a warm round of applause for you. And then I hand it over back to Donna. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob, and thank you to our distinguished guests for that open discussion. We have now arrived at another short break, okay? With that said, there is another opportunity for another engaging conversation in Studio Bravo. Our host, Ikena Zwike, is standing by to lead a dynamic roundtable conversation on addressing the threat of terrorism. This session will bring together leading experts to explore how allies can counter evolving terrorist threats and strengthen our collective resilience. If you are in the room and want to go there now, please feel free. It is limited, space is limited, and there is a first-come, first-served basis for seating. For everyone else, we encourage you to enjoy a break. We will reconvene right here at 4:10 sharp for more insightful conversations. And if you are tuning in online, you will be headed to Ikena's conversation right now. Thank you all so much. Enjoy the break. See you at 4:10 sharp. Thank you.
Everyone, and welcome to our talk show, tackling one of those topics we wish weren't timely, but unfortunately, here we are. How do we address the ever-evolving threat of terrorism? Luckily, I'm not alone in figuring out the answer to that question. I've got a terrific lineup of guests who actually know what they're talking about. And trust me, that's very refreshing for a talk show these days. Okay, let's go ahead and meet our guests. Yes, welcome everyone. And joining me today, I have academic and terrorism expert, Professor Beatrice de Graaf. Welcome, Professor. The former ambassador of Turkey and now the chairman of Turkish think tank EDAM, Tajan İldem. Welcome, Tajan. And executive director at IFRI, Dr. Mark Hecker. Welcome, all of you. Let's jump right in. Beatrice, help me out. Because when I look around at the world and I see wars, coups, climate change, disasters, meltdowns, where does terrorism really rank on that threat list? And I guess, what are we really talking about when we talk about terrorism in a NATO context?
Yes, there's a couple of questions. First of all, the Dutch threat assessment for terrorism was published last week, and it still stated that terrorism is on level 4, that's the utmost last level, and it's substantial. So it's not that much that terrorism perhaps has abated, but it's that other military conventional threats
What else is on that list?
Sorry?
What else is on that list?
Well, the terrorism threat assessment is on terrorism, but it ranks the level of threat within the country, within Europe, as within a context, and it says that the level of jihadist terrorism, ISKP, for example, is still the possibility of returning foreign fighters. That's the province of Khorasan, IS, that's being established in Afghanistan when the Americans left after 2001, and they staged numerous coups in Germany, in Russia, attacks, and also people in the Netherlands were arrested. Then there's right-wing terrorism, but I think with regard to NATO, what we perhaps should discuss is the fact that we had that for a couple of decades still, but it stepped up. 2 states who could be considered the sponsors of terrorism. The European Parliament in 2022 deemed Russia a terrorist threat in the sense that it commits brutal attacks in Ukraine, but also supports acts of sabotage and supports perhaps even right-wing terrorism attacks in Western Europe. And we also have Iran, and Iran also supports proxy terrorist organizations, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas. So these are 2 states that, on top of the non-state terrorist actors, also proliferate the use of terrorism. And that tackles NATO.
Okay, and in terms of how we position ourselves, let's focus on that threat, on that dual threat at the moment. What would you say, Mark, in terms of positioning NATO?
Well, first, I would say that the world has changed over the past years. I mean, now we have 45 minutes to speak about terrorism and the whole summit. A few years back, it would have been almost the whole summit dedicated to terrorism. So basically, we shifted from a strategic cycle that was named the Global War on Terror to another strategic cycle dedicated to strategic competition and linked, of course, to the threats on the eastern flank to Russia. So it's a different world, but as Beatrice said, we still have a terrorist threat and we have to deal with it. If you look at the Global Terrorism Index that was published a couple of months ago, actually what it showed is that terrorism is now on the rise. It used actually to decline over the past decade, and now it's on the rise again in terms of the number of countries that are targeted by terrorists, but also in terms of fatalities. If you look at regions like the Sahel, it's clear that the dynamics of violence are amazing.
And what do you put down the rise to?
Well, there are a number of factors. First, the jihadist threat has never disappeared, and the ideology was still here, and there are numerous conflicts where these groups, whether linked to ISIS or linked to Al-Qaeda, are still very much present and even rising. Then, what's also striking in this Global Terrorism Index is that the number of terrorist attacks in Europe has almost doubled in 2024 compared to 2023. And if you look at my country, France, there were 9 terrorist attacks that were foiled in 2024, including 3 related to the Olympics in Paris. And over the past year, since July 2024, there were 5 terrorist attacks in France, with several people killed, actually. And 3 of them were linked to jihadists. 1 of them was linked to the war in Gaza, and 1 of them was linked to the far right. So you see that, I mean, this threat picture is pretty striking and worrying.
I mean, every loss of life is tragic, of course, but we haven't seen the sorts of mass terror incidents that we kind of unfortunately got used to a few years ago.
Yeah, one of the reasons is that there's no more sanctuary right now, no safe haven for jihadist groups. The sanctuary, the safe haven in Syria and Iraq was destroyed back in 2017 to 2019. So far, there's no new safe haven, but there are zones that are pretty worrying. Beatrice mentioned the Khorasan region in Afghanistan and around Afghanistan. It's a place where a terrorist group managed actually to plan and execute attacks abroad. So they managed to perpetrate a devastating attack in Iran in January 2024, and a few months later, another one in Russia, near Moscow. And since then, by the way, in France, the level of the threat is considered the highest level.
Highest level, yeah.
I mean, the threats vary per region. I'm curious, Dajan, in terms of the region where you're active, how do you perceive the terrorists?
Well, first of all, if you let me, I bring NATO to the picture since we are discussing in NATO context what terrorism means, and we have to take the recent strategic concept of 2022 as a reference. And there are two main threats. One is Russia, the other one is terrorism. In all its forms and manifestations, it is a direct asymmetric threat to our citizens and for the security of allied and partner nations. For Turkey, which is a country that suffered enormously out of terrorism, we attach great importance for NATO to strengthen its capacities. In that respect, the new policy guidelines and action plan, which was endorsed by heads of state and government in last year's Washington Summit meeting, is important to elevate our capacity to analyze the trends in terrorist activities, early warning systems, sharing of intelligence, and also our means to deter and defend against terrorism. Because I have to confess that for a long time at NATO, there was some sort of a clear distinction between deterrence and defense and projecting stability beyond NATO's borders. And terrorism was put in the second rubric, saying, well, if we engage with partners, that should be enough. It is not enough, because we need to incorporate fight against terrorism in three core tasks of NATO. Collective defense, conflict crisis prevention and management, and cooperative security, which relates to engagement with partners.
I see Beatrice, you're nodding furiously there.
Yes, I'm nodding because I'm agreeing with what you say, but I'm also nodding because it's something that we need to affirm within NATO, and which is not self-evident. Because if you look at the deterrence and defense facility against terrorism, we could talk jihadism, but I also would like to talk right-wing extremism. And then I would also like to talk Russia, because a couple of researchers, amongst some colleagues of mine here in the Netherlands, they identified only in the last year in Europe 40 sabotage attacks initiated, nudged by Russia, where the Russians work with criminal networks in Europe, with right-wing extremist organizations in Europe, and try to destabilize the alliance. But then they also support right-wing extremist parties, right-wing populist parties, and those parties are contentious within the NATO itself. In February, G.D. Vance, the Vice President of the United States, went to München, the Security Conference, and said NATO has to fight its enemies from within. And he didn't mean the right-wing populist parties, he meant the attacks against the right-wing populist parties. So he said we need to support the AfD, whereas the AfD in Germany has been deemed right-wing extremists to large extent, and Russia supporting them. So we find ourselves in a strange situation within NATO, that the main pillar of NATO, the United States, sees this threat slightly different That's very different from European countries.
And how on earth do you fix that? Because there are ideological differences on who even gets labelled a terrorist or not. So how do you fix that?
Mark, how do we fix it?
I don't know how we fix it, but you have a Turk and a Frenchman, so I guess it's a good reason to speak about the Kurds, for instance. So actually, we didn't fix the issue. The Turkish government considered the Kurdish groups, with whom several European and the US cooperated back when we were fighting ISIS. The Turkish government considered them as terrorists. And so it created diplomatic tension, but it didn't block everything. We managed just to continue, the fight against ISIS. At the end, we won, and we managed to overpass.
But that's the unity of the alliance in fighting ISIS. But how do you find the unity in fighting Russia and right-wing terrorism if the ideological divides are drawn within NATO
Well, this is the problem. There was this ideological divide with respect to the Kurds between the Turks and the French.
But I think you touched upon a very sensitive issue. If the European Union and the United States agree on a list of terrorist organizations, that includes PKK, that also includes offshoot organizations, the extension of PKK like PYD, YPG in Syria. And we know that for practical reasons, the United States at that time decided to cooperate with PYD, YPG in fight against ISIS, Daesh, and they said that it would be tactical, temporary, and transactional. But since 2013 up till 2025, what kind of temporary status we can talk about? So what I'm trying to emphasize is that if allies are not eye to eye on definition of terrorists, then it may hamper unity and cohesion among allies. It's a big risk. Therefore, allies should be sensitive to the sensitivities of other allies in their fight against terror, because we cannot qualify terrorist organizations, good terrorists and bad terrorists.
Yeah, but
there should be a full agreement.
Being sensitive to the sensitivities of others and their sensitivities, it starts to become a very difficult political game to be played. What do you see? What's the way through this kind of quagmire?
Well, I'm first going to make it even a bit more complex, and then I'm going to try to issue a couple of ways to go ahead. Well, first of all, fighting terrorism is not NATO's main prerogative, and fighting terrorism should be something that should be done within the rule of law, within the civil domain. So it should be done by the police organizations, the justice organizations, Europol within the EU, and not by the military. So that being said, NATO can do something, for example, in identifying the threat of sabotage acts that are coming from Russia, because the Russian military service is behind that, allegedly, the GRU, and there we need all the intelligence efforts of all the countries that make up NATO to work together. You could also point to Iran. We haven't discussed Iran yet, but in the Netherlands last year there was an attack staged by Iranian agents where 2 Iranian dissidents in the Netherlands were murdered. And there have been attacks in previous years as well, done by Iran. And Iran and Russia both make use of criminal gangs or criminal proxies in Europe. So that requires both the criminal law paradigms, and then every country can have its own sensitivities. But if we work together as a military alliance, you could start by sharing intelligence. And colleagues of mine have said that, for example, take the amount of money that you spend on one F-35, use that for counterintelligence, and you can step up tremendously your efforts in identifying the threats of those state-sponsored terrorist proxies.
So does this speak to capabilities? We need to, we're talking about spending more money on defence, but actually we should, within that discussion, we should be spending more money on counter-terrorism.
Well,
counterintelligence.
On the point that Beatrice raised, I agree that the resilience of individual nations, which relates to North Atlantic Treaty's Article 3. And this article is as strong and important as Article 5. It's a national responsibility, and certainly law enforcement agencies do have a role to play. But we cannot just say NATO does not have any role to play in its capacity to bring in fight against terrorism. I think it is wrong, because let us not forget that for the first time in its history, NATO invoked Article 5 because of terrorism, and deployed forces.
In relation to where, sorry?
The war on terror, Article 5 in Afghanistan.
In Afghanistan?
Yes.
Yeah. But then with Iraq, it also introduced, America, the United States, also introduced the semi-legal definition, which wasn't legal at all, of enemy combatants. So my point is NATO should be very careful in venturing into that domain of creating new legal categories. That is something that a law enforcement agency should do. So that is why I stress counterintelligence more than law enforcement within the NATO remit.
I agree with you on that, but what I'm trying to emphasize is that we cannot just say terrorism is responsibility of individual allied nations through their law enforcement agencies. NATO can incorporate fight against terrorism in all core tasks of the alliance, including deterrence and defense. And it requires 360-degree approach. And I very much applaud Secretary General Rutte. Today, he emphasized 360-degree approach because sometimes we have the tendency to focus too much on one region, neglecting the threats and challenges emanating from the other region.
Where do we focus too much, do you think?
I would be careful in using the term terrorism about Russian sabotage. I mean, I'd rather use hybrid warfare and put it in a different category. And
I cited the European Parliament.
Yeah, I know that.
I
know that, but I mean, as academic, it's also a problem when you link terrorism to a state, because it's, well, there are state-sponsored, it exists,
Iran.
But here it seems more to be some kind of intelligence operation perpetrated by state agents. So institution focusing on the right threat and not to mix everything. And plus here, I think that we have an important focus, and I understand why, on the eastern flank. And if you also use terrorism for the eastern flank, then you may also run the risk for getting the southern flank.
That's true, but the Dutch General Intelligence Agency and the National Coordinator for Counterterrorism and Security last week published this threat assessment, in which a whole chapter was devoted to the threat that Russia is sponsoring terrorist organizations from the right-wing spectrum in Europe. So I'm not saying that Russia is a terrorist nation. I quoted the resolution by the European Parliament that it does conduct acts of sabotage and also sponsors terrorism. And then the intelligence service of the Netherlands and of Germany concluded that Russia is supporting right-wing extremist organizations. Allegedly, the leader of the base, it's the right-wing extremist organization of which minors in the Netherlands were apprehended, is allegedly a Russian spy. So there is a linkage. So why can't you say that?
Well, it blurs I mean, it's different if an organization is funded and logistically helped by a country, rather than when it's really an offshoot created by a foreign intelligence agency. I mean, everything is complicated and blurred, but I guess that as academic, we are also useful to policymakers when we manage to have clear-cut category and explain in what ways we can deal with and fight each category with different tools.
And for which category would you think, because that's a question that I have myself, how does the NATO enter into this field? And that's why I brought up Russia and Iran, because that's linked to military conflicts, and that's where the NATO does have a role, more than I would say in going after domestic terrorism.
Well, it can be in intelligence sharing, for
instance.
Exactly,
yeah.
If we boost our capacity to share more intelligence, because intelligence is a national asset. And to the extent that it is shared among allies, it will strengthen their capacity to counter terrorism. And I think the recent action plan adopted by heads of state and government in countering terrorism may help nations to strengthen their capacity, but it all depends on political will, as we were discussing
and about balancing interests. Like you alluded to it just then, in terms of some regions being more exposed to the threat of terrorism than others. Is there consensus on the fact that even though one country is perhaps less exposed, we need to be spending as much money to help countries that are exposed?
Well, some countries are more interested in certain zones than others, but the purpose of an alliance is to try and build some consensus. But if you look at those zones, I mean, for instance, we mentioned Afghanistan and the Sahel. The problem is, what can we do? We tried to do a lot. Look at the history of Afghanistan. I mean, it's a failure for NATO. I mean, I'm sorry to say that publicly here, but I think it's a failure.
Yeah, if NATO as an expeditionary force goes after terrorists, it's very difficult to achieve
for
success.
that, of course, NATO's engagement with partners is one topic of discussion in this panel. So far, NATO has been engaging with its southern partners, and it will continue doing so. I recall the report prepared by an expert group and presented to the Secretary General, and it was discussed at ministerial level. It shows in which areas, and terrorism is definitely one topic in that elaborate report, how NATO could boost its cooperation with partners, not only Mediterranean Dialogue and Istanbul Cooperation Initiative format, but also with Sahel countries, because we cannot isolate North Africa from the problems of Sahel. I mean, there is an intrinsic link between those regions. And if there is instability, if there is economic underdevelopment, it creates a fertile ground for non-government armed organizations, and including terrorists, to flourish.
I agree with that, but if you look at Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, I mean, we lost them. Now they turn to Moscow.
To the Russians, yeah, precisely.
To Russia, and the most active IS provinces are active there, also in
And what was that down to? I mean, you know, a common criticism is that organizations, or Western organizations, fail to pay enough attention to local dynamics, culture, religion, and that you lose the hearts and souls of local people, and that's why they end up turning to, for instance, Russia. So what went wrong?
Well, there was a lessons learned report done by NATO on Afghanistan, and I want to read one sentence. Future NATO train, advise and assist missions should carefully consider the political and cultural norms of the host nation and the ability of that society to absorb capacity building and training. That's exactly what you said. I mean, we are not able to analyze the local culture and to adapt to their needs. And
well, sorry?
Yeah, no, please do so.
Well, that is the problem, but there's another problem. Fighting terrorism as NATO, as a military alliance, is flawed. Because if you start an expeditionary operation, as in Mali, or as the Dutch also did in Afghanistan and Eurozone, and shooting starts to happen, and people thought we were there to bring peace and stability, and now our troops are being killed, and bombs explode. So in the Netherlands, a government was toppled in 2010 over a mission that was not, I would say it euphemistically, not very well understood by the Dutch parliament. So fighting terrorism is something that only increases in time in the kinetic domain, and you cannot keep that up with popular support enough at home. France had the same problems. Germany didn't want to participate at all for that problem. So that's why I would say the fight against terrorism should not be militarily waged by NATO predominantly, but I would say it should be done by the countries themselves. And perhaps NATO can help them, like you say, invest in capacity and training. But also, if NATO loses itself in those expeditionary forces, we get the same problems that we had after Iraq and Afghanistan, with the black sites and the black ops.
Sell at this moment, though, when everyone is talking about increasing defence spending, there's a kind of disconnect. People don't appreciate that you're keeping Europe safe by investing in counterintelligence and local partnerships there.
But I think it is not contradictory. If you invest on the capacity building of those countries in fight against terrorism, in fact, you are investing into your own security and safety.
I'd like to bring in the audience at some point, but perhaps...
I just wanted to say that there's a difference between counterterrorism and counterinsurgency. And in Afghanistan, it was more counterinsurgency than counterterrorism, and in the Sahel as well. I mean, we have insurgencies, and at some point you have to acknowledge the threat that you face in order to adapt.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have any questions from the audience at this point? Yeah, we've got one there, any others, and one over there. Okay, first of all, if you could stand up.
I'm Rutte from the Netherlands Youth Atlantic Association. You were talking about like good terrorists and bad terrorists before about the Kurds. I was wondering, in Syria right now there's a new leader who I think, like most people, classify him as a former terrorist. Do you think, like, what are your opinions on somebody like being stop being terrorist, and then other countries working together with him right now and shaking his hand, and the European Union and most Western countries?
Thanks very much.
Well,
yeah.
Well, history is full of examples of that kind. I mean, one of the ways how terrorism stops is that the terrorists themselves turn political. And they accept negotiations. And Yasser Arafat is a case in kind. He was put on the terrorist list, and then in 1971 or 2, he was invited for the Assembly of the United Nations. Gary Adams, Sinn Féin, the FARC. So there are numerous examples where organizations that had been on a terrorist list, ANC as well, had been on an international terrorist list, were then transitioning towards a political party. So it's doable, totally. And perhaps it's better for the peace, after all.
I think there are three issues related to the new government in Syria. The first one is the ideological shift genuine? Will it last? Researchers, journalists have gone to Idlib for years, and they saw the evolution. They saw that HTS was different to ISIS. Now we have to see if it sticks for several more years. The second issue is HTS was able to do counterterrorism in Idlib. Will it be able to do it in the whole country? And we know that ISIS is still a threat. And look at the recent terrorist attack that struck a church in Syria very recently. And in Damascus, yeah. And the third question is, we can imagine that the answer will be negative, that it's very hard to control such a territory. And so the next question is, will this government agree to cooperate with Western countries that do CT there? And the coalition against ISIS still exists. And the answer here seems to be yes. So those are, for me, the three key issues that need to be monitored over the next months and years.
Great. Yeah.
And in any case, until such time then we see terrorist organizations lay down their arms and finish their activities targeting others, we should be united in classifying those organizations who we decided to keep them in the list of terrorist organizations. Otherwise, there will be a discrepancy in the way we handle those terrorist organizations, and it will also be detrimental to the unity and cohesion among allies.
Yeah, but I mean, you said it yourself with the example of the Kurds. I mean, there seem to be ideological differences on how that group will be labelled, and I don't see it in the short term, at any rate.
No, but it was labelled as terrorist organization, but for transactional and technical reasons, there was a support given to those groups who were affiliated with PKK in a fight against ISIL.
And if I may add one layer of complexity, if you look at all the NATO member states, there are probably hundreds of their citizens that are still held by the Kurds in the northeast of Syria. So this is not an issue dealt with by NATO, but it concerns NATO countries.
Yeah, okay. Let's go to the next question. Yeah.
Hi there, my name is Alex, and I've just got a question, because we talk about kind of, what can NATO do to combat terrorism, but it should not be much more of a socio-economic talk as well. So much of the reason why does terrorism happen is for socio-political reasons, especially in the Middle East. With Daesh, with Al-Qaeda. So, is military action the answer? Would that not just fuel more terrorism in the future?
Thank you very much, Professor. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for that question. The assumption you made is that socio-economic root causes are behind terrorism. Within the academic world, that has mostly been debunked. So it's mostly not big macroeconomic, socio-economic root causes. They do not help. They facilitate or they stop, but they're not the causes, and they're not a predictor for terrorism. So in the Middle East, you do have to stress the proliferation of apocalyptical, eschatological, extremist beliefs by organizations like Hezbollah, Hamas, also Jewish organizations, Iranian organizations. So they trigger and they form a narrative to which people rally. So only the socioeconomic, to remove those grounds is not enough. That's important. Still, that makes your point valid. What can NATO do if it's mainly about narratives, if it's about injustice? And that's exactly my point. NATO should collect intelligence, should work with the alliance members in fighting insurgencies. The Houthi rebels spring to mind, perhaps Hezbollah. But NATO should be very careful, because lots of what we do in countries themselves won't be accountable. It won't fit within the law enforcement framework, and that's bad for legitimacy. We saw that happening in Afghanistan and Iraq. That didn't help.
But don't you also agree, just to pick up on that point, that there is a kind of disproportionate focus on the military route and the counterintelligence and counterinsurgency route than focusing on social economic
But that doesn't
uplifts?
That doesn't.
You said it's not. Yeah, it's not data-wise. It's not the only predictor, but nevertheless, it's a factor. It's a factor.
A moderator, I would say. It's now we're discussing politics in general. I mean, of course, I want to go government money to humanitarian aid and to good politics and a stable rule of law, but that's not the case. We're now discussing NATO, so that's the other way in carrying out this discussion. I just want to warn you, you cannot bomb terrorism away with any military means. Neither can you just say we have to invest loads of the developmental aid and it goes away. You need to start with the regimes, the governments themselves and their narratives and the way they open the floor for extremist beliefs.
Okay, clear. Do we have any more questions? Yeah, one over here. And one in the corner, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Laura Jasper. I'm a strategic analyst at the Hague Center for Strategic Studies. Thank you for a very interesting panel discussion. My question is actually going on about the topic of narratives, because we see that narratives is a very important discussion when we talk about terrorism. But something that also almost always comes up when talking about terrorism in combination with, now NATO, we're at the NATO Public Forum, is how quickly the waters become very muddy with terminology and categorization. There is military rule of law, there is civilian rule of law, there is terrorism, there is hybrid warfare, and everything kind of all comes together in a topic like this, in a panel discussion like this. So my question is, how much of the conversation changes when narratives is not necessarily the main driver behind terrorist organizations, but also opportunism? Just the opportunity of them to work together with perhaps a state entity or a state-affiliated entity. So the main driver not being ideology, but just merely the opportunity of terrorist organizations working together with a state entity to reach their means, whether that's an ideologically driven terrorist organization or even maybe an organized crime group that carries out activities that we could associate with terrorism. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, this is a very good question, and that's why I insisted that we should not make a distinction between good terrorist organization and bad terrorist organization. After all, they have means to cooperate amongst themselves. And for narrative, and you are absolutely right, that they are using different narratives, and now more and more they are using social media platforms. You are experts, you know better than I do, and they use it for propaganda, recruitment, for financial
a weapon, a platform, communication, a generator, recruitment, everything.
Yeah, everything. Yeah. So it is a major challenge. But going back to the previous question, I think you are right in saying that we cannot reach our objectives only with kinetical measures. Perhaps dealing with socio-economic problems of those regions is an issue for the countries themselves to take care about. But nevertheless, we have to recognize the fact that it creates a fertile ground for terrorists to reach out, and their messages resonate with wider audiences. This is the challenge.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a short comment. I heard several times the expression whole of society today.
Yes.
And when we speak about narratives and counter-narratives, I think it's a key expression, because one of the lessons learned of the past decade is that counter-narrative coming from organizations or from countries is not that efficient. It's much more efficient when it comes from civil society organizations or from citizens who just want to face...
Can you give an example of one that's particularly effective?
Well, I can give a counter-example, which is the official platform launched by the French government 10 years ago to tackle ISIS narrative, and it didn't work that well. But when the government understood that, they also funded civil society organization to do this kind of job, but without the flag of the government, and it actually worked better.
Okay. It should be responding to the local sensitivities, right, in creating the narrative.
Yeah.
Locally tailored.
Plus, a common feature of several terrorist organizations is that they love conspiracy theories, and when it's government, flagged,
You've lost them already.
Yeah.
Okay, we had one more question over there.
Hi, thank you. My name is Rutte Jakova from the Center for the Study of Democracy. My question is related to the previous one, but it's much more practical and operational. Going back to the question of the overlaps between right-wing extremism, hybrid threats coming from Russia and state actors, but also criminal networks. How do you, like, we see already a hybridized threat environment, but institutions in Europe still operate in kind of these silos. This is counterterrorism, this is hybrid threats. How do you see, how should institutional infrastructures evolve? And can you name a good example where there is already breaking of the silos in terms of addressing this type of threat? If you can name a good practice or a forecast how we should evolve, how institutions should evolve to counter this type of threat.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, thank you for bringing it back to, I think, one of the main threats to NATO as an alliance, that is Russia, that's trying to sow discord and undermine the alliance. And it does so in various ways, with hybrid, with cyber attacks, but also by weaponizing right-wing terrorist organizations, as is a whole chapter in this report that came out last week. And one thing that we can do, and European countries stepped that up during the times of IS and the Caliphate. France has played a major role in that, and the Netherlands as well. So set up a kind of a hybrid organization where intelligence representatives from 27 EU countries work together. It's not direct intelligence sharing, because that's not allowed, but they were able to communicate quite quickly with each other. And Europol is also a case in point. So you could set something like that up within the European countries of NATO vis-à-vis Russia, with the United States. And of course, things already are happening on that plane. But since it's connected so much to the narrative, to intelligence, to discord sowing, to the online world, recruitment, you need to counter it on that level as well.
But you can build up something like that very carefully, and it can be an effective organization, and then a statement from, let's say, like a J.D. Vance-style statement about the AFD can drive a bus
very
through
disruptive.
that.
Yeah.
So what's your hope when it comes to kind of that, those sorts of...
Well, you heard me mentioning the European countries within NATO. So I think, like the European countries now, with Turkey, have to invest in defense and deterrence more amongst themselves. Also have to do that in the field of intelligence.
Yeah. And in the did you have something?
No, there was one more question in the audience, but I don't know if we'll have time.
I don't think we've got time, unfortunately. I don't think we've got time. But just to bring it back to this conference, I mean, on this topic, taking an idea like that, you know, the creation of a hybrid intelligence, counterintelligence organization, whatever, across states, what would be an ideal outcome with respect to fighting or effective counterterrorism here at the summit? What could be said, or what could be done, what could be agreed?
Well, I think last year's Washington summit outcome is solid enough for countries to be guided by. Of course, we may have the best policy document, but it all comes to political will and implementation. And it requires sharpened focus, I guess, on the part of allies to get united, not only in deterring and defending challenges and threats emanating from the East, but also those from the South, and to intensify coordination and cooperation among allies, but also between international organizations. And NATO, the United Nations, and EU can cooperate more in this.
So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, take that policy document and just intensify collaboration and cooperation.
And the whole of society approach, raise awareness in society. That's why we're here, to discuss this.
Yeah. So what would you like to see in concrete terms here?
I would like to see people take that risk of states like Iran and Russia sowing discord here more serious.
Yeah. And what would that look like in practice?
That if something happens, like the murder of the Iranian dissidents in the Netherlands last year, or right-wing extremists being supported by Russia, that it's not discarded as just an incident, but that it's considered as part of a weaponizing of terrorism against the West, that people really recognize that.
Okay. Well, since it has connection with hybrid tactics and warfare, I think we should also emphasize the need to strengthen societal resilience and whole of society approach.
Yes. Okay, and very briefly, because the music has started, Mark, so we're being...
So let the music play.
Beautiful, but I'm not going to let you off the hook. What would you like to see, very briefly, at this summit?
Well, I would like to see a longer spot on terrorism issues next week.
Okay. All right, very clear. Well, thank you very much for being brief. That's it for now, everyone in Studio Bravo. Thank you very much to all of my guests. I'm in desperate need of a cup of tea to process everything we've just heard. So do hang on in the live stream to watch Studio Alpha, where 2 US senators will soon talk about burden sharing from a US perspective. Back to you, Donna.
Okay, hello everyone, welcome back from the break. And a big thank you to Ikenna and his guests for another thought-provoking discussion in Studio Bravo. Now, as we return to our plenary program, we are shifting gears to a fireside chat-style conversation. As NATO allies ramp up investment in collective defense, the questions of burden sharing and burden shifting are gaining traction across parliaments and across public opinion in allied nations. To introduce our guest and lead us through this important discussion, I am delighted to hand it over to Rick Niemann, presenter at WNL. Rick, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Donna. I really appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for welcome to those watching at home, all across the world, I've been told. And let me introduce my guest, please. Jean Shaheen, Senator, Democratic Senator for the state of New Hampshire. She was also governor. She's the only lady who was both governor and senator for the same state.
Well, not anymore.
Well, you were when it happened.
There are now
right?
3 of us, and we're all from New Hampshire, so
yes,
that's a good sign for women, right?
Right, and you were the trailblazer. But more importantly, well, not more importantly, but for this congregation here, she's a co-chair of the Senate NATO Observer Group, which goes by the wonderful acronym SNOG. So when we talk about SNOG, you'll all know from now on what we're talking about. And she's the ranking member of the Senate's Foreign Relations Committee. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Good to see you here.
Nice to be here.
Originally, when we set up this panel, there was going to be another senator joining us as well, somebody with whom you've been to the last 4 NATO summits, Senator Tom Tillis from North Carolina. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it.
No, Senator Tillis has been a great partner. We restarted the Senate NATO Observer Group back in 2018 when there were questions about the U.S. role in NATO, and we wanted to make very clear that there was strong bipartisan support for NATO.
In 19, right? Yeah.
Well, in 2018,
no, 18,
actually.
sorry,
and so we restarted the group, and we have worked very closely together. And sadly, he was not able to join because we have some legislation, domestic legislation, that he's working on. So we miss him, but he is there in strong support of NATO.
Okay. I want to ask you basically first the general question that I suppose is on everybody's minds with all this stuff going on in the world and with all the anxiety I'm sure you've heard about here in Europe about the US role in NATO. And then let's delve into some of the aspects of that later. How ironclad is the US commitment to NATO?
It's ironclad because NATO is in our national security interest. We know that countries do what's in their interest. The 32 nations that have joined NATO have joined because they understand that we are stronger together as allies and partners than we are individually. And since, almost 80 years now, NATO has been protecting the transatlantic alliance and the Western world. And no more so than when Russia invaded Ukraine do we understand just how important this alliance is.
Okay. Let's first look at the congressional support for NATO. This SNOG, I'm going to say it a couple of more times today because I love it, is something you revived in 2018, as you said. But this month, you introduced legislation together with Senator Tillis to formally and permanently establish the SNOG as a new body within the Senate. Why is that important? Is it because otherwise maybe attention might slip away?
Well, I think as things change, the nature of warfare is changing. We know that. The challenges that NATO faces are changing. The challenges that we all face as countries are changing. And we think it's important to have an entity within the United States Senate that can help keep members informed about those changes, that can enlist assistance when we need it. And so that's the goal of the Senate NATO Observer Group. SNOG is not my favorite acronym, I gotta be honest.
I won't say it anymore.
We could use a mascot if you have any thoughts about a good mascot for SNOG.
Okay, suggestions are welcome. Okay, so in Congress you say it's pretty good, the support for NATO. Let's look at the White House. Earlier on this stage was Ambassador Whitaker, the U.S. ambassador to NATO, and he said, and I'm going to quote, we're not going anywhere, we're completely committed. Does that mean we can end this conversation right now because there's nothing to worry about?
We all need to continually reaffirm our commitment to NATO as new challenges appear. But I can tell you when Mr. Whitaker was before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I asked him about his support for NATO, which he confirmed was ironclad. I asked him about his support for Article 5, which he confirmed he was instructed by the White House to say that he is committed to that. And I asked him about troops in the eastern flank of Europe, and he said he supports that as well. So I think, there are always naysayers in every group, right? But I think there's no doubt that the United States is committed to NATO because, again, it is in our interest. And we're going to do what's in our interest.
You say there's always naysayers in any group. I'm going to be as diplomatic as I can. But what about if the biggest naysayer is the President of the United States himself? On the flight over here, we were just being told, he was asked about Article 5, whether he supported Article 5, and he said, well, to the reporter asking the question, as you know, there are many different interpretations of Article 5. That makes some people nervous.
Well, as you know, the President isn't always consistent in his messaging, so I don't think we should interpret anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, we're going to listen to Ambassador
comments.
Whitaker. That's the line that you're taking.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And listen to the United States Congress, because there is strong bipartisan support in Congress, and there is strong support in the military leadership of the United States, because they also understand, as we all do, that NATO makes us all safer and stronger.
The title of this conversation is also that it's about burden sharing and burden shifting. The whole discussion about the 3.5/5% that I'm sure you followed very well. President Trump said, well, the other day, 3.5 and 5 goes for everybody else, but maybe not for us because we've done enough. What is your reaction to that?
Well, we're almost there at 3.5. We're at 3.4%. We have a big budget looking at us in the United States Congress that would increase that number. We also are spending on a lot of other things that I think would fit into the 1.5. So again, I'm not concerned about that. I think the goal, as I heard from our NATO ambassador yesterday when we met with him, is how important everyone getting to that 5% is.
And how about some of the countries? There's just been discussion about Spain. We've heard discussion about Belgium and other countries saying, well, if Spain gets a bit of a exemplary position, we're looking at that as well. What would you say to the Europe? Because it's a bipartisan thing, right? That the burden has to shift and be shared better than it has been in the last few decades. What would you say to countries like that who seem to be hesitant about going to those 3.5 and 5% marks?
Well, I understand that all countries have different domestic requirements, and they need to make sure that the population, we need to make sure in democracies that our constituents are with us on issues. And I give the new Secretary General, Mark Rutte, great credit for his ability to work with the NATO member states and to come up with a resolution that everyone can support. Okay. I think that's very important. You know, one of the things we did, Senator Chris Coons from Delaware is with me on this trip. And yesterday we met with a number of Dutch parliamentarians. And we talked about a variety of issues. But one of the questions that I asked them was how they felt about getting to that 5% of defense spending and whether they were hearing from their constituents about whether it was something they could agree to or not. And they were unequivocal in saying, absolutely, we should have done this 30 years ago. It's important for Europe to protect itself and to make sure that we're strong enough to do that. So I think part of our challenge and our goal as elected officials is to make sure that the people we represent understand why this is important and why it makes a difference.
Is that the same story you hear when you talk to parliamentarians from other NATO countries as well?
Well, I haven't talked to any yet.
Okay. Well, we'll see then. We'll get back about that to us, please, if you may. Also earlier on the stage, I listened to Admirals Dragone and Van Dier, who were here, and they both said, look, with all these different theaters in the world right now, we've got the Middle East, we've got obviously China, the Americans cannot be in all theaters at the same time. In other words, if something happens in Europe, the Europeans will have to solve a bigger part of that. Is that a vision you share?
I think it's important for all of us to have a global perspective on the challenges that we face. And that burden is going to be shared, as it has been historically, with countries around the world who share our values. That's one of the important things about NATO, about the transatlantic alliance, is that we share the same values in most things. And so we have a view about trying to address the international world-based order in a way that is important to the people we represent. So I think that's a positive sign. I have been a proponent of including the IP4 in the NATO summits in the last few years, those allies that we have, New Zealand, Australia, the Republic of Korea, and Japan, because they are also allies as we look at efforts to address humanitarian issues around the world, at efforts to address conflict. We're on the same side almost always, and I think that's positive for the world.
So it's not so much about, the Europeans doing Europe and other people doing another theater. It's sharing the same values and therefore helping each other out where and when it unfortunately might be necessary.
Absolutely, and the reality is we live in a global world now. What happens in the Indo-Pacific affects Europe. What happens in Europe affects the Indo-Pacific. What happens in Latin America affects us. What happens in Africa, we are no longer isolated by the oceans that surround us. We are all connected, and we need to recognize that.
And let's move to Ukraine, if I may. We talked about support for NATO. What about support for Ukraine? And first, let's start again in Congress. How do you see in both houses of Congress the support for Ukraine developing?
There is strong bipartisan support to help Ukraine in this unprovoked war against Russia. We have a bill in the Senate right now that would put in place draconian secondary sanctions on countries that help Russia. It has 82 sponsors in the Senate, 82 out of 100. There's almost nothing in the United States Senate that gets 82 sponsors. So that is an indication of just how strong the support is. And I think if the leadership would take it up today, it would pass today.
Exactly, but that's the if in the room, I guess, that the leadership is not taking it up and is allowing it to, forgive me this word, to languish in the Senate for the moment, whereas you say 82 senators would like it to see it passed. What would you say to the leadership, and how can you get perhaps the bill to be voted upon?
Well, I think we want to see a nod from the White House. I hope that President Trump will understand that this is a benefit to him. It gives him more leverage in trying to get Russia to the negotiating table. And if others don't like it, he can just blame Congress. As a former governor, I used to blame the legislature sometimes. So I think that...
So he can use Congress as a lever and saying, this is not my idea, but that's what you would propose to him.
Well, I would urge him to encourage the leadership in the Senate and House to pass the legislation.
Yeah. What do you think of the White House support for Ukraine? Because obviously a lot of that has been discussed on the stage also today. We get mixed messages from the White House vis-a-vis Russia. What would you hope for the White House to do in order to strengthen, keep up support for Ukraine in the future?
I think winning the war in Ukraine in terms of halting Russia's advance is in not just Ukraine's interest, it's in Europe's interest, and it's in the United States' interest. Because we had a hearing before the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate last week, and one of the things we heard from the witnesses who testified is the extent to which Russia is militarizing, beyond just what they might need to do in Ukraine. But their assessment was they're looking at a future attack on a NATO ally. That is not in the United States' interest. And so I think thinking about how we support Ukraine is very important. And I think the president's effort to look at trying to get peace negotiations is positive. Now, I think we need to be a lot tougher on Russia than he's been willing to be to date. And I think we need to think about all the ways in which we can pressure Russia. One of those is to provide the arms and support that Ukraine needs. And I still believe there's a majority in Congress that would do that. It's to pass the sanctions legislation. And I think the president's effort and Europe's effort through NATO and the EU to have Europe take on a bigger share of responsibility has been positive. I think that's a good thing for all of us.
There's been some talk about, perhaps a meeting between President Trump and President Zelensky, who's in The Hague right now as well. Well, your words, please. I'm sure you would encourage such a meeting between...
Absolutely, and we had a chance to meet with President Zelensky earlier today. We let him know how much support we have for the effort of the Ukrainian people who have been so courageous in this fight. I mean, it's been really incredible because I think they're fighting on behalf of democracies everywhere.
Yeah. You mentioned constituents earlier. What do you say to your constituents if they have doubts about supporting a war so far off?
Well, I talk about why it's important to America's security, about the message that it sends to not just our allies, who we need in the future, but also to our adversaries. You can bet President Xi in China is watching the outcome of the war in Ukraine. We know that North Korea has already gone to bat for Russia in Ukraine. They're watching whether we're going to stand strong as an alliance and support Ukraine. You can bet Iran is watching because they've also been supplying Russia with munitions, with drones for the war. So I think it's, again, in our interest to see a positive outcome in Ukraine. And I also tell them, and people understand this, I have 4 grandsons. You know, I don't want to see my grandsons go to fight another war in Europe or someplace else in the world because we didn't do what we should have done when we had the opportunity to stop this dictator.
Is that even so? I saw somebody ask you this question a little while ago, but I'm not sure that everybody in the audience saw the answer, so let me ask it again. The demographic constituency of the United States is changing, obviously, and the tie between Europe and the United States many years ago, when so many Americans traced their roots to Europe and had a strong bond with Europe, were pretty obvious. But with the demographics changing in the US, you can see why people are facing eastward or southward or what have you. So in that light, how can we still strengthen the tie between NATO between the US and between NATO?
Well, actually, there's a lot of support in the United States among the population. If you look at surveys that are done that show there is very strong support for NATO, strong among Republicans, among Democrats, and among independents. So they understand, despite the changing demographics, that it's important for us to continue to be a part of this alliance, that it helps keep us safer.
This will be your last NATO summit.
No, next year.
Oh, next year as well? Because you announced that you're not running for re-election just recently, but you're going to do next year again. Take us, if you will, please, 75 plus years, 76 this year of NATO to the future of the alliance. What do you see? How do you see it developing?
Sadly, the threats are not going away. So ensuring that we continue to work together. And I think NATO is stronger now than it was when I got to the Senate in 2009.
It's no longer brain dead, as Mr. Macron said.
It is not. And Finland and Sweden add significant expertise and abilities to the alliance. We know the threats have changed. You know, when they used to be about terrorism, we were fighting in Afghanistan. Now we're back in a great power competition with cyber, with AI, with other threats. And so we need to think about, as NATO is doing, how it evolves to address those threats. We had an interesting proposal as part of this NATO hearing that we had, and that was to think about a finance ministerial as part of NATO.
So not just defense and foreign, but finance as well.
Because, as we know, the economy and how we finance conflicts are critical. And if we are not, which is why the sanctions bill on Russia, if Russia can't continue to finance this war in Ukraine, then they're going to have to end it. So thinking about something like a finance ministerial, so we're looking not just at economic costs to what NATO is thinking, but also how do we address things like cryptocurrency, like money laundering that allows efforts like Russia's to continue to fund the war. So to think about those things, I think, sadly, we have a lot of challenges, and there's no shortage of need for NATO to morph in order to address those.
And a final question, would Ukraine be a member of a future NATO as far as you're concerned?
Absolutely. I think we should not have taken NATO membership off the table in negotiating with Russia, as President Trump has done, because it is leverage. And what we want right now is more leverage against Russia.
Okay, thank you very much indeed.
Please
give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Jean Sheen, thank you very much indeed. We're going to make space for the next Panel, I think we're supposed to. Thank you very much indeed. I appreciate it. We're going to go off that way.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Thank you, Rick, for that timely conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, everyone, it is almost time for us to join our final plenary session of the day. Please sit tight in your seats. We will, as we prepare to get the final session together, it will only take 5 minutes, so please sit tight. And just so you know, it is Defense Spending Towards a Fairer NATO high-level panel. You won't want to miss it. 5 minutes. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you all for standing by. Really appreciate you taking the time. We will now head into our final plenary session of the day, a high-level panel focused on one of the most crucial topics shaping NATO Summit agenda, defense spending. As allies step up their commitment to NATO's core mission of deterrence and defense, questions arise. How will increased investment boost operational readiness, expand industrial capacity, and address long-term security needs? And just as importantly, what concrete steps will allies take to demonstrate a stronger, fairer approach to burden sharing? Well, to lead us through this important conversation, I am pleased to welcome Sarah Kelly, host of Conflict Zone at Deutsche Welle. Sarah, welcome. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Defense Spending Toward a Fairer NATO. We are joined by Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic and former chairman of the NATO Military Committee, Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of Denmark, Radek Sikorski, Foreign Minister of Poland. I'd like to begin with you, President Pavel. NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte has called for a quantum leap in NATO's collective defense with everything going on in the world right now. Is 5% of GDP even enough? What do European members of NATO need to feel safe?
Well, we will not be safe by sheer numbers. We'll be safe by capabilities. And this is what I was trying to stress from my times in NATO, that the Supreme Commander in Europe will not fight with the charts. He will fight with real troops and concrete capabilities, including strategic enablers. And that's why we should base our funding on true requirements that are stemming from a NATO defense planning process. And when we look at the projection today, and we speak about 5%, actually it is the reflection of needs that we were neglecting for decades, especially here in Europe. Number of countries were spending much less than was required, and that's why we were meeting our capability targets by about half or 60%. And these gaps are now visible everywhere, and that's why we really have to spend much more for real capabilities. And when we count all the capabilities that we need to face the challenges, we come to at about 3.5, 3.6%.
And I want to talk about the timetable to get there, in fact, with the Prime Minister of Denmark, because you know, NATO members, we now know the framework, right? You're set to agree on this target of 5% of GDP on defense by 2035, but that's already 2 years later than the original proposal. And if I recall correctly, you said that was too late. How do you feel about that 10-year timetable now?
First of all, good afternoon, everybody. No, I think 10 years from now is too late, to be very frank and to be honest. My suggestion have been 2030 at latest. And I would like us as Europeans to rearm so we are able to defend ourselves and to deter Russia. For me, 10 years is it's a bit too hopeful. And I guess you have invited 3 guests on the stage today who are very aligned, who look at Russia with the same eyes. And with everything we see from Russia today, we have to be able not only to defend ourselves, not only to deter when it comes to Russia, but we have to be willing to do what is needed. And therefore, 3.5, it's a good decision. When you're asking, are we sure that it's enough? No, of course not. And we have to do what is needed.
And just to clarify for people who don't know, because we have a broader population watching this, the 3.5 is within that 5%. That's on the actual military hardware. Minister Sikorski, I'd like to turn to you next. How are you seeing the evolving threat picture? Because, I mean, we just look in the past couple of days. It has been evolving around the world, in fact, especially for the European members of NATO. Are you even keeping pace with the evolving threats in the world?
Well, let's take them one by one. For us, Russia is the main threat. Poland has been spending a solid 2% of GDP for 15 years. We are now at 4.7, and that in real numbers is 50 billion. Our military budget is now bigger than Turkey's, and we have one of the highest proportions of GDP of the military budget spent on procurement. And what we need to do by the end of the decade is not just to buy the equipment, we also have to buy new types of equipment. We shouldn't carry out a conservative modernization in old platforms. We need to draw the lessons from what the Ukrainians have done. They've built 200 factories in 3 years because they know they are in wartime. We are not in war. We are not at war, but we are in crisis time. So we need to short-circuit some of our procedures, planning procedures, that sort of thing. We also need to build drone armies. And we need to be much better at signals and the electronic warfare. We don't need to be as good as the United States. We just need to be better than the Russians. But the Russians are learning very fast too.
So the question is, how does Europe get there in a way that fosters your independence? And I'd like to turn to President Pavel with that, because if we're looking at an operational level, the defense plans of European countries are still very much within the NATO collective defense framework. How should that evolve? How do you see that evolving now to position Europe to take more ownership of its own defense and to have a vision for it?
Briefly, not yet. We were depending on American strategic enablers such as intelligence and targeting, communications, transport, logistics for so long that we have neglected development of our own enablers. So most of European countries were contributing by forces, especially conventional forces, but not those who enable us to do large and high-intensity operations.
How long do you think we could possibly see a European Supreme Allied Commander in Europe? When will Europe be in a position, you think, to oversee all of NATO operations on the continent? I mean, you might be forced into that eventually, right?
Well, I think the question is for how long the United States will be able to maintain the same level of engagement in Europe. And this is the area which we will have to discuss with our American allies. What is the pace of disengagement, if any? And we should plan it properly in a good coordination. We shouldn't allow the situation that the United States are frustrated by lack of response from European allies to push us over the cliff. And by doing that, we have to embed building our own enablers into our defense planning that will be then reflected in our national budgets. And we have to do it in good coordination because no single European country can build such a capacity on its own. That's why we will have to most probably come back to the concept of a framework nation, where the biggest European nations will be able to provide the skeleton of a capability, and many mid-sized and smaller countries will contribute to develop that capability in full.
You know, as we know, Trump does not see the United States as the guarantor of European security, or at least he's said that to varying degrees in the past months and year. How long is it before Europe can really accelerate its own industrial strategy for defense? Mette Fredriksen, I'd like to ask you what you see as the next steps to kind of get this going with the sort of speed that you're talking about, and also keeping in mind that, you know, you're taking over the rotating presidency of Europe.
Well, let me start by saying you're totally right. We are not at wartime, but we are definitely not at peacetime anymore. And I think the awareness about this is at the right place now when we are talking about spending. You are totally right. spending and you know, words about how many money we are going to spend will not deter Russia. It's only capabilities that will ensure Europe at the end of the day. So I think looking at that, we are moving in the right direction. But if you look at our industrial capacity, it is still functioning as it were at peacetime. Mm-hmm. And maybe that's it. The next step for NATO and for Europe is to take the way we think now on defense spending has to be, I mean, we have to look at our production lines and production capacity with the same eyes. And I mean, we will take over presidency in a few days from now. Security, rearming Europe, the industrial base is our number one priority, especially looking at air defense, drones. I mean, when we couldn't find any more ways to donate to Ukraine, we started this Danish model financing directly production in Ukraine, and it's working. I mean, their scale, their speed, and I mean, they're producing much faster and better than the rest of us.
What's the vision
do that
for
at wartime?
What's the vision for all of Europe?
The vision is, of course, that the industrial capacity have to be able to ensure that what we need when it comes to defense and deterrence can be produced. Not all of it in Europe, because we don't need that. I mean, we have a very close cooperation with the US, with other partners around the globe. And I think we have to continue in doing that. But of course, the industrial base have to ensure that we are able to do what we want militarily. So if you ask me, I think we need some kind of like an emergency brake when it comes to our industry, because, I mean, time cannot be our enemy right now, and therefore a kind of emergency brake where we produce 24/7, 365 days a year, I think is needed.
And
Putin has woken a giant. We are now going to spend real money on defense. We have 1.5 billion in grants from EDIP. This will grow in future. We have 150 billion done under the Polish presidency in the SAFE instrument, in loans. Countries will now be able to spend beyond their deficit limits on defense. This will be hundreds of billions before even... so money is not going to be a constraint. Within a few years, Russia will find that it will be very difficult for them to match our spending, which is exactly what happened to the Soviet Union in the 1980s.
But as part of that plan, you know, you're very much relying on the American defense industry, and you have highlighted yourself, Poland is a great customer actually of the American defense industry as you make those targets that keep pushing the envelope. But how vulnerable does it leave you to a possible American disengagement?
We will continue to buy ally. We will buy Korean, we'll buy American, but we are also developing our own capabilities. Our short-range anti-aircraft missiles are very popular. We make our APCs. We've learned a lot on our supplies of howitzers to the Ukrainian army, and we need to learn from the Ukrainians. They have the most up-to-date AI. Generated data about what a modern frontline looks like. Ukrainian army is the biggest army in Europe on our side, and the Ukrainian defense industry is the most efficient defense industry on our side. We need each other.
I'd like to talk a little bit, I'm not finished with America yet, and I'd like to ask Mette Frederiksen actually to chime in here, because, you know, the transatlantic alliance is based on shared values. President Trump, we all know he has teased this drastic measure to take over Greenland. Can you rely on your American partners? Are the shared values still there?
Well, I will say I'm really transatlantic in my heart, and I will do almost anything and everything to ensure that NATO is still the most important alliance in the future. So I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to do anything against the US, and you will never find me in that position. We have a disagreement about Greenland for now. I think the the president is serious about this question, and so are we, because I think all of us have to respect the sovereignty of the Kingdom of Denmark, and of course the future of Greenland has to be decided in Greenland and nowhere else. But a disagreement about Greenland will not have the consequence that I will say or do anything against NATO or the alliance that we have. So I think we have to continue building even a stronger NATO, like we are doing. I mean,
but it's personal.
For now. But at the same time, we have to rearm Europe. And for me, it's not against the US, because if Europe, if we're not able, if we're not willing to protect ourselves, then who are we? I mean, a Europe without that will is not, asking me is nothing. So no matter what will happen in the rest of the world, I think as Europeans rearm ourselves and have the willingness to defend ourselves.
President Pavel, you wanted to.
Yeah, the subject of this session is fairer NATO, and fairer NATO is about Europeans taking greater responsibility for our own defense, and also taking much greater responsibility for the future of Ukraine. But when we talk about European defense, what actually are we talking about? Is it EU? Is it Europe? Is it European part of NATO? Because EU doesn't have a capacity, neither ambition, to provide for collective defense. It's NATO business. But EU has all the tools to make it possible. So what we need is, on one hand, to think seriously about more institutionalization of European pillar of NATO, making it more, let's say, or less dependent on United States, if they decide so, and making us capable of running our own operation. And at the same time, to coordinate much better between NATO and EU, which is not so easy today because of well-known reasons, to facilitate much more efficient defense production, acquisition, because if we are not able to aggregate the requirements from all over Europe, if we are not able to aggregate resources for research and production, we will not succeed.
We have so many questions. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to get through all of them.
Let me just make a statement. Poland regards Greenland as part of the Kingdom of Denmark. And we don't even make a claim on the island of Bornholm, even though we had a war about it in the 16th century. Furthermore,
thank you.
Furthermore, we recognize the independent sovereignty of Canada.
I want to talk a little bit more about the Western Alliance, because you've said that the breakdown of the Western Alliance is one of the biggest threats that is facing Poland. We heard the Secretary General, Mark Rutte, say this morning, and I don't want to misquote him, I think he said that he thinks that the Americans are totally committed to NATO. But it comes with this qualifier that they want to see an increase in defense spending from the European countries and also from Canada. You have Spain, who's come out and now said that they plan to opt out. Does that position you for a further clash with the US?
No. It's true that the sense of security or insecurity is not evenly spread across the European continent. It's just a fact of geography. And I believe that in the communique that we are going to have tomorrow, there are no dates by which we need to achieve the spending. Look, we should give credit where credit is due. President Trump was right in his first term when he said that allies were not fulfilling their own commitments from previous summits. We have since then doubled, as non-US NATO allies, our spending. If we achieve the aims that are being sketched out now, we will be, as non-US NATO, will be at par with the United States. And then, by the way, we will be able to deter Putin on our own. What's not to like?
Mr. Fredriksson, I'd like to come to you because the question is, how are you going to bring your publics along with this? I mean, this is the summit now, but you have to bring it back to the people at a time when in many countries populism is on the rise. You have to sell this. 5% of GDP is big, even for a country like Denmark. And you have some ministers warning, saying that bigger defense budgets will take a toll on Europe's welfare system. Is that a price that the public is willing to pay?
Well, first of all, I would say I have doubled, since I became Prime Minister, I have doubled what we are spending on defense in Denmark. And I mean, with great support from the Danes, because the situation is as it is, and we have to do what is needed. So I think we have to be very, very clear as leaders and as politicians, saying, of course, we will be able to defend ourselves. Full stop, end of discussion. And after that, we can discuss how to finance it. Of course, as a social democrat, I want us to be social balanced. And I think we are able to do that. We have made some quite good decisions in the European Union a month ago on loans. And I mean, today we have another view, a different view on how to finance what is needed. I think it is possible, but at the same time, I would like to underline that everybody have to participate now. I mean, things are too serious. So the 3.5 is, I think, for me, we cannot continue discussing whether or not we are going to achieve that goal.
So then, to reindustrialize Europe.
Yes, of course.
What concrete mechanisms now need to be put in place to make sure that countries actually meet their pledges and don't delay as they have done in the past? And just to say, this is probably the final word.
I think at the first place, to make our national plans, how to meet the target. We haven't done that in 2014 after the Wales Summit. It took us a couple of years. But if we provide national plans coming to desired objective, and we will review it year by year, I think it will create a lot of pressure on nations to meet their targets. But at the same time, I wouldn't only go on monitoring the figure of percentage on GDP, but I would also monitor the efficiency of meeting capability targets, because this is what really matters.
Minister Sikorski, what's your thought on this?
Well, I had a spirited discussion about this with our finance minister. And he's asked all the time, how do you manage to justify 4.7% of GDP? And he tells them, well, I'd be crucified if I didn't. The closer you are to Russia, the more you spend. We've learned over 500 years that when the Russians threaten you, you can trust it. And we have a saying in Poland that every country has an army, either your own or a foreign one. In the medium to long term, your own is cheaper.
Prime Minister Fredriksson.
Well, I don't think it's fair today to you know, as leaders to say that, well, we live in a part of Europe where the distance to Russia is different from Poland. I think we have to, now it's a question about being united. It's a question about solidarity, but it's also a question about that it is Europe that have to be able to defend itself, not Poland, not Czech Republic, not the Baltic countries, it's Europe. And therefore, you know, this idea of an opt-out for some countries, I disagree. And I think everybody has to put on the table what is needed now. And at the end of the day, it's a question about going back to our people, to our communities, to our parliament, saying, well, now it's time for Europe to stand up and everybody has to participate.
Very briefly, very rapid fire round. What are we missing? We were talking about this a little bit behind the scene. What are we missing?
I would say we are missing a bigger picture, because we talk a lot about Ukraine and Russia, but we should be talking much more about global issues and how the world is changing, because what we see is probably much more not a clash of civilizations, but rather a clash of democracies on one hand and different kinds of autocracies on the other. And if we are not able to see it in this big picture where Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, and some other countries are working together on changing the global system, trade system, rules-based system, then we'll probably lose the game. And we really need to look at security as indivisible, because what is important for Asia Pacific is equally important for us, because if there is any problem in South China Sea, we will all feel it in Europe in just a couple of days and weeks, and vice versa. If Russia prevails in Europe, the United States will feel it on a much more and self-confident Russia, more assertive, potentially even aggressive, and also on China, because China is also learning and taking lessons from what is going on in Ukraine.
There's a lot that we're missing, but one to two sentences or less, because I'm looking at the clock. Minister Sikorsky.
On what?
What are we missing?
Well,
What is NATO missing?
I'm sure we're missing a lot. Poland has no desire to be present in the South China Sea. We believe that preventing Russia from winning, from doing what Vladimir Putin has just reasserted 3 days ago, that he wants all of Ukraine. This is a doable job, and this is what we should focus on.
I don't think the war in Ukraine have ever only been about Ukraine. It's a war about Russia. And therefore, I still, not in NATO, but in Europe, there are still too many people believing or dreaming about that it will end. That maybe with a ceasefire or peace agreement, then we will return to the good old days with peace in Europe. And I'm sorry to say, I don't think that's the case. I think the uncertainty we look at now is also the future. And because of that, I mean, rearming Europe is, for me, number one priority. And I totally agree with the global perspective. So maybe it's not missing in NATO, but it's unfortunately, it's still missing in parts of Europe.
This has been Defense Spending Toward a Fairer NATO. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Really an honor. Thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister.
Thank you very much to our esteemed guests for that final session. And thank you to all of you who have stuck with us throughout the day. Thank you to those viewers at home who have engaged with us as well. This brings us to the close of today's plenary program, and before we wrap up, I would love to give a final word of appreciation to our co-organizers, NATO, the Dutch government, and the 3 civil society organizations, the Netherlands Atlantic Association, Klingendahl Institute, and the Hague Center for Strategic Studies for putting together such a rich program. We would also like to extend our sincere thanks to our institutional partners, whose logos you can now see on the screen behind me. Their support has been instrumental in amplifying today's discussions across NATO, allied, and partner countries around the world. For those of you attending in person, please, if you can, stay in the room for a brief logical announcement after this. And to our online audience, don't go just yet. We have one more treat for you, the closing session from Studio Bravo, where we will dive into future-proofing the alliance, a forward-looking conversation that you do not want to miss. Thank you once again for your presence, your engagement, and your ideas. We look forward to welcoming you back here tomorrow for another day of insightful conversations. And for now, I will send it back to you, Ikenna, in Studio Bravo.
Thank you very much, Donna. Yes, we're getting warmed up now for our session, which will finish the day, and that's talking about a topic that, frankly, makes me rather uneasy: the future of warfare. Now, as a parent, as a citizen, as someone who prefers conversations about peace to preparedness for war, it's hard to accept that this is the world in which we live. but talk about war we must. What it means and what it demands of all of us. From the battlefields of Ukraine to the Middle East, to ongoing and increasingly forgotten conflicts in Sudan and Congo, and tensions in the South China Sea, the defense expert world is watching and trying to learn. And today, we get to learn with 4 of the brightest minds in the field. First of all, we have on my right Dr. Bastiaan Giegerich, the Director General of the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Welcome. Dr. Kathleen McInnes from the Center on Strategic and International Studies and formerly of the Pentagon. Dr. Tim Swijs, Director of Research at one of our institutional partners, the Hague Center for Strategic Studies, and Dr. Olivier Schmidt, Professor and Head of Head of Research at Institute for Military Operations at Danish Defence College. You're all professors, I guess, actually. I only said you're a professor.
I think I'm the only one, actually.
I think you're the only one. We're all doctors.
You're all doctors.
All doctors.
Okay. Okay, before we start our discussion, let's take a look at something which will give us a brief overview on how war has changed over recent decades.
In the old days, it wasn't so very difficult. You'd see a line of soldiers coming across a border line and you'd know something was up, conflict was underway, or there'd be a massive explosion, an attack.
The problem with drones is that they're everywhere now.
Они вычисляют, определяют, находят, дают координаты.
Якщо є можливість засікти, летимо, шукаємо, вражаємо, тобто знищуємо.
We're now talking about modern, digital, agile threats, highly maneuverable, small, difficult to track and detect, difficult to counter.
It's clear that in the future, unmanned systems are going to be a very important part of the alliance's capabilities.
We are at the doorstep of the future. We are experimenting now with certain unmanned systems.
It's truly impressive to see the different technologies that the nations bring and how they send their finest, brightest, and most motivated people as we work towards the future of unmanned systems.
We are at the beginning of a long journey where we will see unmanned systems mixing with traditional assets into perhaps even an unmanned future.
Okay, now that video gave us something of a backdrop to this conversation on future-proofing the alliance. A lot of imagery in there was from the Ukraine war, and I'd like to pick up on that straight away. Dr. Giegerich, not that long ago, Ukraine carried out a very complex drone attack, which was incredibly effective, Operation Spiderweb. Does that sort of strike tell us something more general about the type of warfare we're moving towards?
Well, I think what it tells us that we are in a phase where we see a fairly blistering pace of innovation, technological innovation in terms of operational concepts, in terms of tactics and methods that are applied. And I think that is something that, given that we're speaking about the future of the alliance, that is something that NATO will have to come to terms with. A few years ago, most of us would have said, a major upgrade to a defense capability happens every 6 years or so. Then some innovators came along and said, well, we'll bring that down to 6 months. Then we saw it come down to 6 weeks. And now, if you look at Ukraine, you see iterations of innovation taking place in less than that, in a matter of a couple of days. And I think that is one of the things that we need to come to terms with, just the pace and the speed with which things develop during conflict. And that is one of the reasons why it's so hard to prepare and predict, because you probably end up in a situation where you will not have gotten it exactly right when the fighting starts. And you need to maintain that agility to adapt as the fighting goes on.
And with that in mind, go ahead.
I just want to jump in on that. It's we think about these adaptation and learning cycles, particularly in an allied context, but let's not forget that Russia has been learning quickly too. And so as the war has been drawing on, their capabilities are improving. And so there are innovations and adaptations on our adversary side that we need to be accounting for and adapting to much more quickly than our current systems allow for.
And is NATO doing that? I mean, are the things that NATO has seen happening in Ukraine and the Russians adapting, have they kind of confirmed capabilities that NATO was already aware that it had to produce? Or is this kind of, oh, we really are playing catch up?
I think NATO has made a lot of progress, particularly since 2014 and then after 2022. There have been adaptations in terms of the command structures, defense plans, operational concepts, so on and so forth. What this summit is about driving home the resources needed to actually get to where we need to go, right? So all of the plans, all the capabilities, all of those sorts of things that we've been thinking about, talking about, don't matter until you can resource them.
Yeah, but I feel like there's even something beyond that. One of the other speakers was talking about the need for a change to the DNA of these organizations. Like, what do you think on that level? Like, is the framework sufficient, fit for purpose to build onto?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, let's not forget, I mean, NATO is an alliance of 32 nations that come together and build political consensus and has a military structure that has never been seen in human history. This is a powerful alliance that is capable of doing so much. This is exactly the space to be adapting. This is exactly the space to be building on the lessons learned from Ukraine. Can we be doing it faster, better? For sure. But if we didn't have NATO now, we would be trying to build it.
Okay. Olivier, you wanted to?
On this, I just wanted to say that the fact that it is an alliance allows us to learn from each other. So it also reduces some of the transaction costs. We don't have to reinvent all the time because we can actually learn from each other. This being said, there is always a challenge from learning from an ongoing conflict, which is that what's happening in Ukraine cannot be a carbon copy of how we should adapt, right? Because there's always this saying that military prepare for the last war. Why do we say that? It's because we have actually few data points of wars that are actually happening. So we tend to have this focus on the one that is ongoing, and we try to carbon copy it in our own defense systems. And this is where it becomes tricky, because what works in Ukraine may not work for our militaries, which have a slightly different doctrine, which may have different ways to fight. So the challenge is really to import what we think will be useful, but also hybrid it with the way we want to fight with the capabilities that we have. And this is where it becomes tricky, and it needs actually a lot of brain power to actually develop that.
Tricky is an understatement, let's be honest.
Yeah.
How on earth do you prepare for something like this?
Well, and there's another thing in there, precisely, because not only is the contemporary war landscape diverse, right? In your introduction, you already mentioned that the war between Russia and Ukraine, the war of attrition, is very different from the high-tech war between Israel and Iran. It's very different from the types of conflicts we see in Congo and Sudan. But there's also another reason that war's character changes and that military organizations need to adapt, because in the end it's a competitive duel. So you act, the opponent reacts. So if you prepare for one type of war, your opponent will see that you're preparing for that type of war and will try to beat you at your own game and then do something differently.
And this is actually a perennial problem with a lot of defense establishments. The idea that we don't like that kind of war, like we don't like to do irregular warfare, we don't like to do we don't like to do stability operations, because that's stuff that we don't need to plan for. We need to focus on the high-end stuff. And what the current threat environment is showing us is that we don't have the luxury to choose what kind of war we're going to fight. We need to be prepared across the spectrum.
And that is expensive.
It's expensive.
And that is expensive. If you want to prepare for everything, that's going to cost.
Yeah.
That's obviously one of the main conversations we're having here. But I think it also means, you know, if you're a defense planner, it's very tempting to try and optimize for something, you know, to try and find the thing that you're going to focus on. And I think the reality that we're all describing here is that that is risky, because we continue to be surprised. So we have that choice of being surprised or spending a lot of money. And I think right now the pendulum is swinging a bit away from specialization towards let's make sure we cover a broad spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, you need to be pragmatic about these things. So, I mean, if you get to the position where Article 5 is triggered and you've got all these 32 nations involved, do we need to move to the position where particular countries have developed specialisms in certain areas? One is great at tanks, I don't know, another is great at drones, another is...
I mean, that exists to a degree. I think...
do we double down on that?
Yeah, I think we double down to the degree that we identify areas of excellence and ask nations to take responsibility for that. But what is always going to be a tricky point for the alliance, if that specialization on military technical and capability terms leads to a division of risk, should the balloon go up, as it were, and a war to start. So one needs to make sure that there's cohesion and that these parts end up actually being something greater than the sum of their parts, and that I think that is NATO's task once more. But I think it is already the reality that obviously some nations are more focused on land forces. Some, I mean that degree of specialization I think is baked into the alliance already.
Yeah.
Also because of different threat perceptions, and we are an alliance with 32 nations, so I think it would make perfect sense for allies in the south to prepare perhaps more for crisis management operations, and allies up north and towards the east to focus more on high-end conventional deterrence, right? But I fully agree with Bastiaan. There needs to be synergy there, because otherwise you don't create more power. It's just
okay, so we need synergies, we need cohesion, we need more investment. What about in terms of like a macro kind of shift? Is there anything, if you had to kind of bet your career, let's say, on a big shift in the approach to warfare over the next 10 years, what would you say that shift would be?
Well, it would be. It will be unmanned.
Yeah, less people on the battlefield.
And so, will it be completely unmanned? I don't think so, for a variety of reasons. But there is a strategic shift. I mean, we have sensors everywhere, so that means that if you're on the battlefield, you're going to be shot at, right?
Yeah.
We have instant communication, right? So you can shoot everything everywhere all at once. Then you have the problem with electromagnetic contestation, right? Can you control your machines from afar? If you look at what's happening in Ukraine, because there are lessons to be learned there, of course. You see that they are interfering the electromagnetic spectrum.
Yeah.
So it's impossible to control the machines from afar. Right. And there's more reasons. Humans are going to be in the loop. So what I think you will see 10 years out, you will see combinations of what I call centaur teams. Right, the Greek mythical creature of half man, half human, half horse. And so in the future, I think you will get human operators with, whether it's swarms or not, with unmanned systems surrounding it. So a key skill for the future military operator will be how to prompt these systems, how to control them in a way that aligns with our core ethical values.
Yeah. And it creates, there is a technological driver for those center type of interactions, because we have the tech. So of course there is an edge in actually using them. But there's also a long-term demographic trend, which is that Western societies are becoming older. We have less and less young people, which are usually those who we send to fight, because they are probably the most physically fit for doing it. And in societies that are getting older with less people able to fight, you need to fill in the gaps. And how are we going to do that? We're going probably to try to automate as many things as we can. So those technological trends, they push towards this human-machine interactions, but also the long-term demographic trends, they also signals in that direction, which raises a question in terms of credibility of signaling whether we are willing to defend our interests. One way to signal that you are willing to defend is that there is a cost in it, and the cost is paid in blood. Are we equally credible when we say that we're going to defend primarily, or at least partly, with machines, where the costs are less high in terms of signals of what it means for society to actually pay for its defense? So there are battlefield results for these technological trends, but I think we should be very careful also to think about the strategic implications in terms of signaling deterrence and signaling that as societies who are willing to pay the cost of war to defend ourselves and not just delegate that to machines.
Yeah.
And I think sort of on the lower end of the technological spectrum, if you will, we also need to be prepared for protracted conflict. As militaries, as defense institutions, we like to think that we can get these wars done quickly, like Persian Gulf in 91. It doesn't work that way, right? And Russia has shown us that protracted war, that if that's that's probably the paradigm that we should be thinking about the most when we think about planning. It's a protracted conflict. And to pull that off, you need to be able to mobilize your society. It is a whole of society resistance and resilience effort that we're seeing in Ukraine. We need to be thinking about that in terms of what NATO can provide, and in terms of the frameworks for whole of society mobilization, thinking about things much more strategically in terms of how industry and the defense industry, defense planners, and other parts of society can integrate into whole of society resilience and resistance plans. We can't exclusively focus on the high-tech stuff if we think about the future of war. We must think about our people. We must think about how our societies can be quickly mobilized to deter or defend.
Yeah, but I mean, doing that on the eastern flank is a lot easier than doing it on the western flank of NATO. How do you go about?
Part of it is a communications issue, right? I mean, as the point was made earlier today, I think several times, if we do not mobilize our societies to meet this challenge, our sons are, our children are going to be sent to these front lines. These are interconnected threats, and I don't think that case has been made clearly enough.
Yeah.
I think another dimension of the story that needs to be told is that just because a conflict the front line might be along the eastern flank, it doesn't mean that it won't affect all of us. Russia is a brutal actor. There are tens of thousands of war crimes that have been documented, and that's just scratching the surface. There's at least 20,000 missing, kidnapped children that Russia has kidnapped, Ukrainian children. So this is an actor that is violating the laws of war. That will be a threat to NATO as an alliance, all of our societies. This is not something that we can just pick and choose what we're going to fight against and what we're going to mobilize against. We're all in this together.
Yeah. And bearing in mind the level of that threat, I mean, obviously the US is geographically very far away from Russia, but what is its take when it comes to thinking about the future of war? Because you're ex-Pentagon.
Well, in the U.S., there's many
have all the answers.
I've got all the answers.
Give us all the answers.
All right. Look, the Pentagon, the U.S. defense establishment is looking at a chaotic world, right? And multiple administrations have agreed that the challenge that we're really facing is one of great power competition. Russia and China are key threats. So is Iran, North Korea. This axis, they're learning from each other. They're cooperating with each other. One of the reasons that Russia has been able to sustain the fight is because of North Korean and Chinese enablers, right? So, or an enablement. So this is an extremely complex challenge. I think the U.S. is trying to think about how to manage this environment. And that's why, it's not just the Trump administration that's been asking for an increase in defense expenditure. This has been an argument that's been going on for decades. Yeah. And it's wonderful to see that now the alliance is stepping up because we're running out of time. Our adversaries, again, are learning from each other. They're getting better. We don't have time to mess around.
And when it comes to the personnel and who's going to have to be involved in this over the next decade, you alluded to it a little bit there in terms of, future military cadets are going to have to be very good at writing prompts, I don't know, like ChatGPT style to manage drones. But what are the new skill sets that military personnel of the future are going to have?
I think going back to that technology conversation that we had a few minutes ago, I think the reality is we will need both. We will need some people who pick up a gun and go and fight, and then we will need people who are very advanced, bring very advanced technological skills to to their service in the armed forces. So I think it's important to understand that it's not a replacing or an either or. We need to be able to do both, and that actually for armed forces is quite difficult because what you're talking about is you're expanding the skill set that you need to include, and you need to create new career path for specialists who might not come through the normal traditional path of being trained in fairly basic military skills before they adopt a specialism. You might need to now bring people in from other walks of life who want to serve and who bring a skill set, but they're not actually interested in what traditionally would come before that in the armed forces. So opening up to that and creating ways to for these people to have a successful career in the armed forces, I think that's going to be a challenge. It's not so much about a particular skill; it's about making sure that armed forces can integrate that.
Yeah. And if we talk a little bit about how ready NATO is to pick up the ball on this, to prepare for the future. Right now, I mean, the Ukraine is, I understand, producing something like 150,000 drones a month. They are the engine of ingenuity, even more than that, the engine of ingenuity and innovation when it comes to warfare right now in Europe, mainland Europe. Yeah, the rest of the European defense industry just is woefully behind.
I'm afraid they are, right? I mean, I recently published a book, The War of Tomorrow, in which we look at the state of the field, and we also look at, and this is why the role of societies is so critical, after we have literally ignored the possibility of war over, I would almost say, 30 years. Yeah. We just couldn't fathom that it could be a reality. We have essentially defense industries that are very fragmented, that are very small scale, that are not able to churn out the quantities of material that we need.
Yeah. And
that's sort of on the industry side. But then on the societal side, you also see that there is a huge disconnect between this, society and the military. Mm-hmm. And I think in the West, in Western Europe at least, we have taken that division too far. Mm. And so that means that citoyens, are no longer feel that they're a member of a community that they also need to serve and to protect.
At least not the ones on the eastern flank, perhaps do, more so.
Right, I was talking about Western Europe here.
But how far are the Chinese and the Russians on this then, Olivier?
Well, I'm not an expert on China's military.
I appreciate that.
So I will not talk about China because it's not my field at all. But what certainly we see about Russia is a society that has been now mobilized for war, in the sense that the regime has radicalized its discourse against the West in general, the collective West, and has been very good at doing two things. The first one has been to providing incentives to actually go to the military, work in the defense industry, which is why we, as NATO intelligence services, tend to assess that the Russian military will be able to rebuild its capabilities within
What sorts of incentives are those?
So incentives will be, if you join the military, you will get pensions, a large amount of money. If you are killed on the battlefield, your family will receive a lump sum of money, which actually is quite significant by Russian living standards. And also, if you work in the Russian defense industry, of course, you get higher salaries because now there's a lot of orders and production going on. So the regime has been really good at incentivizing and mobilizing part of the society to go to war while shielding the rest of the society from the negative consequence of the war itself in terms of sustaining their standards of living. So this is why we have not seen massive disruptions of the political scene in Russia. That's one of the reasons, because most Russians don't feel the war as much as they should, probably.
But what about the technology itself? Is that something that NATO feels particularly threatened by, Russian technology?
Well, I think again, Catherine made the point earlier. They are innovating as well, and they have shown some incredible speed there recently as well. So if you looked at Russia a few years ago, unmanned systems actually was a weakness, a clear weakness, UAVs in particular, and they clearly have done something to turn that around.
Licensing under Iranian license.
Starting under Iranian license, but then I think they've gone beyond that now. So I think that is worrying there. Russian electronic warfare capabilities were always formidable to a degree. They've done that on China. I think there as well. I mean, China has broken what used to be the U.S. monopoly on stealth a few years ago on stealth aircraft. It has air-to-air weapon systems that I would say can compete with the best that NATO allies can produce. So there are areas where really I think the paradigm is that the technological advantage that NATO and the US in particular felt that has been eroding. So that the trend is going in the wrong direction from, I think, all of our perspectives.
And if I could just add a 2 fingers, it will not be that bad if Russia didn't have that much of a mass and stocks of ammunitions, which we don't have right now within NATO, right?
That is a critical point, right?
Yeah.
So as we think about technologies and future technologies, a lot of the conversations until now have been really focused on really expensive, exquisite systems, right? And what Ukraine is telling us is that mass matters. You need
€1,000 drones.
wreaking
havoc.
Right? And so when we think about the deterrence and defense of Europe, it's not just high-end, exquisite capabilities that can do whiz-bang stuff. It's also like, you need to have ammunition. You need to have 155 ammunition. You need to be able to do some of the basics.
Company, I'm probably more interested in selling the high-end, high-tech, expensive 350 million F-35 or whatever.
I think it depends on the company, right? And I think it also depends on business models, right?
True.
I mean,
and who gets to order what they want, right? I mean, the states foot the bill in the end, right? So.
Yeah. But I mean, thinking about that, the paradigm of defense acquisition has largely been dominated by effectiveness and just-in-time logistics. So basically, we want to have buy the minimum required, and we want to do it just as we need it, right? It's like Amazon Prime for defense. When we look at the future, we need to have stockpiles. We need to have depth of capability. We need to be able to keep throwing things at the enemy, not just think about the war being over within 30 days. It's going to be a long haul, or we at least need to prepare for that. So mass matters. Some of the low-end stuff really also matters. It's how do we integrate these things together as defense institutions so we can have meaningful effect across the spectrum.
And this is part of the difference. If we're credible about the ability to sustain the fight, we are much less likely to actually have to go into the fight.
That's right. That's right. Production is deterrence, as they say. But I think on the mass point, I think what you will hear around the summit, and at least in our conversations, is that sense of what we need is affordable mass. So in other words, create cheaper systems that can be produced at scale fast. So because the economy of war in a way has changed, and Ukraine is an indicator of that. I fully agree with others who have said, when NATO fights, it will fight differently. But nevertheless, the war in Ukraine is an indicator that if you try to counter cheap modes of attack with very expensive equipment, you will run out of money and that equipment quite quickly. And I think that high-intensity nature that we see there means you will lose a lot of stuff. You will unfortunately also lose a lot of people. And so mobilizing on the production side and on the societal side is going to be key, I think.
Quantity is a quality in itself. But there's one thing. Once we've restored conventional deterrence, I mean, it's very likely that the Russians will find another way. Right, and this is, they often allude to this by the term hybrid threats, but I was struck by the fact that this afternoon, or this morning, the train lines to Schiphol, our national airport, was sabotaged. It's likely sabotaged, right? But
looked into.
But
it could very well be a state actor.
And so if you look at Russia's hybrid threat operations, we've been monitoring that at my institute, and we see two disconcerting trends. One, we see an increase in the quantity, so from 9 in 2020 to more than 50 in 2025. And we see a clear shift from the virtual to the physical domain. Underwater sea cable sabotage, spoofing of GPS signals. If I speak to pilots, if they fly they can't always locate where they are at.
Yeah.
You see it at attempts to murder CEOs of.
Okay, without the last one, the murdering of CEOs, though, hybrid threat operations. Is this something NATO should be doing? Is NATO already doing this?
Is it they should be doing? They're definitely involved in it. In 2010, they adopted hybrid threats as an official term.
Right.
There's the notion of hybrid threat response teams. There are certain metrics, specifically in the context of resilience, of how you can protect your vital infrastructure. So these are things. But what I find important is also from an Article 5 perspective, is that at some point these hybrid threats are going to cross into conventional threats. And so the example is that in 2014, MH17 with 196 Dutch citizens aboard was shut down with a Russian system, right? And so the Dutch, this is a different period. It's only 11 years ago, but we weren't going to talk about Article 5 and these sorts of things. Now, there was a plot, and this was in the open source literature, I think in the New York Times of December 2024, in which the American intelligence services found out that the GRU, the Russian intelligence secret service, was planning to blow up a plane with not FedEx but HCL packages. And so they went to the Kremlin and told them, hey, if this is going to go
this
through,
would trigger.
it's a casus belli, right? This is going to trigger Article 5. So I think there's definitely a role for NATO, especially because there is a risk with actual escalation into large scale.
Yeah.
If I can just say about that, we will never be able to deter all threats. Right? I mean, we are in a situation of hostility with Russia. Russia is going to try to hurt us.
Right.
That is going to happen, right? We cannot deter all threats, but we can probably contain the level of hostility to those kind of actions so that they do not cross the threshold.
Exactly.
And that's the challenge, right? We probably have to accept a degree of we are going to miss some of them. But it also means that the hostility remain located at that level of subversion, sabotage, which all in all is better than an all-out conflict.
I think it, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying that, one of the objectives, though, is to push things as closely as possible. Like, hybrid warfare is this construct in which our adversaries are blurring the lines between war and peace, right? Deliberately so, to destabilize us. And so thinking about these questions of what triggers Article 5 is very serious business. Our adversaries know that we have these bright, in our minds, some bright lines between what is war and what is not, right? And the laws of war, all that the literature that accompanies that. And so it's in their interest to sort of play with those lines as much as possible. That creates a vulnerability. But as you said, NATO, its member states have been working on this, right? They've been thinking about how
Are we in a
to do this.
reality where NATO, I don't know, also needs to play with the blurring of those lines?
The interesting, from Putin's perspective, we are doing.
We are doing.
Yeah.
From his perspective,
we're providing Ukraine with weapons, ever more expensive weapons that can strike deep. But I think it behooves us to think about that and to also understand how our adversary perceives that, precisely because of the reason for escalation management.
I think again, one needs to distinguish that a little bit. There are methods of hybrid warfare, surveillance and so on, that I'm pretty sure is fair game. But there are other things that I think would put NATO in a difficult spot from a policy and also from a values point of view. But I think the things we're talking about, they point to the fact that there are different kinds of vulnerabilities we need to deal with here, and some of them we will not be able to get rid of. You earlier asked, how prepared is NATO to do some of these things? There, in defense industrial terms, we talked about, okay, there is a window that we need to try and make smaller. We need to try and move faster so that window of vulnerability closes, of not being able to produce enough ammunition, of not being agile enough to lean into these new technologies. There is a vulnerability on the hybrid side that you can reduce by through resilience measures, through being prepared, through mapping critical infrastructure, to knowing who is in charge of that. Very, very often, the first line of defense there will not be NATO. It will sometimes not even be the nation state where that is located in, but it might be the private sector or someone else. But even if you do that, there will be vulnerability. We won't be able to shut this down completely. So I think the goal needs to be to reduce this to the level of a nuisance rather than an actual threat. And I think that's probably where most NATO nations
engaging
are.
with all of society as part of the planning. It
Yep.
needs to be much more of a central feature of how we do business moving forward.
Okay, before we continue, let me see if there are any questions from our audience. It's nice to bring in you guys here at some point. Yeah, we've got a question here. Any others? Be ready? I'd like to see one question from it's always this side. Let's see any questions from this side. Okay.
Happy to represent this side. Yes, I'm Davis Ellison from the Hague Center for Strategic Studies. I'll try to bring a couple things together, but we've talked about the topic of personnel and mobilization and mass. And if we're talking about the future of war, especially amongst NATO countries, two challenges that we see is, or really one challenge is the personnel one. We've talked about peacetime mobilization. What do you do outside of the context of conscription to mobilize in peacetime? And then secondarily, especially here in the western part of Europe, populations are aging. The average age in 2050, talking the future of war in Europe, is going to be about 48 years old. How does that circle start to get squared when we talk about whole of society?
Thanks very much. Okay, who'd like to take...
I'll start. I think there are a couple of things one needs to look at. Technology we already talked about, and I think, for example, if you follow the UK debate, you see that there quite quickly, where the chief of the army basically is saying, we will not have more people, but we have a more lethal force, and technology is the way among the ways to get there. So that definitely is part of the answer. But I think there's also a task.
Even they're looking to recruit.
Well, they're looking to, but they're finding that quite hard, and there is no. There's no ambition to grow the force structure significantly in the UK right now, because frankly it'll be very difficult to do, and there are other ways to create a more lethal force, which is the buzzword that is flying around for some time now. But I think there are reserve models that one needs to look at again beyond conscription model. There are reserve models.
And what would that look like?
Well, I mean,
not conscription.
I think you again. We talked a little bit earlier about how do you bring in people with new skills that the armed forces will need. I think reserve constructs are actually quite good to do that, either in fields that are technology driven or that just have specialisms that you can find in civilian life, and then you need if you then go back to where we were earlier, and if you then construct defense as a whole of society task, not just the task for the armed forces, you can, I think, have a conversation with the private sector, with others in society, that there is a role there that will be partial, that might need to be mobilized, that might require a support structure that won't be cheap, but nevertheless that gives you the ability to ramp up and meet some of these challenges. I mean, there are other factors.
But you can also, not just for support, but also for the spear. I mean, I've looked at this in the Dutch context and realized that our Dutch armed forces are about 40,000, 42,000. Without reserves, 6,000 reserves. In a bad month, the Russians lose 40,000 forces. So both from an affordability perspective, but also from a demographic scarcity perspective, I think it would make perfect sense to have, not conscription, but you could have a voluntary service year when you're 18. In the Netherlands, small country, we have 200,000 young boys and girls, young men and women. If only 5% of them do that service year and then enter into the reserves, then after 5 years you have another 50K. After 10 years you have another 100K
I feel like
reserves.
we're too soft for this in Europe. I remember in the UK elections, Rishi Sunak flew a kite, as they say, like threw this idea out there for something not too dissimilar from what you said, and he was laughed out of the room. You know?
Well, not here. Interestingly enough, and we don't have that British imperial history.
Oh, maybe it's that.
But I also think that sort of the security environment is worsening. And it also perhaps depends on the sort of conditions that you offer.
Yeah.
Can I also just footstop on something? Let's look to women. Right? I mean, there's 50% of the population. In the U.S., they are 17.5% of the active duty force and upwards of 25% of the reserve force. One of the reasons the Army was able to meet its recruitment goals after many years of missing them was because women stepped up. Women are here. We're doing the job. There's things that can be done to make it easier to do the job, like body armor that actually fits women's bodies. Turns out we are differently shaped than you do.
Who knew?
Right? Who knew?
You don't even need exoskeletons, just
don't
body armor.
Yeah, no, right. No exoskeletons needed. But there's very simple things that can be done that just let women get the job done, that can absolutely help contribute to the solution set and also help us with whole of society mobilization. It's very simple. I wish we would pay a little bit more attention to that.
Yeah, is that being discussed?
I would also question your premise of we are too soft for this, in the sense that, okay, in a specific societal context, somebody willing to join the military might be laughed at, but not in another one. And it's a matter of making prestigious or at least socially rewarded career paths that make it attractive for young men and women to actually mobilize in one way or another, joining the force or not. And one way to do that, to, for example, make a whole of society approach is make it relevant for society. Defense industry are relatively highly qualified jobs that we are probably not going to outsource to China. So growing up those kind of defense industry, it makes sure that more people have a stake in defense at large. So there are ways to creating that ecosystem that makes defense less I will say, disingenuous or at least more prestigious in social terms. Until very recently, the banking industry in their ECG criteria had defense at complete bottom alongside casinos and prostitutions and tobacco, right? So, of course, no banks will want to invest in the defense industry. So there are also some things we can do in terms of how we mobilize the massive capitals that exist around to invest in defense that in turn will create more jobs, will create more people who have a stake in maintaining this kind of whole society approach.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Well, and just, you know, our societies may not be interested in war, but war is very much interested in our societies, right? And so making that case more clearly, I think this is the moment that demands that case. We need to make defense an understood actor in this ecosystem of our societies. And Olivier and others came up, you know, some brilliant strategies for elevating the profile, but we have to do that.
Yeah. I mean, in your book, Dr. Schweiss, you mentioned ordinary citizens do have a role to play in war. I mean, is this outside of conscription and reservists and so on? How can you expand on that?
Sure. If I look at conflict theaters around the world, and we've mentioned a few, you see that the people are central, whether it's as combatants, professional or conscripted, whether it's non-combatants as they're being targeted, or whether it's as supporters because they offer political support or keep the economy and the industry functioning. And so if you apply that to lessons for NATO, it's not just about military readiness, but it's also about societal readiness. And that involves, you know, going to, I mean, we don't want to militarize our societies. Let's also be crystal clear about that. But since war was such a sort of an alien phenomenon, it does make sense to, in primary schools and high schools, at universities, to start teaching again about what war is, where it comes from, how it's waged, how it can be ended. it also involves, okay, going back to sort of bringing in larger swaths of society. It's not just about sort of servicemen, whether it's sailors or airmen or infantry. It's also about having cyber specialists, right? Having surgeons, having car mechanics, having people who can repair the trains to Schiphol, so you can all go home tomorrow or the day after.
I had the opportunity to visit Kyiv in August 2023, and it was nighttime when we got there, and we were taken to this building in the outskirts of town, and we went up an elevator, it's really close quarters, and up some plywood onto the roof, and we met Ukrainian Supreme Court judges who were up there every night shooting down drones with rifles. Everybody was doing their part.
Yeah.
Whatever that, I mean, when you look at what happened in Irpin, I mean, you had 200 dudes and dudettes like holding off Russian forces. They stole whatever they could. They would have thrown shoes at them. This is the cable guy in the gardener. Like, so to say that it has to be the military that does this is not true. It has to be all of us.
But then what's the difference between what you're describing and a militarized society? You said, you know, we absolutely don't want that. Where's the red line?
Okay, great. So well, the red line would be, I'm thinking of Sparta, right? you would just bring in the people from when they're 9, you get the military training.
Even Russia nowadays.
You would have
This is a militarized society.
You would have competition on television, who's better at shooting and fighting. You would have playgrounds that look like tanks. I mean, you would have conscription. I mean, this would follow them. So I think there's a difference, but we're not there yet.
Okay.
No, we're pretty far from it. And I think, I mean, I keep getting back to it, but it's also part of deterrence. If we are signaling to a likely adversary who already, I mean, Russia already thinks that Western countries are a bunch of degenerates who are not willing to fight for their own interest and defense country. If we keep signaling that we are actually not doing that, well, we are just inviting further aggression, right? Yeah. So it's about compensating and also signaling the fact that we are not Russia in the sense that we are not teaching 12-year-old kids how to shoot and how to be brainwashed in terms of their national history, and we are not also creating fake enemies that are being taught in school, because this is a militarized society. This is Russia right now. But there is also an increase in terms of preparedness and awareness of the fact that if, sadly, we have to fight, it's not only the military who is going to be part of it, it's going to be the entirety of society. So it's not even a sweet spot, it's two different things, right? Being a military society and an aware society is two different things.
Okay. Well, listen, I'd like to, I was searching for a way to kind of bring this to a close, and let's go with this. Before we round up, I'd love to go around the table and ask each of you to finish this sentence, okay? The next war will be won by whoever masters, and then finish off the sentence. What do you think? What do we need to master? Very short, because we have to round up.
Management.
Okay.
Actually being able to pull off whole of society, resilient, these things we've been talking about, means that we actually have to build the systems necessary to integrate it all and field it all.
Okay, clear, thanks.
I will say deterrence, because the best war is the one you don't have to fight.
Oh, great. Good sound. That's very good. Very quotable. Yeah.
The will. I would go for the will. It's about the passion and the will to build up the means to outsmart your adversary, to continue to fight, to sustain the fight, to impose your will, to defeat your enemy, or at least to get him to surrender on the terms that you want him.
Yeah, so political and amongst ordinary people. Okay.
I'm going to go back to where I was before and say it's those who maintain the ability to adapt when it turns out that all their assumptions about war were wrong.
Okay. Yeah, adaptation. Okay, well, listen, we will leave it there. Thank you very much, all of you. That's a wrap for day 1 of NATO's Public Forum. You've heard a lot. Hopefully some of it surprising, some of it inspiring. Tomorrow, the spotlight shifts as NATO leaders meet face to face. And we'll be right here at the Public Forum, caffeinated and curious with more brilliant speakers. Until then, debrief, debate, and above all, hydrate. like your credibility depends on it. See you back here tomorrow. Goodbye.